Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my half-eaten bagel. Welcome to Tricky Jim. We have got a super exciting stream on the way today. Not just today, but this weekend, Riley.
That's right.
The Destined Rivals 6K doubleheader presented by Full Grip Games. We're just so excited to be here to get to experience these cards that are going to be legal for the North American International Championships. This is the first major cash event with the newest cards from Destined Rivals legal in North America. This is the release weekend of Destined Rivals. And Riley, I think we're going to have some great games ahead. Going to be joined by my good friend Riley for the entire weekend. How you doing, Riley?
I'm doing so good, Andrew, and I am beyond excited to see what the Destined Rivals set has in store for us. Today, we have our standard event, and tomorrow we'll get to see the impacts of Destined Rivals on Gym Leader Challenge. I think there's going to be cool stuff on both sides of the fence. Lots of fun new cards, new trainer cards. Got those Ethan's Pokemon, the Rockets Pokemon, that good versus evil archetype going on here. And I just think all those cards are so cool, and it'll be really fun to dive in.
Is there any archetype that you're expecting to see kind of pop up the most today? I mean, what do you think are the top new cards from Destined Rivals that players can expect to see during play today?
Well, if there's a card that I'm excited about, it's the Marnie's Grimmsnarl card. This card is really, really impressive to me, and maybe more than my initial impressions led on when I first saw it revealed. Marnie's Grimmsnarl, of course, accelerating energy onto the board. It's got those darkness energies, so it synergizes really well with Monkey Dory, very much like a spread-oriented strategy. And I think that's going to be one of the top contenders going into this weekend, at least amongst those new cards. A little less impressed by actually some of those Rockets cards like that Mewtwo in comparison.
Yeah, much to my dismay, Riley, because I just love Rockets Pokemon.
I know you do.
I do. I think that the Rockets Pokemon, the Dark Pokemon, I think it's all just so sick, and I just have such fond memories of the Rockets Pokemon and Dark Pokemon from my childhood. And going to NAIC this year, I wanted nothing more than to be able to play with the Rockets cards. I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't played in a standard event all year, and I wanted to be able to bring a Rocket deck.
Yeah.
But it's just, I mean, the results from Japan kind of speak for themselves. Like, not really any traction on the Rocket side of things. Tord Reklev, one of the best players in the world, showed up to the most recent Champions League with a Rockets Mewtwo deck, and I think went 3-3. Just not the results that you want out of a deck that you're thinking about bringing to the North American International Championships. But
here's the thing, Andrew. The Pokemon TCG is always full of surprises. This time, last set release, we were talking about the downfall of Gardevoir after rotation, and Ben Morse did make top 8 with Gardevoir, and Gardevoir has since been the best deck in the Journey Together format. So who's to say, right? Who's to say? Our initial impressions don't form the entirety of a metagame. We might see some of those breakthrough performances today here at Full Grip.
Amen, Riley. Amen. How much have we learned about our current standard format since this time a couple of months ago as we were prepping for the first post-rotation cash event here in North America, the Journey Together 3K here at Full Grip Games? I mean, we were doubting Gardevoir. It's crazy. We were doubting Gardevoir. And that obviously proved to be extremely incorrect. So
Right.
Anything could happen in today's gameplay, that's for sure. I think the Rockets cards are very cool. The Ethan stuff, Ethan's Typhlosion, I mean, that card can hit 280 damage for just one energy. It's got this kind of self-contained engine. It sets itself up, which is really nice with the Ethan's Adventure.
Yeah.
And it's just like a good, consistent single prize deck. Another major player that we're going to see from Destined Rivals is the new Shaman. I mean, the Shaman with the Flower Curtain ability, just acting as a bench barrier card for non-rule box Pokemon. And it's kind of funny. That's really the only bench barrier that matters is for non-rule box Pokemon. And then like Terra Pokemon have built-in bench barrier.
Right.
So like Flower Curtain is only not protecting like Miraidon.
I was gonna say Miraidon,
or like Squawkabilly and stuff like that. But like otherwise,
but really, how often are you like stacking damage on the bench on those kinds of Pokemon anyway? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think the Shaman will be clutch for those evolution decks, the Gardevoirs, the Grimmsnarls, the Dragapults potentially to safeguard themselves against new threats like Grimmsnarl.
Yes, because Grimmsnarl has this attack. It does 180 damage and 30 to the bench. So that damage really adds up. The way that the Grimmsnarl is being played, it's not a card that like jumps off the screen at you by any means.
No.
It is just a stage 2 Pokemon EX. It's got an ability just like Charizard EX's ability. When you evolve it, you get to attach 5 darkness energy from your deck to,
even better than Charizard's.
Yeah, but it's limited to only Marnie's Pokemon, of which, and knowing Pokemon, we know that they'll print like Marnie's Pokemon and these owners' Pokemon for like 3 sets and then they're done, right?
Yeah,
so,
I think this might be the entirety of the Marnie's Pokemon.
We know how. Exactly. So its ability could accelerate to the Marnie's Morpeko, which is like not very good. Or itself, and its own attack only takes 2 energy, and it does 180 damage and 30 damage to a bench Pokemon. So it's not a card that like really jumps off the page at you. And I had to have people like really kind of try their best to explain it to me ahead of its release because I just wasn't seeing it. But now it all finally makes sense. Marnie's Grimmsnarl is just the best Monkey Dory deck.
Yeah,
and Monkey Dory, as we all know, is like the best card or one of the most format defining cards in standard format right now. And unlike Charizard, which accelerates fire energy to itself, Grimmsnarl accelerates darkness energy to itself. So you get to accelerate the energy to Grimmsnarl with its ability, and then you get to attach for turn to your Monkey Dory since the Grimmsnarl can't accelerate to the Monkey Dory. But with the 30 damage extra that Grimmsnarl deals and the Monkey Dory and the Frostlass that you play in your deck with the Freezing Shroud ability, there's just so many ways for things to add up.
Yeah, definitely it's a tricky deck, manipulating those damage counters. And the nice thing about the Frostlass engine too is it places the counters on your own board. So not only do you do that damage to your opponent, but you have access to damage counters consistently to use with those Monkey Dories. Frostlass will damage all Pokemon with abilities. That includes Grimmsnarl, that includes Monkey Dory. So you consistently get to turn those out and take advantage of attaching every single turn to a Monkey Dory that you can.
Absolutely, Riley. Absolutely. Now, for the new cards, I'm expecting it to be Grimmsnarl. I would be pleasantly surprised if we got to see any other, new archetypes from Destined Rivals pop up today. I think like even the Ethan's Ho-Oh stuff doesn't really impress me too much.
It doesn't impress me that much either, but it actually has been doing okay in Japan.
Has been, yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we see one in the mix at least.
Yeah, it accelerates energy into play, right? And there's some decent fire attackers out there. There's also the Cynthia's Garchomp EX. I mean, that's a card that I could see doing okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just such a high power level card, and to have free retreat, to have the ability to one-hit KO things, I could see it.
Yeah, our friend JW is huge into the Garchomp. He really wants that to succeed.
Really?
With the tool to boost its HP into those massive 400 plus HP thresholds.
400 hit points.
So that is a lot of hit points. It's probably taking a hit successfully at that kind of HP thresholds. Is that enough? I guess it remains to be seen. We have seen similar archetypes to this Cynthia's Garchomp before. I think of the Fluffy Chomp back in the Black and White days. Had similar consistency abilities, had similar damage boosting abilities. And that never really quite took off. I think the Cynthia's engine is probably a little bit smoother than that one was back in the day. But it's a really high-powered metagame at the moment with cards like Gardevoir in the format, with cards even like the Grimmsnarl in the format. Yeah. So who's to say if that kind of strategy can keep up?
Right. I mean, there's always the threat of Raging Bolt can just one-hit KO anything, even with 400 hit points. Yeah. Raging Bolt can lay waste to that. So Raging Bolt is kind of that that X factor that's always capable of just taking that one hit KO, even if you're trying to play a tanky deck like Arcaladon or like the new Cynthia's Garchomp. There is, you could play the Spiritomb with the Cynthia's Garchomp. If you do take a hit, you could reflect that damage back to your opponent's Pokemon, which is pretty neat. But as far as like archetypes that we've already seen, I mean, what do we expect out of old favorites today? Are we expecting good things out of Gardevoir, Dragapult, Raging Bolt, Flareon Toolbox? What do we think?
I'm a big fan of the Flareon deck. I think it has a lot of potential. And if you're really worried about decks like the Grimmsnarl, you can slot in other evolution cards like the Leafeon, for example, to take advantage of the weakness on that Grimmsnarl. Might not even be necessary, but that's a way that you can boost that matchup percentage that little bit further. I think old favorites like Gardevoir and Dragapult will still remain top contenders in this format, though I have to imagine decks like Dragapult will not really enjoy playing the Monkey Dory heavy engines of these Grimmsnarl decks.
Yes, I'd have to agree, right? Like, because Dragapult wants to spread those damage counters, and then to have someone out monkeying you doesn't feel very good, right? Those extra damage counters just get reflected back to your own board. So it certainly is going to it's going to be interesting to see how the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck slots into this format. Talking on Tag Team Podcast last week, I mean, we were predicting that Marnie's Grimmsnarl could be as much as 10% at the North American International Championship.
That really big.
That is a huge chunk of the field. If we're talking about a multi-thousand player tournament, say there's 3,000 players at NAIC. I mean, how many were there last year? Like
2,700?
Yeah, say there's like 3,000 players at NAIC. 10% of that field, I mean, we're talking hundreds
of people, yeah.
Yes, of Marnie's Grimmsnarl potentially in the field. And I think today will be a good kind of test to see how much Marnie's Grimmsnarl actually shows up and performs. We do actually have the Marnie's Grimmsnarl decks available for sale, like in the shop today. So like obtaining the cards not really a problem. Like people could buy them here. We did have the theme decks, even though the theme decks were delayed. They did eventually come out. And Riley, it looks like things are starting to get underway down in the tournament hall.
Let's get after it then.
Yes. Take a look down in the hall, and I will await information from Natalie. It looks like we have got a packed house today, folks. Natalie will be getting to me momentarily with the final count as far as our attendees today and our round one stream match as well. But God, I do love to see a full house here at Full Grip, ready to enjoy and play and celebrate the release of the newest Pokemon TCG sets, Destined Rivals. This is just the first round. Wow, look at that pairing sheet. That is
it's long.
That is substantial.
Yeah. I think it's so exciting to be in these super early in the format types of tournaments. It's a good opportunity to see if you can break through in a new metagame and really innovate on it, as opposed to, just picking the best list from the most recent tournament in the format. So I think this is a really fun and exciting time as a player and commentator both, to see what's coming and to try and stay ahead of the curve as a player. See our players shuffling up at the table here. We'll get that information locked and loaded before we transition over to our Swiss round one here at Full Grip Games for this 6K weekend. $3,000 on the line today and another $3,000 tomorrow in Gym Leader Challenge. Let's get some hype, folks, for this round one before we get started.
Okay.
Here we are, folks, with round 1 of Swiss at the Full Grip Games 3K Destined Rivals release weekend event. On the right, we have Gwen, and on the left, we have Josh. Gwen today will be piloting the Eevee Box deck that we were just talking about, taking advantage of that Flareon to power up all of its Eevee friends with that Burning Charge attack. And Josh playing the classic Dragapult EX, drawing lots of cards with Oster Cloaks and spreading tons of damage with Phantom Dive. And let's get into it. Gwen's starting off, going first this game. Latias in the active. And dare I say, Andrew, we may see a Fan Rotom come into play.
I'm thinking so, Riley. Fan Rotom is just the best way to start off the game when you're playing a Noctowl-based deck, which Gwen is playing. I am a big fan of the Evolutions deck. I've been practicing this deck quite a bit for the last few weeks, and Fan Rotom Fan Call just helps to get the whole board going. And we see that Gwen did open with a Nest Ball, so she can check her prizes and probably grab the Fan Rotom. And something that's really neat is that, there we are, Fan Rotom can Fan Call not only for the Hoothoot, which evolve into Noctowl with its Jewel Seeker ability, but you can also grab Eevee, which we see that Gwen has taken advantage of. And Eevee, of course, evolves into all of your deck's main attackers, like Flareon EX with its Burning Charge attack, does 130 damage, and you get to search a deck for 2 energy and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. So just a great way to kick off the game. This deck reminds me a lot of Arceus Inteleon. It kind of plays that way. You want to get an energy on an Eevee turn 1, turn 2. You want to promote that Eevee and use Burning Charge to do some damage and accelerate energy to your other guys. You've got Noctowl, which kind of operates similarly to the Inteleon engine. Noctowl with the Jewel Seeker ability, kind of like the Stage 2 Inteleon, but on a Stage 1. The only caveat is that you have to have a Terra Pokemon in play in order to activate that ability. So it's just a really cool deck. I like the way it flows, very flexible, and I'm excited to see what techs Gwen has brought to the table here. For today's event, there are a bunch of different evolutions that you can play. Flareon's kind of the mainstay, but we've also got the Sylveon, which is very good with its Angel Light attack. Ian Robb played a version of Flareon with 2 Sylveon EX to the top 8 of, was it the Madison? Milwaukee, that's what I meant. Yeah, the Milwaukee Regional Championships. And then there's also Umbreon EX, which also was in a top 8 list from a recent event in a Flareon deck. Umbreon EX can one-hit KO Gardevoir, so useful for that. And then, of course, Leafeon EX, also an option if you're worried about the new Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Its Verdant Storm attack can make quick work of Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
Absolutely. But it all comes back to that Flareon and being able to quickly accelerate those energy into play. And gotta say, that Sylveon and its magical shot can one-hit KO a Dragapult EX with the help of Lily's Clefairy to add that psychic weakness. So Sylveon, I think, will be a really key card in this matchup. But will Gwen be able to get it up under the ferocious item lock of the Badoo here in the active? Itchy Pollen, one of the cornerstone attacks here in this format, really setting the pace of the game at the pace that the Dragapult players want to be playing at, which is slow and steady.
Yes, the Dragapult deck is certainly one of the, if not the slowest deck in Standard, but it's also a powerhouse of a deck. I mean, no shortage of top results for the Dragapult deck. It has been absolutely dominant at regional championships, is in conversation for BDIF status, kind of right up there with Gardevoir, and is kind of formulated the 1-2 punch of Standard, right? It's like Gardevoir and Dragapult for the last couple months have kind of just been running the show at tournaments with like other stragglers that are the next tier down kind of like sprinkled in the rest of top 8, but like it's definitely the Gardevoir and Dragapult show. Dragapult EX is a dragon Pokemon, and the newer dragon Pokemon don't have any weakness. So for a long time, Dragapult was kind of riding high on that lack of weakness and the ability to not easily get one-hit KO'd. But that, of course, all changed with the release of Journey Together and the Lily's Clefairy EX, which I'm sure that Gwen is probably playing in her Evolution stack. She can one-hit KO the Dragapults, not only with Lily's Clefairy EX, could actually just launch a Full Moon Rondo, but also can make it so that Sylveon gets that one-hit KO as well. So I'm interested to see how that plays in. Josh goes for the turn 1 Itchy Pollen for 10 and Item Lock. But so long as Gwen can get a Jewel Seeker going, she'll probably be able to find a card like Brock Scouting or something like that.
An interesting thing about the Jewel Seeker abilities, you do need that Terra Pokemon into play, which is a weakness, I think, of the Eevee deck as compared to maybe a more traditional Terra Box deck. Now, because you need those Terra Pokemon, Gwen is forced to evolve into Sylveon right off the bat. Normally, I think you'd prefer to lead with a Flareon to something like this Badoo and start to charge up your benched Pokemon, just get that further energy acceleration into play. But with this angle, Gwen is forced instead to fully power up this Sylveon with Sparkling Crystal and immediately go in with it. So that leaves it a little more in harm's way for future turns. That said, this looks to be a pretty powerful turn and could potentially even go for the Angelite here with the Sparkling Crystal, which would be a pretty powerful move, though a Dreepy would survive the turn.
A Dreepy would, but an Energy would not.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true. And these Dragapult decks are playing less and less copies of Crispin these days. So, let alone Rare Candy.
Right.
So, you can pretty much guarantee that an attack is not coming out from Josh this coming turn.
And Gwen, notably...
but just taking the knockout.
Decides to put the Grass Energy for turn on the Noctowl. So that's interesting. Instead of just deciding to kind of keep that in hand, Gwen does have access to Magical Charm and Angel Lights with a Water and a Psychic Energy, as well as the Sparkling Crystal. Sparkling Crystal providing any type of energy you want to your Terra Pokemon. So a powerful attack for Gwen under Item Lock to get this tournament kicked off. First prize of the tournament, Magical Charm with Sylveon EX. Like you said, Riley, not necessarily the route you plan on going. You do sometimes have to evolve into an evolution that's not Flareon just so that you can actually use Noctowl's Jewel Seeker, and I think that's what we saw here with Gwen. And Gwen also does not have access to a benched Eevee or anything on her bench. So, it's kind of just ride or die with a Sylveon. I do agree with Gwen's decision to just take the knockout with Magical Charm instead of going in for the early Angelite. I think threatening this Sylveon here in the active right now is still really nuts because, as we see, Josh wasn't even thinking about Rare Kitty. Rare Kitty's not happening, right? You're just evolving into the Dracloaks. And now, if Gwen wants to, she can shuffle both the Dracloaks back in. And how much more powerful is that?
It is powerful, and you have to keep in mind Angelite cannot be used on back-to-back turns, so it is important to strategically pick the turns that you are going for Angelite. Now, the downside is because Josh has 3 Dreepy going into this turn, he could, in theory, evolve up 3 Dracloaks, which would give him a potential route to attack with a Dragapult, whereas an Angelite on the previous turn, plus maybe Boss's Orders on a Dracloak, would deny that option. The other downside of using the Magical Charm, not Magical Shot, is the Pheasantipity does get activated, so Josh gets access to a few more cards. We actually saw, I believe it was in Milwaukee, sometimes the Eevee players would opt to pass instead of even attacking with the goal of eventually going for bench out with the Angelite.
Exactly, because you're just what did Jesse call it when I was talking to him? Spawn camping.
Yeah, spawn camping. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you don't want to give your opponent any draw, so at the end of the game you could just go Angelite pass, And when your opponent's only drawing 1 or maybe 2 cards off an Iono, it's not necessarily likely that they're going to find all the cards they need to set back up.
And it does look like Josh is able to actually set up those 3 Dracloaks. So it is potentially able to evolve into the Dragapult, but having just a lone Dragapult isn't that powerful of a board state. So I think Gwen is still pretty happy with how these turns are flowing right now, even if it means Joshua is able to get an attachment or an evolution down.
Now, the weird thing is, okay, so Josh has got that 3rd Dracloak. So this is ideal. 3 Dracloak on turn 2. Excellent. Had a turn 1 item lock. But if Josh retreats into Badoo, then Gwen gets to pick which 2 Dracloak to pump back to the deck.
Yeah.
But then if you promote one, then Gwen could just knock out one with an energy. And I suspect that Josh wants to item lock this turn, so it's probably going to retreat into Badoo. Oh, and the unfair stamp.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You have Angelite on board right now, so still going for the Badoo here isn't necessarily going to be the best option. I actually think it might be better to have energy on 2 different Dracloaks and just leave one of them active. Because if Gwen goes for that magical charm and knocks out the Dracloak, you still have another energy on the bench. And if they go for Angelite, you have to target the bench so you maintain that energy in the active position.
I agree. Riley, I think that's the best play. Gwen doesn't have a board to speak of right now. Were there 4 Dreepy down turn 1?
No, 1 came down this turn, so it can't evolve yet.
Well, it did evolve.
Oh, well, that should not happen.
Excuse me, guys. Was there 4 Dreepy down turn 1? Were there all 4 Dreepy, or is that Dracloak? Were there 4 Dreepy down turn 1? I don't think there were.
Now caught. Yeah, there was not 4. We haven't used that one, so it's all good there. We can go back on that.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Saved.
Yeah, we caught that in time. Yeah, there was definitely the 3 on the first turn. And that most recent Dreepy came down this turn. So
cool.
Thankfully, our judges were able to help catch that.
Yeah, Judge Mahone got that one.
Yeah,
All
that's
right. I didn't even get any leaks from chat. That one was all me. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, good job.
Preserved game states. Yes.
And here we go. Josh does recognize that route, it looks like. So keeping an energy on board, guaranteed, unless Gwen has like a boss's orders in hand. But that's pretty unlikely off an unfair stamp. I think I see a Brock scouting in there. Gwen could start to widen their board, potentially.
Oh, yeah, she definitely wants to do that. I mean, this board stinks, Riley. It's crazy how things have, how fast things have gotten out of hand, right? Like Gwen has played 2 turns, and on turn 2... like this board was fine, but now on turn 3, Gwen really needs to establish another Hoot Hoot, really needs to establish another Eevee, and only has 3 cards in hand to be able to do it, right? So not the strongest hand. I mean, and that's the power of unfair stamp.
Yeah.
Being able to punish your opponent for going in early. It's just devastating, right? Because Gwen's kind of like making it work with an item locked hand on turn 2, and then goes straight from an item locked hand to a 2-card hand, and that kind of whiplash can be really tough to deal with. Even though Josh hasn't taken a prize yet, Josh's board is looking really substantial with 2 Dracloak, each with energy on board. And most notably, one of them is in the active spot, so they can't both get Angelited away. And I think that this was the correct play for Josh to make. I mean, I think this is definitely a heads-up play.
Yeah, and this is nice because it'll give Josh the opportunity to swing into that Sylveon before it can knock out a Dragapult. So Gwen does get those extra Hoot Hoots. And I think another really big benefit, here we go with that Angelite as well, shuffling in those 2 Dracloaks. Another big benefit of these disruption cards, specifically in a Noctowl decks, is they really appreciate building up their resources in their hand over time. So resetting them back down to a low hand size, especially after they've used all of their Hoot Hoots in play, is a major disruptor. And we see that here. Gwen doesn't really do much this turn besides play that Brock Scouting. Here we go, Josh attaching, evolving. Plenty of Dracloaks in play still, even after that Angelite. Guaranteed to get an attack so long as Josh can find that energy and evolution. thanks to saving that energy, and the fact that it's the luminous energy as well in the active makes it pretty easy with any other basic energy attachment to get off that Phantom Dive. But does Josh have it? Here we go.
Indeed.
Evolution.
Psychic energy right here.
Psychic energy. Here we go. Okay. So going in. And here's the thing, Andrew. Gwen does not actually have the Clefairy in play yet. So if for some reason Gwen is not able to find that Clefairy, Josh could potentially surge pretty far ahead this game, because a Magical Charm for 160 on this Dragapult is not what you want to see.
It's not, no. And it makes it so that Dragapult would do 100 less damage next turn, but that math is irrelevant because even another Phantom Dive would put the Sylveon up to 300 damage for the KO. And, you know, the one thing that Gwen does have going for herself is the 2 Hoot Hoot on the board. If Gwen can just find a Noctowl, then she's in there and can go search out the Lily's Clefairy EX that she needs so desperately to one-hit KO this Dragapult. And that could really swing things in her favor because, well, I was going to say the energy situation could be tough, but as we see, Josh just dropped that EXP share on a bench Dreepy.
EXP share off the Arven, super useful in these situations where you just want that little bit of extra energy acceleration to keep your board flowing. I think a savvy play from Josh here would be to not take a knockout anywhere as well, to deny access to Pheasantipity. And we do see Josh going for that. Clearly understands their routes in this matchup.
Oh, yeah. You just want to keep that hand size low, right? So, like, don't give your opponent any options to draw more cards. Go for the Phantom Dive. What does Gwen have? Is there a Noctowl? I'm sure it's going to be Windmill Slammed if there is. And I'm thinking no, Riley. I'm thinking this looks like it's an Ultra Ball. Okay. So the potential is there. The Area Zero Underdepths is still in hand or still on board. Yeah. So the Area Zero Underdepths does make it so that Gwen can have a bench of up to 8 Pokemon, since she does have, and is that Ultra Ball away Fez?
It might be. It looks like a Darkness Pokemon for sure. I think you have to go for that Noctowl here. The thing is, well, here's the thing, Andrew. The EXP share is on the Dreepy on the bench, so can Josh actually deal this last 70 damage if he gets knocked out this turn? Would have loved to see the EXP share on the Dracloak, which I believe has a rescue board.
It has a board on it, which is why I didn't get it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he attached the board at the start of the turn before the Arven. So I would have loved to see the Arven first, just to guarantee that that EXP share attachment, unless that's from the previous turn, but I don't think it is. I think
now Gwen does have Lily's Clefairy EX in her deck. I can kind of see that there at the bottom of her deck as she does this search. But again, I think one of the things that made going for Iono just to get a bigger hand and then saying Jewel Seeker for Iono and Nest Ball. Yeah.
I think this is exactly the cards that Gwen needs here, just to refill their hand, because you really don't want to be relying entirely on your prize cards for draw every turn. Thankfully, did already have that Area Zero Underdepths in play, so didn't need to get both of those pieces at once. I think even just an attachment on the Clefairy would be really, really helpful this turn.
Right. And we see that's why she weighed so heavily what to Ultra Ball away, because it's like, okay, well, or it went down to a 0-card hand, right? Yeah. But it's like, you want to get that energy drop, of course, but now she's just saying like, okay, well, I also need a bigger hand. So going to go for the Iono. Whiffs in energy.
I think does hit a Nest Ball, though, and there's a Noctowl in hand, so can get off a Crispin next turn, potentially powering up that Clefairy with something like a Crispin plus a Night Stretcher, for example. Could get an Eevee into play as well to guarantee that Jewel Seeker availability this next turn.
Make it so that you don't have to discard down necessarily after your Sylveon gets knocked out.
And if I'm Josh here, I guess a route Josh could take is going for a Jet Headbutt this following turn to knock out the Sylveon. comboed with an Iono to put Gwen down to 3 cards. That's actually not too bad. You'd much prefer, of course, to Phantom Dive, but a Jet Headbutt also keeps 2 energy on your board on 2 different Pokemon, which is helpful if for surprise Angelites.
And Gwen has got the big one-hit KO with Sylveon EX, assisted by that Lily's Clefairy EX and the Fairy Zone ability, which makes it so that the Dragapult EX is weak to Psychic. So Sylveon EX is very middling Magical Charm attack, actually going the distance to do 320 damage and one-tap that Dragapult. Now, here as we stand, Gwen is at 3 prizes to Josh's 6, but Riley, as we know all too well, this does not mean that Dragapult EX is out of the game yet.
Never. Yeah, Dragapult is the king of comebacks in the Pokemon TCG right now. And we're seeing Josh go for exactly that route, going for that Jet Headbutt for a knockout on this Sylveon after using their Dracloaks to search their deck a little bit deeper with that Recon Directive. Now, this knockout would ideally be paired with an Iono. Gwen does have access to Noctowl in hand, so could piece together a combo fairly easily, I would wager, to respond with a Clefairy, for example.
I don't like getting rid of the Hoot. Okay.
No, that was the Rotom and the Noctowl.
Okay. I saw Gwen grab the Hootoots, and I was like, "Do not send that to the discard pile."
That would be
Gwen.
an interesting choice.
No.
That would be an interesting choice.
Right. Because you're only worried about Iono, and if Josh uses
that Iono,
if Josh uses Iono, then he can't Crispin. So, Oh, but in the EXP share was on just the little Dreepies, or the odds of that becoming a Dragapult this turn were very low. We actually see it's already a Dracloak. So there is going to be no Phantom Dive this turn. That is confirmed.
Yep, no Phantom Dive confirmed. We'll be able to knock out this Sylveon, guaranteed. And it's just a matter of what Gwen can do to respond to this now. Going down to 3 cards in hand may make it hard to piece together a Clefairy knockout. I don't believe Gwen has another Psychic Energy left in deck. So would need something like a Night Stretcher plus a Crispin. And here's the thing with Crispin, you do need to get 2 different energy to get the different attachment, or to get the attachment bonus in there. You can't attach if you only get the 1.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Gwen to be in. Again, missing that energy drop last turn, huge. That was really tough. Even just any type of damage or any type of energy on the bench Clefairy would have been big. We do see she's got Super Rod in hand, so that is a key piece.
Does she have Noctowl?
That is a key piece. And Nest Ball for Fez.
Okay,
so,
yeah. Looks like a Fez moment. I think, though, if you're going... Oh, you have to shuffle. The Fez was discarded off the Ultra Ball.
I know.
So, yeah, you do have to Super Rod first. It would have been really nice if you could have just Nest Balled straight for the Fez and draw before those energies are added to your deck. Because if you draw too many different energy, then you still deactivate your Crispin, even if you hit the Noctowl.
I see some confusion in chat about Sylveon's attack. Sylveon's attack puts an effect on the defending Pokemon, not like itself. I see a lot of players read this as if it were Hisuian Goodra V-Star.
It would be better if it was.
It would be way better if it was, but that is not what it reads. It is 100 less damage from the defending Pokemon, and as we know, that defending Pokemon that got hit with the Magical Charm got knocked out. So then, so the effect is gone. So that is a very common misreading of this card, though, and I have to address it almost every time I stream. So, so here we are again, just more PSAs. That's not how Sylveon works, and we'll carry on from here.
Here we go, Andrew. Gwen does have access to the Noctowl, so should be able to Crispin to power up the Clefairy. However, Josh does have that EXP share, so we'll guarantee 2 attachments on a Dracloak. And Clefairy only has that 190 hit points. If Gwen plays something like a Bravery Charm, that would be super clutch here.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But if Josh is able just to knock this Clefairy back out, that might put Gwen a little bit on the back foot. Need to do something like maybe Boss with the Fan Rotom to take that final knockout.
We do see that she got the Fan Rotom.
And I think Gwen recognizes that, right? But Josh is always looking for an Iono
Right.
here, right? So
But there's Fez in play now.
there
Right.
is.
So
There
like
is.
it's not that far fetched to think like, okay, all I need is a Jewel Seeker, right? We've got a full health Hoot on the bench. Could still get knocked out if there's a Halucha play,
yeah.
right? But it is
that would be nasty.
it is certainly the play is here. It could happen. Gwen going down to just one prize remaining though. And this has been one of those tough games with Flareon where you just didn't actually get to attack with the Flareon. So energy has just been pretty tight the entire match so far for Gwen.
Now, one interesting play Josh could make is Josh is able to use the Area Zero Underdepths himself if he gets Dragapult into play. So if he's able to bench enough bulky Pokemon and then bump the Area Zero Underdepths with something like his own Artisan, he could get rid of cards like the Badoo that are vulnerable.
Shoot. Right. Because, Gwen's kind of win condition is looking like maybe an attack with Noctowl or Fan Rotom to just do the bare minimum to knock out Badoo for game. She's got just one prize remaining. And Riley, also worth noting, we have just crested the halfway mark in this 50-minute best of 3.
Yeah.
Mind you, folks, 50 minutes best of 3. And this is why so many players just disdain the 50-minute best of 3 time situation in the Pokemon TCG, which is the situation used at Nationals, Worlds, Regionals,
all major tier event.
Every major tier event. And these players have not been playing slow.
No.
There's just so many game actions, right? I mean, they have been keeping pace, I would say, very well this match. I have not noticed any slow play whatsoever, and this single game is taking well over half of the time limit.
And Josh does have everything ready to attack this turn. Looks like he failed the Nest Ball, so maybe doesn't have enough high HP basics to get that creative play to save the Badoo. It doesn't necessarily surprise me, though. He has Fez in play. He has his Monkey Dory in play. Dreepy isn't a safe bench into the Fan Rotom, so it would really need to be something like the Latias, maybe some of these Dragapult decks play, and then another Pokemon. Oh, here's the Halucha, though.
Oh, the Hoot is going down.
Oh, my gosh. The play we were just talking about. So to win at this point, Gwen basically needs boss energy in hand.
Yup. Yeah, no Jewel Seeker. Halucha's flying entry ability setting up the Hoot on the bench. And this is a 3 prize take for Josh to tie it up at a 1-1 game.
Oh,
it doesn't get any closer than this, folks.
And Ultra Ball is one of the two. I don't think Gwen doesn't have it right now. We'll need to draw the perfect cards off this Pheasantipity. Energy.
I don't see a boss. Night Stretcher Crispin would also
do it.
do
There's the
it.
Ultra Ball in hand too, so they could have had the Noctowl.
The Halucha just stole this game, folks. Absolutely stole this game away. The Hoot seemed safe on the bench as Dragapult EX can only place 6 damage counters on a bench Pokemon, but with Halucha's flying entry, that becomes 7, and the Hoot perished.
And nothing on Gwen's board right now can even take a hit from this Dragapult. That 200 damage knocks out everything on the board.
And that's by design, Riley. As we see, 10 damage on the Fez.
Yep.
10 damage on the Latias. Yes.
So Gwen could theoretically evolve the Eevee. That could be a route. Don't necessarily need to use that switch. Unless we're going for maybe a Mew EX.
Potentially going for a Mew EX.
Yep, there is that Mew.
So just playing the switch to thin the hand
could
down.
Commit that energy onto the Rotom.
And say, I'm getting it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's reasonable, though.
I do think it's reasonable.
If you're not doing that, what is your route?
This is it, folks. Ultra Ball, the play is not dead. We get to extend further.
I guess, though, you could say if I hit Flareon Crispin, I'll just hit the Dragapult and it can't knock me out without a boss. Yeah,
show me the money. Didn't commit the energy.
That's a hedge play. It's a hedge play going for either the Flareon route or the Fan Rotom route. Gotta wonder what that third card was on top of the deck.
I know. Show third card, Gwen. Show third card.
And is that another Ultra Ball in hand? Could it maybe evolve the Flareon and just leave it in the active to take a hit? But you already burned the switch.
Oh, okay, Gwen did show third card.
Just a water, so it's all's fair.
All right,
all's fair.
All is fair. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And that is just game one, folks. And what a game it was. Really coming down to the wire there between two fantastic players. And that game did suck just a lot of time off the clock, right? Because we've only got 20 minutes left in this 50-minute best of 3. So Gwen has got to be playing catch-up mode. I mean, we see, obviously, that was not a game Gwen could have scooped, right?
No.
Because she was in that game the whole time.
Up until the last turn, yeah.
But Dragapult is just that deck that can make those gnarly comeback plays. So, you know, what are you supposed to do against Dragapult? You never know if you're going to win or lose until the final play of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what makes Dragapult so good, is that it's able to make those kinds of plays and games happen. If you're Gwen here, I imagine Gwen's running through the game in their mind, like, should I have used Angelite on that second turn instead of the Magical Charm? When was the right time to weave in those attacks? You got to keep your mental game strong, though. You can't beat up yourself too hard about those sorts of games and wonder about all the what ifs. You have to go in with a clean slate and ready to take on this game too as quickly as possible. So here we go, folks. Josh taking that game 1. And that Badu start with a Droopy on the bench. I mean, what more does a Dragapult player want to see than that? Gwen going first again. It's interesting because a lot of decks really do like to go second right now, but the Noctowl decks in particular really do like to go first if they can. That Fan Rotom, just surging them so far ahead in their consistency engine, makes that lack of supporter still worth it as long as you can get it.
Gosh, only having 18 minutes to play is like, at this point, Gwen knows that she can't really win.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just at the point, and then it's not just that Gwen knows that she can't win. Josh knows that he can't lose.
Yes.
All Josh has to do is play at the legal tournament-defined pace of play of 15 seconds per game action, right? And I absolutely loathe that this is part of our competitive tournament discussion, but it just is. You just and all the top players in the game have spoken on this time and time and time again. Personally, I think that the rules should make it so that you never have to ask yourself, what's the slowest legal pace of play for me to play at?
Yeah.
Right. But that is a question that our 50-minute best of 3 naturally puts players in. As Josh, being up game 1, now can ask himself, what's the slow, like I ought not to scoop, because if I scoop, I'm just shooting myself in the foot. So like, even if I'm losing horrendously, I just keep playing at the legal pace of play, right? And then I cannot lose the set that way, right?
Yeah, it is worth noting that gamifying too hard like starts to blend the lines between what's acceptable and what's not. So you got to be careful in these sorts of situations. Like, if you're taking exactly 15 seconds on every action, that's a little sketchy.
Yeah, you can't do that, right?
But as long as you're keeping at a reasonable pace and just playing these games out as long as they naturally would take, then yeah, like that puts Josh in an extreme advantage. Gwen's only real shot at winning is if Josh has a very stunted setup, and realistically, you need to get to the point where you have like 3-4 prizes left in game 3 at the moment time is called, which I think is an important nuance that sometimes people forget about. You don't have to win the game in the 50 minutes. You have to get to the end game in the 50 minutes.
Yes, you do. So that best the +3, and it's funny because the +3 turns takes tournament organizers like another 20 minutes to resolve all the time, right? It's Absolutely. 3 more turns, but like you're always waiting on Because as soon as you get to time is called, players just shut down and they're like, all right,
the pace grinds to a halt.
The pace grinds to a halt as players start thinking of like, okay, well, how do I win this game in 2 more turns? Because basically what everybody has at the end of the game, right? Because time is called, the player playing gets to complete their turn, and then you've got 3 more turns. So it's turn 0, 1, 2, and 3. And in an EX heavy format, I've said all you really have to do is take 2 prizes before time is called, because if your opponent's playing an EX deck, then you just go bang bang, 4 prizes in 2 turns, I win the game, right?
Yeah, well, the interesting thing about a deck like Dragapult though is you do have a good amount of control about how many EXs you have available to your opponent at any given time. So 4 prizes going into turns might not be enough if they're dedicated to just going for the timeout.
Mm-hmm. We see both players here are setting up very well. Gwen had the turn 1 Buddy Buddy Poffin, Parahoot on the bench, Eevee with a lightning energy on it, Latias and Pheasantipity in play. I mean, this is really solid for Gwen's side. But Josh also setting up quite well, as we can see. Josh has got Buddy Buddy Poffin, Badoo in the active spot, and is getting rolling. Has
another
an energy in
triple
hand.
GP.
Yep.
And we did see Gwen go for the Sylveon preemptively off the Ultra Ball. So committing to just the opening and leading with Sylveon, that got her most of the way through game 1. Didn't close out, but Gwen decided that was the right strategy to just lead and enter with Sylveon. So I'm going to commit to that for this game too.
And I think Gwen is probably in a fine spot if she just gets another energy attachment down somewhere along the line, or is able to stabilize her board a little bit better. I mean, it was got to draw 6 cards basically, or like 5 cards to find a boss's orders. So
yeah,
that was definitely a decent shot of winning the game.
I think here, if Gwen is truly going for like, I'm going to try and win a game 2 and a game 3, I think the fastest route to do that might be the alternating between Angelite and passing.
Yeah.
And just doing that as your minimum actions per turn until you eventually reduce Josh to only an active Pokemon and you knock it out.
Wait. You say just go Angelite pass, just like starting this turn?
Yeah. I think that's the only way to finish a game quickly enough.
That'd be so
I think if you try and play an
beast.
honest game, it's going to take too long.
That'd be so beast. Is it
you see
possible?
the angle I'm going for, though? Like, I think that would be a faster paced game if it works for you. And if it doesn't work for you, then you probably wouldn't have won a normal paced game anyway.
Yeah, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. I have to see how this plays out.
Well, the thing is, Josh also preemptively bends to Fez.
Oh, so Gwen didn't have anything this turn.
Wow, yeah. That kind of surprises me. Didn't have access to a Crispin?
I mean, even with
Noctowl?
Jewel Seeker? Yeah. No supporters? Had to... I know the Crystal was played, and we have Sylveon. I just wonder, maybe Gwen got something else off of Jewel Seeker that I didn't quite see for this upcoming turn.
It's possible the energy situation is awkward.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Oh, and Josh has a 1-card hand. Okay.
See, this is exactly the type of situation where the Angelite Pass will work.
Yes.
Start shuffling in those Dreepies, deny access to the Pheasantipity.
Yes.
And slowly but surely take the game from here.
Oh, yeah. Josh's hand is horrible.
Yeah, we see the Brock scouting on the following turn.
Just Fez. So, like, you just need to not proc that Fez, right?
Yes. Slowly shuffle in that bench. I think that's the actual route.
Now that Josh has kind of revealed his hand, I would say that is the route. Yes, of no draw cards, nothing, not a single Dracloak, right? Like if there's even one Dracloak on board, I'm kind of
is
like,
that another pass?
What is going on here? There's a Latias in play. How are we passing again? What is going on?
Yeah, I'm a little confused by the decisions to pass repeatedly here. Have access.
I was a Brock scouting for a Noctowl. Now we've got Crispin. I think Gwen is just like,
does Gwen realize that she has maybe going for the knockout? I'm actually not sure. Like going for the knockout on the Fez, but can't do that. Doesn't have access to like Prime Catcher or anything.
Yeah. We'll see what this route is. It obviously involves Sylveon, and the turtle just got benched.
I don't know.
We're finally getting the Sylveon powered up this turn.
I'm a little confused. Like, why give all those extra turns to Josh to potentially find Dracloaks and get into the game?
Yeah, for sure. But, we're here now, so let's see. We finally got fully loaded Sylveon.
Energy to hand, attach that
to the turtle. And what is Sylveon going to do? Angelite, I agree. Fez, yep, like it. Cool.
Oh, I guess the Brox was for the Noctowl.
It was.
So couldn't
Crispin, yes.
So, yeah, and can't use like a Vessel or anything. So I guess, it does make sense. But off the first Noctowl, you could have just grabbed because I think the first Noctowl grabbed the Scouting.
Yeah, I think so.
So you're just a little anxious at being too aggressive and Josh having a quick response.
And what do we got? 2-card hand. It's a Psychic Energy.
Interesting choice to shuffle the Fez off the first Angelite. I actually wouldn't have minded leaving
2
it
Dreepy.
and just getting
because you're not
Dreepies.
knocking anything out, right?
Yeah. Fez is useless.
Right. If you're going for the game plan.
The sacred game plan.
And I think that Gwen should potentially go for the game plan.
Oh, yes. I don't like
taking prizes. Okay.
Now, the thing is, Josh hasn't demonstrated that they have access to a card like Fez again, so maybe this is fine.
Could be fine.
But it does put you at risk of Fez draw. Okay, here we go.
Counter catcher item lock.
Yeah, and I would have preferred some of those, that
Gwen
second attachment to
kept
stay
an
in
energy.
hand.
Yep.
For a situation like this. Because this is perfect. Like, if Gwen can Angelite here.
Oh, it's lights out. No!
Oh, no.
Gwen needed to keep the energy in hand. Oh, and it's over. No.
Oh, yeah, I think that's it. I don't think Gwen will be able to close out.
That energy in hand. Oh my God, both those Dreepy are gone.
Yeah. Here we go, buddy Poffin, refueling the bench. I don't think it'll be possible to close the game quickly enough at this point.
No.
Had the opportunity to shuffle in more Dreepies, to not take knockouts, save the energy.
I think save the energy there, because really just having the one, at this state of the game, having just one, you've got Latias for free retreat, having just one on the Terapagos would have been fine.
Yeah, and yeah, what your win con is, and you know what Josh's out is, more importantly. Josh's out is to stop you for a turn.
Right.
And if you don't have that spare energy already in hand, then saving it still allows you to have access to Terapagos, right? You're still 1 energy away from attacking if you need to, but it gives you the ability to retreat those Noctowls, which is what bit Gwen here.
Oh, for sure. And now Josh has got a board reestablished, 8 minutes left on the clock. Gwen doesn't really have the option, I'd say, to play that control game now.
You could still go for it, to be honest. I mean, shuffle in some Dreepies. It's going to be significantly delayed. You're 1 Angelite behind where you could have been at this point.
Yeah, because there's still no Dracloak on board. Keep that in mind.
Yeah. So I would like to see just the double Dreepy shuffle. Okay, going for the Magical Charm.
Yeah, we're in it to win it.
I guess
now.
Giving up on the Angelite plan. I still think the Angelite plan is actually viable in this board state, with no Dracloaks especially, but I think it's fine to take some knockouts, maybe Angelite this next turn, but
right.
Because you're taking knockouts and giving Josh the draw, you no longer, I don't think, can do the bench out strategy.
Right. No, I agree. Josh will be able to maintain a bench that's large enough at this point. Still probably not going to get an attack with Dragapult this turn. I mean, these decks are playing very few, if any, rare candy.
Yeah, I suspect Josh is not playing rare candy. These more luminous energy, Monkey Dory heavy Dragapult decks tend not to. They tend to prefer just to attach every turn and evolve slowly.
They call it slow pult for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. So don't really expect any rare candy shenanigans from Josh. That's also fine, to be honest. It is possible that Gwen could take this game and maybe not win a game 3 with the amount of time that's left, but at least bring it to a tie and get a match point.
Well, that's what Gwen is going for. I would say you have to play for the tie at this point, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Josh is playing not to lose. We're playing for the win by winning game 1. And then, if a win, kind of presents itself here in game 2, great. But if not, like, also fine, just don't lose.
And honestly, if you're able to get these Noctowls in the active enough times,
yes,
that might be enough.
That's what I'm saying. Especially with so many game actions possible for turn. Like, I mean, look at it, right? You're sitting here, you're just item locking, counter catching, just kind of burning the clock down, and then let the 50-minute best of 3 kind of just play out.
Does Gwen have access to another energy? That switch that she plays
does
not work. Oh my gosh. These Badoos are disgusting.
Yeah, these both times getting caught with the Badoo counter catcher on the Noctowl, that is just pain. You really hate to miss a beat when you're the deck trying to go on the aggressive. You're already down game 1 in the set. I mean, just it's tough for sure.
Brock scouting too. And Josh isn't even really stalling for time necessarily, but every single time he uses a recon directive, that's just another couple seconds that get burned away.
Oh, yeah.
That Gwen desperately needs at this point. And Gwen doesn't really have a easy way to take 4 prizes in 2 turns, for example. So she'd really prefer to get down to 3 or 2 going into time.
Yeah, this is brutal, Riley. Absolutely brutal. All the recon directives that Gwen has to sit through, knowing that time is ticking, every second is precious, and not only that, just every turn that Badoo buys you, it's just another energy drop that gets to come down into play. Another Dragapult EX evolved up, and we could see how much Josh is just able to develop his board behind this Badoo now.
Yeah, I don't know if I totally agree with evolving the Dragapult here. Would have loved to see the Badoo just continue to wreak havoc on Gwen's board. But here we go. Here's the counter catcher. If Josh can deny the Clefairy this turn, that would be pretty huge.
There's Fez on board, so, it looks like Josh actually just kind of going for the dub here, saying, I can win this game. I don't need to draw this out. I can actually just afford to go on the offensive. I don't need to stall anymore. Here's my Dragapult DX. I've got an energy on a Dracloak on the bench, and I can
plus an EXP share.
I can just afford to go toe to toe now with Gwen's board. Even though Gwen's up a prize still, Josh's board is built up very strong, and it looks like he's ready to duel it out.
It is scary though. One Clefairy would put Gwen in a pretty solid position because Gwen does have the Terapagos powered up, which can knock out the Pheasantipity pretty easily. And the Clefairy off of Crispin could knock out a Dragapult in the active too. So it gives you like 2 different supporters that net to game. But actually, is Clefairy prized? That is a full bench now from Gwen, even with Area 0.
You could go Boss Fez this turn.
You could go Boss Fez this turn if you have boss access, which I don't think Gwen has without a Noctowl. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yes.
Okay.
But you have to take it with the turtle, so you have to retreat.
Oh, that's brutal.
It is. Oh, Angelite. Oh my goodness, with just 2 minutes left on the clock.
I know. The players at the table, I don't see either of them wearing watches. They might not know precisely how much time is left. I actually think this is a decent play if you get stuck like this.
Yes.
In the situation Gwen was in, this is a fine play.
Oh, for sure.
I think in an ideal world, Gwen maybe promoted a basic Pokemon to give themselves the flexibility to choose between the Terapagos route or the Sylveon route. And if they draw the Clefairy off the prizes, that's basically a game.
Right. Now just a minute left on the clock. This is going to go to turns. It's quite possible that Josh could. I mean, this is game 2, folks. It's crazy.
I think
50-minute best of 3 is game 2.
I think it's extremely unlikely that Gwen finishes another turn before time is called. So more than likely, Gwen has 2 turns left. So as long as Josh doesn't evolve into another EX, it's almost guaranteed to be a win.
Yes. Right, because he can easily... yeah, you're right. Gwen probably... Unless Gwen just goes knockout, which he almost just should do.
Yeah.
Just draw... and knockout, like as few game actions as possible.
The time is ticking, and I think the timer was started maybe a few seconds late as
well.
Well, so we might not even have the full picture here. If Gwen can get that like draw knockout before time is called, that would be huge. Oh my gosh.
Another Noctowl.
No, these Noctowls.
For the reaping. Okay.
These Noctowls are not
Gwen's
allies
got probably 15 seconds to play this turn.
Oh,
and there it is.
Oh, man.
Time is called.
That was close.
That was really close.
That was close.
Gwen, needed to just fire that attack instantaneously. I knew that it was going to come down to that.
I suspect that the players didn't have an exact pulse on the time. And that's probably explains why Gwen went for the Angelite last turn instead of knocking out the Fez.
Yes.
I imagine if you knew that there was only like a minute or and a half left, you probably would have just gone for the knockout.
You kind of have to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're saying like, okay, I need to, maybe you'll take another prize. Maybe you'll put me in Briar range. Maybe, But as it lays now, Gwen took a knockout, has 3 prizes left, cannot feasibly win next turn unless
Josh puts them on Briar.
Yeah. Right. Yes.
Which I guess could happen, but
Would be extremely ill-advised.
I think if you're Josh here, you can just basically pass this game out and win the set.
Yes. Right. And that just is a very significant part of Standard right now. If you're playing at regional championships, if you're playing at NAIC coming up, I mean, the 50-minute best of 3 timer is just the biggest part of playing.
Badu on a Noctowl, dare I say?
Yeah, pretty much all Josh has to do is nothing.
Literally, Josh can just pass.
He could just pass, yes. And Gwen cannot win.
Yeah, I think Gwen's like one other way that Sylveon decks can sometimes take prizes would be a Wellspring Mask, potentially. But I don't think that's going to happen here because their bench is full. So they would need to somehow get something out of play, bench a Wellspring attached to it, and then Crispin next turn to go for the double knockout. That just seems like a lot to put together, especially off this Iona to 3. Gwen actually did have the Turos in hand prior to the Iona. We don't know for sure if they play the Wellspring. We haven't seen it come out yet.
I don't think so.
So possible they don't either, but I think that's the only like creative route they could put together.
Yeah, I'm thinking Josh just needs to just pass it out.
Yeah, please don't evolve a Dragapult into play. So you're one lose con.
It is the one, and even at this point, though, I think Gwen has 3 prizes left.
So Halucha for fun.
So really, nothing that can be done. But Josh just kind of checking all the boxes, making sure that there is in fact nothing that can be done. And Gwen's got a Terra Orb. I don't think that there's going to be anything here.
Yeah, that's it.
And that is the scoop as Josh advances to 1-0 here at the Full Grip Games Destined Rivals 3K event with his Dragapult EX deck. GG's to both these players. Time was certainly a factor in that one. Badu also was a critical factor, and these are decks that don't have any new cards from Destined Rivals, Riley. These are just oldies but goodies. These are some of the decks that you can expect to see at the North American International Championships this year. 2 powerhouse decks that have have certainly been no strangers to top 8 finishes.
Definitely not. Yeah, 2 of the most premier decks in the Journey Together format. So it makes sense that they'd continue to succeed here in the Destined Rivals format as well. Take a look over at the tournament hall. Looks like most of those games have wrapped up at this point. Maybe a couple going through the turns. So it seems like even those are potentially just now finishing up. So we should expect round 2 in not too long here at the Full Grip Games 3K.
That's right, folks. Ryan, I'll be right back after this quick break. We'll be getting started with round 2 momentarily, so don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've got more exciting Pokemon TCG action on the way. We'll be right back. Howdy gamers, we are back with the Full Grip Games Destined Rivals 6K doubleheader weekend. Huge thank you to Trainer Trav over on Twitch with that raid. Welcome everybody. We are just getting started with round number 2 here at Full Grip Games. Wrapped up round 1 moments ago, and I'm excited to see what round 2 has in store for us. Round 1 was Evolutions versus Dragapult, some of the most tried and true decks from our Journey Together formats. We'll see if we've got anything new for us for round 2. Let's take a look. Riley, are there any decks that you are most anxious to see in action today?
Yeah, I think there's all sorts of fun new trainers archetypes from the Destined Rivals set. My favorite, of course, is going to be that Marnie's with the Grimmsnarl. But one I think is really exciting and will be really fun if we could see it would be that Ethan's archetype with that Typhlosion as a single prize attacker. Just so fun. Plus, I don't know if this card's played in Ethan's deck, but Ethan does have a Pichu, which is my favorite Pokemon. So if we could see a Pichu on stream, that would be a day maker for me. So Ethan's would be like a personal favorite I would love to see. But Marnie's is my like metagamey favorite in the format right now.
Well, apparently Joshua, who we are going to be featuring on stream, is on the right side here. Joshua is playing an Ethan's deck. Is what it looks like. So your wishes may be granted.
Folks, can we see a Pichu on stream?
All right, now don't get too ahead of yourself here, Riley. That's asking a lot.
I don't think the Pichu is actually good. So.
No, I think it does like 10 damage and draws a card or something.
Something silly.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
Look, not every Pichu can be a winner. Okay, there's been a lot of good Pichu cards over the years. It's okay if not everyone's a winner. I'm just happy that it exists. That's all.
All right, let's get down to the table and see what these two players have in store for us here in round number 2.
All right. We have Seth on the left and Joshua on the right here in round 2 of the Full Grip Games $3,000 Destined Rivals release weekend tournament. Had a lot of fun in round 1, seeing some old favorites, but super excited to see some of these new cards unshackled in the Destined Rivals format.
And you know what, Riley? Maybe this is my fault, but I didn't download any of the Ethan's Pokemon onto the overlay, dude. So I'm gonna need you to take the reins here early on in this match. As I download the overlay required for the. Oh, was I lied to? This doesn't look like an Ethan's deck? I think I was lied to.
Well, we'll have to see. Shaman in the active, I think, for Seth. Doesn't necessarily give anything away for what they're playing, but Joshua's starting that Joltik. Pretty strong indicator that we're potentially looking at the Joltik box archetype.
I think I see like a. Is that like a Leafeon in Joshua's hand?
Oh, is it maybe?
That is definitely a Leafeon with this Joltik, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, bro.
What are we looking at here?
This is the spice, dude.
Now, Joltik does have an extremely powerful attack in that Jolting charge, so could play it with all sorts of different cards. We have seen historic success in that Miraidon box style of deck. The Joltik box seeing lots of play in the Journey Together format. I actually recently played it at the Milwaukee Regional Championship. But again, that Jolting charge is just so good. Getting 4 energy into play for a 1 single prize or attack is absolutely insane.
Oh, and that's a Pikachu with Joshua's hand.
Okay,
I'm tripping.
That's kind of what I thought it was, but you called it a Leafeon and we're adamant it was a Leafeon, so I was all on board for that.
I was not adamant. It was a Leafeon.
You were pretty adamant.
I said, is that a Leafeon?
No, and
that was what I said.
You said it is a Leafeon.
No, I said it kind of like, is that a Leafeon?
Yeah, that was
it was like that. It was like that.
It's
yeah,
all
it wasn't
good.
Adamant. I mean,
all good.
It was definitely. I had that inflection.
It's okay. It's okay. I actually like swinging for the fences and taking bold stances on things, so I'm all for it. Pikachu makes a little more sense. With
They
that
have
jolting
similar.
charge.
Look at them, bro. Look at these side by side. Come on.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? Both like yellow-bodied quadrupeds.
Quadrupeds.
Yeah.
Kind of doing that down to the left type
Majority
of
of the card is white. Yeah. Come on,
yeah.
you know.
So, well, Seth did not have a very strong turn. Well, this is actually one of my gripes with the Joltik deck is it's actually not very good at capitalizing on these sorts of situations.
No, not at all.
Because you're very reliant on using that jolting charge attack to get your energy into play. So we'll see what Joshua decides to go for. Gets that Clefairy down. Does have Pikachu in hand as well. Oh, is this enough? I think it is.
Just Galvantula?
No, potentially using that Clefairy, attaching an energy, has another Psychic in hand.
But then don't you need at least a couple basics, right?
I think
Here we go.
No! Oh, wow. Precisely enough damage with that Clefairy Crispin combo. Well, that's game one, folks. Probably don't have to worry about time as much in this round as we did in the first.
No, I don't think we will, Riley. No, game one is in the books. That's crazy. Joshua capitalizing on a slow start from Seth to take game one. And I think now players should have plenty of time to get a game two going. So
I think so.
Maybe even a game three. Heck.
The Joltik deck is pretty good at closing out its games because you really only take a handful of actions per turn, and they're usually high impact actions. You know, you're using the Jolting Charge and then immediately going for 2, 4, 6, usually with the Joltik deck. So pretty good at avoiding those tie scenarios. Don't really have a lot of insight into what Seth's deck looks like, though, with that Shaman start and a quick pass.
No, we did see fire energy though, so I think I was lied to just a little bit. I was told that Joshua had the Ethan's deck, but maybe it is Seth with the Ethan's deck.
Perhaps it is. Is that another Shaman start? It is another Shaman start. So we'll see what makes of this. Hopefully the Shaman has some buddies to live alongside it this time.
Yeah, that would be ideal, Riley. I'm not trying to see another short game here. We've got a whole 50 minutes, so I would love to see more of this Ethan's deck. And now it's looking like Joshua is just attach pass to Iron Hands. Okay, and a buddy. The buddies are here, Riley.
The buddies are coming out.
Yes.
Are those buddies the Ethan's Pokemon that we're so excited to see? I think it might be, Andrew.
I think so, Riley. I think so. And this actually seems like it should be like a pretty decent matchup for like the Ethan's Pokemon, really.
Yeah, the Ethan's Pokemon. Now, you are going to be vulnerable in the early game to that Iron Hands taking those extra prizes. But in the late game, that Typhlosion should be able to trade pretty well with cards like Iron Hands, avoiding those knockouts with its higher HP, and then taking them back. And look at this too. We have a Dreepy on bench for the Dracloak engine for some extra draw. Have some synergy there too. If you play like a Luminous or a Psychic Energy, you could leverage that to attack with Dragapult. Very interesting deck we see on Seth's side of the field right now. 2 Dreepy and a Cyndaquil.
I'm guessing that this is kind of like a Dragapult deck that plays the Ethan's Typhlosion as kind of like an auxiliary attacker that can do 280 damage. That's my thought. But we'll have to see. I know some of these Typhlosion Dragapult builds had been doing well in Japan. And really, I'm just stoked to kind of see how this unfolds. Dragapult obviously takes fire energy. So does Ethan's Typhlosion. So that's the synergy there. Yeah.
And honestly, that's a litany of attackers that Joshua could struggle to deal with in combination with each other. That Typhlosion, of course, high HP, high damage, single prize Pokemon is exactly the type of Pokemon that the Joltik deck doesn't like to see. And you combine that with the high HP and spread of the Dragapult which Joshua will have a slightly easier time answering with a Clefairy, but that's a one-time deal for these Joltik decks.
Right. Just the Clefairy, you can Crispin to it and kind of get it rolling. I guess you could Rescue Stretcher and Crispin again.
Yeah.
It's kind of the deal. Now, you played this Joltik deck at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, and what are your thoughts on it? I mean, now you got to get your hands on it and played it for an entire regionals, and now headed into NAIC. It's a deck that continues to kind of flirt with top 8. It gets occasional top 8s, and then there's always a copy or two in top 16 of these major events. Is it legit? Is it worth considering?
I think it's legit. It definitely does what it aims to do. I'm not totally sure what it aims to do is good enough in this high power format that we're in. So it is very good at powering up its Pokemon with the Joltik very consistently, game over game. The thing I struggled with, at least in Milwaukee, was it didn't feel like my Pikachu was having the impact I really wanted it to. Wasn't using that Resolute Heart ability nearly enough. And in those situations, yeah, Pikachu can take those one-hit knockouts, but it doesn't impress as strongly as when it's taking hits and denying your opponent those prizes. Cards like the Slitherwing in the Raging Bolt deck are super popular and a good way to deal with that Pikachu.
It seems like everybody's got an answer to Pikachu, man. It stinks, bro.
It does stink.
Slitherwing, man, just so annoying.
Yeah.
Nobody hits into Resolute Heart anymore. What's up with that?
Nobody. Now, Joshua does have a perfect combo of cards to get an Arm Press off this turn. Not quite as impressive as the gosh, why am I blanking on the name? Amp You Very Much.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Not as impressive as the Amp You Very Much, of course.
Very much, right.
But still a pretty solid option just to start taking prizes as opposed to using Jolting Charge this turn. And it's very unlikely that this Iron Hands is getting knocked out this turn, so could potentially take 3 prizes with it before it even gets attacked into.
Right. And I think that's probably what Joshua is aiming for here. Just kind of get out of the gates fast. I mean, is that not what the Miraidon deck is trying to do every single game since the dawn of time, right? To get out the gates fast.
Yeah.
Hope to just race my opponent down before they get too much stuff going.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the alternative route here would have been to maybe go for an Arven off the Pokegear and hope that you hit the Future Booster Energy Capsule, which is the way to retreat that Iron Hands out of the active into a Joltik and maybe a Nestball, so you can set your board up a little bit wider. I don't hate this, though. I think it's pretty unlikely that Seth takes a knockout or even hits into this Iron Hands for any significant damage, so I don't really see any problems with this route here, and you're threatening the Amp You Very Much for just an energy attachment next turn.
Right. Definitely a weird game, just not getting the Joltik, right?
Yeah.
Usually Joltik sets you up 2 attackers and then you finish with like a Blood Moon or something, right? And then maybe you Crispin to one other, but putting yourself in the situation where it's like, all right, I'm going to have to be manually attaching and using Crispin every turn is tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, making a correction here, the name's flipped on the overlay. So actually, you weren't lied to, Andrew. Josh was, in fact, playing the Ethan's Typhlosion deck. So we'll get that corrected on the overlay here.
There we go. Okay, this all makes sense now. Wonderful. Okay.
And here we go. There's the Ethan's Adventure. Joshua, or Seth, rather, having to take a read of that Ethan's Adventure. Honestly, not that impressive of a card just on read. It searches out some Ethan's Pokemon and some energy. But the key to the Ethan's Adventure is it starts to juice up that Typhlosion for those big numbers in the late game.
Yes, thank you, chatters, for letting us know the names were flipped. That is my fault. So yes, that does make sense now. Joshua is playing the Ethan's deck per Natalie's text. Thank you. Yes, and we are back rolling. Sorry for the confusion. Joshua is on the left. Seth is on the right.
Here we go. The secret box. Grabbing the Ethans. Some Buddy Poffins. TM Evolution as well. So should be able to get those Quillavas into play pretty quickly, maybe even evolving those up into Typhlosion. Don't even have to use the TM Evo just because you grabbed it. Could just be fodder for a future turn. This would be maybe a good turn for something like a Badoo. If you're going to give up 2 prizes to amp anyway, better a Badoo than one of your attackers for a future turn.
That's for sure. Another Cyndaquil down. TM Evo.
Are going for the evolution. Okay.
There's our first Quilava. Bonded by the Journey is the name of the ability.
Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff.
That's deep, Riley.
It is deep.
That is deep.
Yeah, Quilava and its powerful bond with its trainer Ethan will allow it to search for that Ethan's Adventure card every single turn. Then you have it in play. And I think that's the Victini hitting the bench as well, allowing Joshua to reach a little bit higher for that Typhlosion with that damage modifier.
I feel like there's quite a few of the abilities in this set that are like awfully wordy. Isn't the official translation, I think, of like the Roserade is also...
What is the official of the Roserade?
Because Ethan's is cheer on to glory.
I kind of like it. I don't know. I kind of like it. But it is a little bit of a mouthful if you're saying it in a game.
Yes. Roserade's cheer on to glory. Quilava's bonded by the journey. Bonded by the journey is so sick.
It is pretty sick. I mean, that's deep, man. That's deep stuff. I imagine in the original Japanese, maybe it reads a little quicker or shorter, but then when you translate it directly into English, it just doesn't flow as well. Maybe it's like an idiom or something. Regardless, we have a pretty wide board now for Joshua after that evolution from the Dracloak. So Seth has a opportunity here to knock out the Dracloak with an energy and take 2 prizes with it, with that amp you very much. I don't think anyone would complain about that sort of turn. And widening his board as well with an Ultra Ball. This is my problem with the Joltik deck is you don't really have much draw power in your deck, so you're basically living off your hand and prizes every single turn. And so, yeah, there's a Pokegear in hand for Seth, but if you don't hit a useful supporter off it like an Arven, and even then, Arven's not that good of a supporter card.
I've been saying this for months, Riley. Ever since rotation, since Arven can't get you 4 Sealstone anymore, Arven's usefulness, it definitely drops off fast as the game progresses.
Yeah, and with this Joltik deck, you're basically trying to Arven turn 1 to get the Joltik, and then it feels like an out to a Prime Catcher after that, and that's about it.
That is literally it. Yep. And but in an ideal world, your game lasts like 4 turns or whatever. So, you know, you go for the turn 1 Joltik, and then you like hand somebody, and then you like Pikachu somebody, and then like you Blood Moon somebody, and it's over.
That is the route. That is the route for sure. And to be fair, you're not really trying to play Arven most turns with this deck. You can use it turn 1 to get the Joltik, but really Crispin is actually your preferred supporter of choice, or Boss's Orders on most turns. It is nice that the Arven gives you a pseudo 5th, 6th, 7th Boss's Orders because it can get you that Prime Catcher.
Mm-hmm.
We see Seth going hard for the Iron Hands route this game. It is kind of hard to get multiple Iron Hands really going. You do have to Crispin multiple turns to get an Iron Hands fully ready to go.
And here we go. The gear. What does it reveal? Boss.
And this is exactly my problem. You're so reliant on just hitting like Pokegears or drawing cards directly turn after turn. You don't have that like churn that a lot of decks do. The only real churn you have is with like Pheasantipity, for example, but not a knock hasn't been taken yet.
No, and God forbid you prize that Pheasantipity, and things are just really, really horrible.
Yeah, you have Mew as well for when you're at low hand sizes, but totally, you really want to have access to Fez in decks like this.
So it's crazy. I mean, Seth, with the quick win in Game 1, is now going to be just a couple of prizes away from securing the set, all before 20 minutes is up, which is just the absolute opposite of what we experienced in our last set. And well, it'll be up to Joshua to see if they can mount a comeback on the back of Typhlosion, which we see fully powered up, fully evolved up, I should say, on the bench. Doesn't take much to power it up, just one single fire energy. I think there are a few.
There's at least 2.
Ethan's adventure in the discard pile. So if Joshua can get that 4th into the discard pile, we swing it for 280 damage. With 3 doing 220, which is just a little bit short of knocking out.
But there's the Victini.
Ooh, and the Victini's in play, so that would do 230.
Yeah, and the Quilava can guarantee that third Ethan's down. So actually, there is a response from Joshua, I believe, this turn.
On board, really.
And Seth doesn't really have a way to deal with this Typhlosion. Here's the problem with this Iron Hands route, is Seth is still a Crispin and a further attachment away from being able to use Ampy Very Much again. And Ampy Very Much doesn't even knock out the active Typhlosion, nor does Arm Press.
No, it doesn't. I think we're going to see a Typhlosion sweep here, Riley.
Yeah, and this is the risk of decks like this Joltik archetype, is it struggles to deal with these high HP single prizers. Pikachu is not efficient for dealing with cards like Typhlosion.
No, you're better off attacking with Miraidon, but even then you're trading unfavorably.
Yeah, you're trading super unfavorably, and just getting that amount of energy into play, 3 energy for a single prizer, is really inefficient with a Crispin reliant deck like this. So I think we could definitely see Joshua go the distance here. 1 energy attachment per turn is all he needs to continue to sweep this game.
Look at this. It's crazy. I mean, right now, Seth doesn't have any way to do 170 damage.
No.
Even Arm Press only does 160.
Exactly, Andrew. Yeah. This is a really tough spot. Clefairy could maybe take a knockout here, but again, you're trading super unfavorably. You'll go down to 2 prizes, and Joshua will respond by going down to 2 prizes. This is tricky.
This is hype. There we go. Buddy Blast for the 1-hit KO. Absolutely amazing. Our first Destined Rivals knockout of the stream, Riley.
And a good one.
And it is a good one indeed. Feels strong, man. Feels strong. Only took us to round 2 to see it, so that's pretty good. And a very cool Ethan's Typhlosion deck that we're getting to see in action now that it's properly set up as opposed to game 1.
Yeah, and Joshua has a really good setup now, too. Has access to a second Typhlosion. Just needs to get 1 energy down to take another knockout on Seth's board. Seth doesn't have a way to respond right now. It's looking tough if you're in Seth's shoes here. But if you're rooting for Ethan's, this is exactly the kind of game state you want to see.
Oh, yeah, Riley. And I don't think that we're going to have a single person in the chat that wants to see the Ethan's Typhlosion deck lose this set. I mean,
we better not.
I'm going to be perfectly honest. You get to choose between Iron Hands, the old tired card that you just top 4'd the World Championships last year. It won't quite go away. Or the new single prize deck, Ethan's Typhlosion. And how cool is he, right? The artwork's amazing. Typhlosion's a fan favorite, and people just love cheering for an underdog too. So
I'm totally with you, man. Now I gotta say, there's a little bit of dissonance between how intense the Quilava's ability is versus Buddy Blast on the Typhlosion. So I don't know what the deal with that is. They couldn't go something more meaningful than Buddy Blast.
Nah, me and the buddies be blasting, bro.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, me and the buddy just out here blasting. Yeah, I feel Buddy Blast. Like, I prefer the attack day Buddy Blast to the Bonded by the Journey. And it feels like I'm kind of like in the Lord of the Rings, which is okay.
Well, it's just interesting that we go from being bonded by the journey to being buddies that are blasted.
To Buddy Blasted, right. Yes, for sure.
I'm for it, though. I like Buddy Blast. It's a fun name. Jolting Charge here will accelerate a ton of energy into play for Seth, but that's another attack that Typhlosion can take. Worst case for 1 prize, if not for multiple.
Yeah, I mean, there was really no way that Seth, with their current hand, was going to be able to make any magic happen without taking a turn off to use Joltik. So makes sense. Just these games where you try to lead without Joltik with this Miraidon deck, is really tough. You have to pretty much hit Crispins every turn and then still just draw into your Pokemon naturally. It's weird.
Interesting choice to go for the boss here. I actually think it might have been worth just saving that for the potential to amp you very much again. The Pikachu, of course, could just knock out whatever's in the active. Has precisely enough lightning and grass energy to use Jolting Charge for its full effect as well. So that's nice as well. For Seth here, probably see 2 on the Pikachu and 2 on the hands. Or 1 on the Pikachu. I don't think there's enough lightning energy. Oh, I guess there's the EXP share on the Pikachu, so aren't necessarily on a time crunch to attach to it. We'll see how much gust effects Joshua has access to. If he's able to boss's orders or counter catcher on this Iron Hands, I think that's basically lights. Seth is really hoping that Joshua has to take the knockout on this Joltik.
Yeah, just an easy retreat.
Sifting through that hand.
And
there's
here
the
it
counter
is.
Catcher. Oh, that's nasty.
Pack it up.
Pulling up the hands. Buddy Blast for the knockout on this Iron Hands.
That's right. A huge one-hit KO, and Typhlosion is blasting off again. The EXP share will proc on the bench and take a lightning energy to the bench Pikachu EX. But that is 4 prizes taken with
one Typhlosion.
Yeah, with a single Typhlosion. 170 hit points, just a weird number for this deck to hit.
Yeah, and now Joshua just needs any gust or just to even 2-hit KO this Pikachu.
Yeah.
Is what Pikachu's going to discard all of its energy to knock out a Typhlosion? That doesn't feel good.
No shot, dude. No shot.
I mean, that's the situation Seth is in, but it does not feel good.
No. Yeah, this is, and we see that this is not just a thin Typhlosion line. We've got the whole Typhlosion army here. This is a Typhlosion deck, I think, with a Dragapult DX splashed.
That was what I was thinking it was.
Yes.
And what I was hoping it was.
And there might be one Dragapult DX in the deck.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like Goldengo Dragapult, where you
Yeah.
play like maybe a 2/2/1 with a couple Psychics or Luminous Energies. Luminous Energy might actually be pretty solid in this kind of strategy too.
Right. Just give yourself a little extra draw with the Dracloak, right? I think in the video that I posted to YouTube, I had Dunsparce in the deck, which you just need a little extra something to help turn through the deck. And Dracloak, fills that build nicely while also providing an auxiliary attacker, Dragapult DX. So
yeah, Dragapult's a really good attacker.
it just turns out that's just a really good card. Yeah.
Yeah, so like having access to it isn't something you complain about very often.
No, it can also set up knockouts for Typhlosion if you are able to spread damage counters, and then you could math out the rest of the game. So you could like lead Dragapult and then
that's
math
what
out
I was
the rest.
thinking too. In those like stage 2 EX matchups, you can put that 60 or 50 down, which is enough for Typhlosion to then take that one-hit knockout.
And with Victini, making it so you can Buddy Blast for 290, then those numbers start to really make a lot of sense.
Yeah. So here we go with the Night Stretcher. Going to be able to power up the Pikachu for sure. Seth has a variety of ways. They could knock out the Typhlosion. They could Prime Catcher, knock out something on the bench. And I don't necessarily see the route to 3 more prizes. If Joshua did have to knock out the Joltik, maybe there was a route where you can Gust Hands and then Pikachu for the final prize. But having 3 prizes left and no hands access for the rest of the game, I don't really see the way it works unless this Iono stunts Joshua.
Well, yeah, considering Joshua's only got 2 prizes left, that makes it really hard. Because, Seth could take a prize here with Pikachu. And then what does Galvantula do? All right. Yeah, 50 plus 80, 130, 50 more, 180. Galvantula, bro.
Well, it doesn't knock out a Typhlosion because
Doesn't
Typhlosion doesn't have an ability.
It doesn't. Oh, has an ability. Oh, never mind.
So it
knock
can knock out a Dracloak
or a Quilava
or the Victini. So now one thing Joshua could have done would have been to save that Quilava on the bench as a Quilava, so you have access to Ethan's Adventure. It's possible that his last Ethan's is prized, in which case I think it's better to evolve. But if not, like the Ethan's does get you both the Typhlosion and the energy, so it guarantees an attack pretty much, as long as you have access to that final copy. Seth's hand is not looking that good, though, to be frank, off this Iono. And again, one of the weaknesses of this deck is that it doesn't have a lot of draw power or even draw supporters. So
You draw by taking prizes, Riley.
you do, but when you're drawing one card off your prize, that's not as satisfying.
No, it feels really bad, actually. Tie ball game, though. All right, we're 2-2 prizes, and Seth just 2 knockouts away from taking the set, but
One knockout in theory.
yeah, but
Sorry, Seth as 2. Yeah, Joshua at 1 knockout away, though.
Yes, right. If Joshua were to have a card like Boss's Orders, he could just seal the game. But
Super Rod.
Super Rod can chuck some stuff back in, and really, this is a pretty easy end game to negotiate. I mean, the Resolute Heart ability, I know we were saying last round, it seems like everybody's got an answer to Resolute Heart. I suspect that the Typhlosion deck might actually not.
I suspect so too.
But that's okay, because the Typhlosion deck
You're
has
okay.
time on its side.
Yeah,
right.
you're okay doing that. I guess the answer for it could be if you're able to get that Dragapult attack off. Oh, then there we go. There's the boss.
Game with the fire energy.
Let's go.
And we are buddy blasting off once again. That is all 6 prizes taken with Ethan's Typhlosion in this
love
game,
that.
Riley, and I could not be more stoked.
That was awesome too. That was a really cool game.
Yeah, the stoke is real here in round 2. Fantastic. I mean, we saw Seth just had a little bit of an odd start, but still led hands, was putting pressure on, and then Joshua just able to overwhelm the board with powerful Ethan's Typhlosion and Dracloak for backup. Just, I think, a fantastic display of what that card is capable of.
Yeah, so it's coming down now to a game 3. Of course, we did have that exceptionally fast game 1. So plenty of time for these players to take on a game 3 situation. Who do you have as your favorite in this game 3, Andrew? Do you think the power of the Buddy Blast will prevail, or will Jolting Charge surge ahead in the prize race?
Oh, it's gotta be Ethan's Typhlosion, Riley. It has to. I'm all aboard the Typhlosion train. I'm buddy blast into victory in round 2. It's gotta be Ethan's Typhlosion. I mean, if the deck just sets up, I think it has such a strong advantage. That is really the question to me.
So let's see what the answer to that question will be. Starting that Cyndaquil in the active and a pass. Does Seth have some kind of crazy Clefairy knockout combo? I don't think so in this hand, but that would be a shame if he did.
God, I would hate for it to go down like that. 2 donk wins and 1 proper game.
I do think Seth will have access to the Jolting Charge this turn. Has multiple energy in hand, has Arven, can grab a rescue board, can grab a Nest Ball for that Miraidon, get the Joltik, get the Iron Hands, and immediately get the Jolting Charge. I mean, that is kind of the textbook turn 1 for this deck. We haven't seen it yet from Seth in these games, but you have to imagine that's one of the plays he's eyeing up here. See the Galvantula in hand as well. That could be a nice early game attacker for Seth, or weave it in the mid game as well, depending on whether or not Josh answers that Joltik on turn 1.
I think that so we see Seth kind of weigh in, just thinking about this opening hand. I mean, it's because Seth is contemplating the Arven before playing it. It's like Arven's the supporter you want to play turn 1 with this deck because it gets you the guaranteed Joltik pretty much. As we could see, the rescue board and the Nest Ball are eyed up. But I think Seth is trying to figure out, like, well, where do I go from here? And the nice thing about this deck is you can Nest Ball for Miraidon. Miraidon can get both Joltik and your Iron Hands, right?
Yep.
Retreat into Joltik, and then boom, Iron Hands, powered up, ready to go. So it looks like Seth kind of has that ideal opening. And the full court press is going to be on Joshua as he tries to figure out how to respond quickly to a potential turn 2 Iron Hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, textbook turn 1 from Seth. Seth did have access to Crispin in his opening hand. And to be honest, Crispin is a better turn 1 supporter if you're able to get it and still have like the correct end board state. And I think that's what Seth was contemplating. Like, is there a way for me to get a donk this turn? Is there a way for me to use Crispin and still build up a board worth having? And if the answer is no, then the Arven is a guaranteed Joltik out. Almost guaranteed, so long as Rescue Board is in deck.
Yeah, so we've got Miraidon, tandem units. Love Miraidon. What a trusty pal Miraidon has been in standard format. Just a incredibly powerful ability. Allows you to search your deck for 2 lightning Pokemon, put them straight onto your bench during your turn. Also, a decent attacker. I mean, really, Miraidon as an attacker has fallen off hardcore in standard format. Now that you're like your kind of quintessential big basic that you want to knock out is Raging Bolt DX with 240 hit points. Miraidon is just like not getting it done. If Miraidon's Photon Blaster did 240, then like we'd still be looking at attacking with this guy. But really, he's just not hitting that number that you need to hit against Raging Bolt. So instead, Miraidon is playing the role of support Pokemon and is letting heavier hitters like Pikachu and Iron Hands do the heavy lifting. Pikachu can do up to 300 damage with its Topaz Bolt attack. And then, of course, Iron Hands does less damage, but takes more prizes when dealing that damage with the Amp You Very Much, allowing it to take a bonus prize whenever it takes a knockout with that attack.
Absolutely. And we see Seth aggressively powering up that Iron Hands. I think that makes sense here. Almost certainly looking to just attach and attack with it this following turn. While Joshua, on the other hand, using that Ethan's Adventure, more than likely eyeing up a couple of Cyndaquils to round out his bench.
For sure. Ethan's Adventure, I mean, just such a good consistency card. It allows you to search your deck for up to 3 in any combination of Fire Energy and Ethan's Pokemon. And then Ethan's Quilava has that Bonded by the Journey ability, which then allows you to go search for an Ethan's Adventure. So it's cool, right? Because the idea of the trainer's Pokemon is that they have a special bond, right? And then the Ethan's Adventure is the supporter. It searches for the Pokemon, and then the Pokemon searches for the supporter. And they both kind of jive together in that way. So very cool thematically. Also neat functionally because it actually just works. And then obviously the Typhlosion just gets more powerful, for the amount of Ethan's Adventure you have in the discard pile. It is a neat little thing. And I think that the Ethan's Typhlosion engine is strong enough. It will end up being, I suspect, one of the engines that is capable of withstanding the test of time from these owners' Pokemon, right? Like the Marnie's deck, and then probably the Ethan's deck. As long as it's around, doing 280 for 1 energy is just pretty solid.
It is. And that TM Evo, I gotta say, is pretty big for Joshua here. If Joshua's only able to get that active Quilava into play, that makes it an easy target. And we see that Seth does have Prime Catcher in hand to knock out with Iron Hands. I doubt that Joshua is playing many, if any, rare candies.
None, probably.
And if you're able to take 4 prizes with that Iron Hands, I suspect you're winning that game.
Yes. Exactly. So now with the TM Evo play, Joshua has made it so that guaranteed one of these Quilava is going to live through the turn, which means that it's possible for Joshua to have an answer to Iron Hands. Still a lot to ask, Riley, because there's only one Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile right now, and these Iron Hands are coming in hot. Here's another Crispin. We're going to get even more energy onto these Iron Hands now.
Yeah.
And then Prime Catcher to take out one of these Quilava. I mean, obviously, Joshua would love to hang on to both these Quilava so that he could use Bonded to the Journey or something. Yeah, Bonded by the Journey. So he could use Bonded by the Journey twice, right? So that would be ideal. But having that limited, things could get really sketchy. I mean, this, of all the starts that you could possibly have with the Joltik Iron Hands deck here, this is the optimal start for the deck, and really the Iron Hands deck is popping off as hard as it can pop off right now.
Yeah, I'm interested by Seth's choice to continue to bench wide with the multi-prize Pokemon. I think realistically, you need this Iron Hands to survive for your route to be like fully enabled. And in that case, I actually think it's better to not have more liabilities on your bench, like that second Iron Hands, or that Pheasantipity for that matter. So Seth, though, taking those 2 prizes, it balls in Joshua's court to respond here. We saw he was able to get that combo together in the previous game with the Victini plus the 3 Ethan's Adventure. Can he pull something off quite like that in this game? Can he pull off a 4 Ethan's Adventure in the discard pile to take a knockout? We'll see what he's capable of here. Seth doesn't really have a response to a Typhlosion on board right now if Joshua is able to get it, but that's kind of a tall order with this current board state.
Seth actually doesn't have anything that can knock out a Typhlosion.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. There's so that might be the one glimmer of hope for Joshua and the Typhlosion deck, is that even just a Typhlosion in the active could soak a hit. But if it does soak a hit, then it is in range of an amp. So then Seth could make up for that lost time, right? Yep. So still 2 prizes over the course of 2 turns, which is at this place, like kind of on par.
Okay, Arven I think is a key piece because you could get the secret box.
You could get secret box, right,
off of that Arven,
which can get, so that's it. But you need the Typhlosion in hand because you're not playing Ethan's Adventure for your supporter for turn, because the secret box can discard the Ethan's Adventure you get off of the secret box. It can discard the one that he just used bonded by the journey for. So that's 2 more. There's already 1, so that's 3. But then you also get 1 item card. Item can either get Victini or Typhlosion, not both.
Yeah, so you need 1 out in hand, more than likely, to pull this combo off. Although you have the Artisan access off the secret box.
That's true.
So you could secret box for like an Ultra Ball, an Ethan's, an Artisan, and a dummy tool card.
Yeah.
And I think that would be enough to get you there, so long as all the pieces are in deck.
Hey, yo. All right. It is there. Yeah, secret box is broken.
Secret box is so good.
That card is so broken. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. The glow up of that card has been nuts. It's a steep cost to obviously discard 3, but like to get everything,
yeah, literally,
it feels like it's like a V-Star power level. Like you could use this as an ability, be incredibly broken. It's like the most insane computer search ever.
Which, to be fair, like, an Ace Spec and a V-Star power are comparable mechanics.
I guess so, right?
So it makes sense that one of those types of effects would end up in both places. Is Seth's hand entirely energy? That's not super good.
No, but that's so par for the course, bro.
I feel like usually you have like a nest ball that doesn't do anything in your hand.
There's a pheasant play, so like it's fine.
Well, 3 cards. I mean, we'll see. There we go. There's the Victini.
Yep.
Man, this is really impressive what this deck can put together.
I know, man. Yeah. This is, going first, kind of a dud turn 1 going first, but turn 2 with the Evo and turn 3, we're here. It is not as smooth as I think Joshua would like it to be, considering I don't think there... Oh, can we get a second Quilava as their Typhlosion in hand then? Then that is as smooth as I would say it needs to be. Yes.
The one thing is that if Joshua had the Arven in hand when he started the turn, I would have loved to see the
It needs to promote the Quilava.
Save that energy.
I know, right?
One less card for a future turn. But man, that's really
Ethan's
good.
Adventure gets the fires. Who
True.
cares?
That's
and
true.
he could
and
already.
Quilava's going to be on bench regardless.
Yeah.
So Seth actually needs a Crispin here, I think, to even respond. Which
This
is
is
nuts. Yeah, I guess he could take a knockout with the Galvantula on like the Victini, for example. There's a full art Ethans for that fourth one. That's fun. There we go. Buddy Blast.
Oh, yes.
I like the Buddy Blast. That's a fun name. Here we go. Mew. Okay, so some more draw power potentially for Seth.
God, just like that, Riley, we're tied up.
That's so impressive, Andrew, to go from the board state on turn 1 to this knockout. I wouldn't have guessed that he would have been able to do it, but Secret Box is just enough. And there's a Crispin, so could take a knockout with Pikachu here. But does that really feel good? Probably has to feel good enough.
Yeah, dude, you have to clear this Typhlosion, right? Like, you just have to.
But Crispin onto a Pikachu to discard all the energy to take one prize is really a bummer.
God.
And I think we see Seth contemplating, is that worth it?
The Victini, dude. I can't believe how valuable this Victini is.
In this matchup specifically, too, getting that 230 damage, Victini, of course, adding 10 damage to your active fire Pokemon's attacks.
Yeah, it's got an ability that I am trying to find right now. Yes.
Yeah, the Victory Star.
Victory Cheer.
Victory Cheer.
Yes.
Victory Cheer, Victini. Always victory something.
He loves to win.
Victini loves to win. That's kind of its whole thing. So, Seth really contemplating what he wants to do from this turn. It's tricky. It's tricky. There's just not a great route here. Iron Hand's not doing enough with Arm Press. Topaz Bolt costing those 3 energy every single time you use it. I think he's going to go for the boss's orders play on the benched Quilava here. The Galvantula should do just enough to either the Quilava or the Victini with its Compound Eyes ability.
And while promoting a single prizer, like, yeah, that feels pretty good, right? So this seems fine. Being able to weave the single prize Galvantula into the prize map, I think.
Yeah, it is. I mean, best case scenario, it's a 1-for-1. Because, of course, Joshua's got a guaranteed response with this active Typhlosion here. And can start spreading out his bench a little bit further yet again. I think the risk here for Joshua is if this Typhlosion gets knocked out, now he doesn't have a backup ready to go without something like a rare candy.
Right.
Could play something like a Blood Moon Ursaluna, potentially. That would be super good in this matchup, too. Yeah, his bench is just a little thin right now.
Yeah, and the Pikachu just kind of scary.
Pikachu is scary if you take a knockout on something like the Iron Hands, or frankly, even this Galvantula, though. Like, the Pikachu isn't threatening back-to-back knockouts.
It's true.
At least. And because of, like, the state of Seth's energy attachments, he's basically forced to use Crispin every attack from here on out. Besides maybe like a Blood Moon.
Right. We got a Dreepy down off of the Artisan. And then Earthen Vessel to discard potentially that Ethans. Nope, just going to play the Ethan. Just kidding. Yeah, that makes sense, especially if you don't have another supporter in your hand. And I think that this is definitely the tough part of the Ethan's Typhlosion deck. I mean, we're seeing Josh was able to get some powerful attacks launched, but doesn't have the width of a solid board state, really. I mean, just a Dreepy bench this turn. Can't do anything of substance. We've got an energy going on to Victini, and God knows we don't want to flare for 30, Riley.
No, we do not. No, we do not.
And I think maybe another Cyndaquil's prized. So, like, can't actually go and get that additional Cyndaquil out of the prize cards. And I think, did Joshua just pass?
Pass, denying access to the Pheasantipity.
Yes. I think passing is correct. I would have liked to see the fire on the Dreepy, though, I think. But
yeah, time is winding down here as well. Ooh. Yeah, the pass is interesting. I think you could make a case either way. I mean, the Galvantula isn't knocking out the Typhlosion, but this deck does play 4 copies of Boss usually, so could take a knockout on The Victini, for example, actually I don't think knocks out the Dreepy without a lightning energy.
If there's a metal in here,
There's a metal.
then the Pikachu could just... Is there a metal? I don't see it.
It was closer to the top of the deck. There is definitely a metal in the deck.
Definitely?
There is definitely a metal in the deck.
Like, definitely?
Yeah,
All right, there it is.
So
Pikachu could just take this knockout.
it could. It could. So Pikachu, of course, will go down to 0 energy, which leaves just the Galvantula with a kind of an awkward pair of energies, and the Iron Hands that's pretty far away from a significant attack on board. If Joshua were to respond with something like a Blood Moon Countercatcher, that could be pretty good here. We'll see what Joshua even has access to, frankly, on this following turn. Just did not have the width of a board. I think that's a good way to put it, that you would really hope for in a situation like this. And frankly, I think it comes down to just that weak turn 1 going first.
Yeah. Big knockout there from Pikachu. Topaz Bolt, 300 damage. And Seth goes to just 2 prize cards remaining. But time is winding down. And now, I mean, it's going to be a question of whether or not Seth can seal the game up in the remaining time. Joshua may be able to set up a Dragapult. I think there might be a Psychic Energy in this list. So
I think there's some form of Dragapult attacking option in this list.
Dragapult does not get one hit KO by anything in Seth's deck, unless there's maybe the mountain that makes it so that...
Yeah, the mountain is like kind of a janky play though, because there's no way to get it.
I don't like the mountain, but it does see some play, I guess.
Yeah, it does see some play. Not a ton, but there are definitely these Joltik box decks that play it. Off the Ultra Ball, getting a Fez of his own. Fez, of course, is a scary pickup in this situation, but again, Seth doesn't really have a attacker lined up that can deal with it. Only that Galvantula can even attack without a Crispin this turn.
It's true, and then there's like the Blood Moon, right? So Super Rod was found. It looks like Joshua's not giving up hope on winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, Joshua could do some crazy stuff too, like counter catcher. That Blood Moon, for example, might not be able to get out of the active position. There's no Latias.
And no bench space. And the Prime is down, right?
And the Prime was used to take that Quilava knockout.
That's right.
So that could be a potential route for Joshua to stall for time and then maybe swing with Dragapult twice for game. I could see that being a potential avenue. Also, just avoiding taking prizes would be a way to navigate this Blood Moon being able to attack. Even a Crispin's not enough at 4 prizes left.
Yeah, not enough cards in hand. I think is the hand like a Typhlosion, a Quilava? Oh, a Scoop!
A Scoop.
Oh, a Scoop!
Or is that them declaring a tie when time was called?
I think it's a Scoop.
Oh, I don't think you needed to scoop there.
You could have tied that for sure. Yeah, could have been a tie. I mean, time was almost up.
Yeah, there we go, circling that winner.
Yeah, the Scoop. Wow, an honorable scoop, I have to say, because that could have most definitely ended in a tie, Riley.
Yeah, maybe Seth was saying that, or maybe Joshua was saying too, Seth, like, hey, time's getting called. I don't think I can actually win this game, so it doesn't feel fair for me to tie it out. Again, respectable avenue to go there. Though I think there was a way to tie that game, for sure.
Oh, 100%. 100% potential tie could have been had there. I mean, because like you say that Joshua's turn goes to turn 0, then you're saying, okay, Seth only has 2 turns to win with like, you know,
a mediocre board
at best. So yeah, that certainly was a really cool set. Getting to see Ethan's Typhlosion for sure. That was very exciting, Riley.
Yeah.
And game 2, I mean, the deck popped off, set up really well. In game 3 though, we just saw Seth was able to get the perfect Iron Hand start And even though Joshua was able to pounce back and get those Typhlosion set up, it was at the cost of not having a fully developed board because of the speed that Seth got out of the gates. And that is exactly how the Joltik Iron Hands deck wins games. Right?
And it capitalized. And that decks have that happen, especially when they're going first in this format. Most decks do prefer to go second, Joltik included. But Joltik can capitalize really hard on those slow starts in ways that other decks maybe won't always do. If one Buddy Poffin on that first turn, and I think that game 3 looks wildly different, being able to go that little bit wider, get some Dracloaks into play, get a third like Quilava into play potentially, would have made a gigantic difference. But that's the risk when you're going first in this format.
Yeah, it is. It's just tough, going first. You don't have access to Ethan's Adventure. Can't play that. You could use that to go get
use Arvin.
Your Cyndaquil. Can't use Arvin. Can't use. You just have to draw into the Buddy Poffins to start the game. I do like that the game designers are starting to print cards like the new Rocket supporter that you can play on the first turn going first. Gets you 3 Rockets Pokemon. That's pretty cool. And then with the receiver that you can play,
can pretty easily get it.
Go get the Rockets Petrol, right? So it is cool to see more turn 1 options come up, because it wasn't that long ago that pre-Sword and Shield era you could play supporters on the first turn of the game going first, and it was that way for a long time. I mean, from like I guess from like Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
Around that time.
It may be Diamond and Pearl. Like, because at some point during like the EX era, it was like no draw, no...
You can just attach and attack.
Yes, no draw, no supporter or something, right? So like, there was at some point you couldn't play a supporter, but then you could.
Yeah, and they got rid of it with the introduction of Marnie, I think was the main driving force behind that.
I know. And it's crazy. It feels like Pokemon has been kind of like cooking with the turn 1 rules for like the entire 25 years of the game's existence.
They've changed a lot, I feel like one of the first questions you ask when you play a retro format is like, what is the turn 1 rule? Like, how do I play this game?
How do I play? Right. Because it feels like they haven't quite solved it. Still, I would say still, because
I think it's hard because you want both turn 1 going first and going second to have some comparable value between them. But how do you do it? If you're going first, you can evolve first, which is a pretty big deal, especially in evolution heavy metagames. Mm-hmm. But like, how do you reconcile that? How do you make that balanced? And their current answer to that question is, well, you can't play supporters, so you're going to have less reliable openers. Maybe that's a fine answer, but the answer's changed over time quite substantially. And
I think the turn 1 rules become more impactful the faster the format is.
Definitely. There's less turns,
right? So like, if your turn 1 going first sucks and the game's only lasting 4 turns, that's kind of like exactly what we saw with that final game, right? Like, the turn 1 going first was lackluster, and now it's a 4-turn game, and you just kind of like weren't able to get going enough because your first turn wasn't impactful enough. Now, there are multiple ways to solve that. Like, back in the day, your turn 1 didn't really matter because the game was going to last a dozen turns. So it's like, well, whatever. Yeah, the turn 1 was lackluster, but we're getting right back
on turn 2.
Yeah, we're getting right back in there in turn 2, and we're going to go from there. And I think that there's a lot of players who kind of prefer that pace of game because things get like smoothed out. You have more turns, more time to interact with what your opponent's doing, and that's what I think like a lot of people who enjoy those kind of slower formats is like, the more turns you have, the more opportunities in the Pokemon TCG you have to respond to what your opponent is doing on their board. It's more back and forth. It's like volleyball, right? You're volleying back and forth. But if there's less turns, Pokemon is not a game where you can do stuff during your opponent's turn.
Correct.
So there's actually
just at least a majority of the game's existence.
Yes, for the majority. The Power Spray was a thing. But yes, for the majority of the game's existence, you can't actually interact with your opponent during their turn. So the only way to interact with what your opponent's doing is by having your own turn, right? So if you only get to respond to what your opponent's doing 3 turns or 4 turns, that's like not that much interaction.
Yeah, and yes, just your turn one is a bigger proportion of your total game time, so makes sense that you see those power disparities. We do see most decks opt to go second these days, which is interesting. I feel like when you look at card game history, just across all TCGs, second is usually not the preferable option, but definitely in the current state of the Pokemon TCG, it is. Besides those Noctowl decks that have that really explosive Van Rotem engine.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's crazy. In Gym Leader Challenge, players choose to go second as well.
Yeah.
And it's all because of that turn one supporter rule, really. I mean, being able to play supporters like Arven, Guzma, and Hala, things like that, get your whole board going, and you get to attack? Oh yeah, it's second for sure. Because going first, and they're starting to do things to help mitigate going first being bad. They've printed cards like Battle VIP Pass, Buddy Buddy Poffin, and item-based cards that you could play on the first turn of the game going first that help you to set up. You could play certain supporters on the first turn of the game going first, like Rocket's Petrol, but I would argue that they should have been doing...
Or Carmine.
I'm arguing that, okay, look at all the good turn one cards going first that they've printed since implementing the turn one supporter rule, right? With the Sword and Shield base set. I would argue that they haven't quite done enough, which is why second is like just kind of naturally preferable for almost all decks.
Yeah, I wonder if there's maybe a middle ground where certain supporters instead just aren't allowed to be played on turn one going first, and you go back to like the pre-2020 type of rule set. So like Marnie, for example, can't play this card turn one going first. Would make total sense.
Like, would it have been easier to keep the turn one supporter rule, but then to like put qualifications on supporters like Marnie?
Yeah, or even cards like Research. Like maybe Research is too powerful to use on turn one going first. That's fine. Limit that. I think there's other options to explore. And you have to imagine we've seen so many iterations of the turn one rules over Pokemon's lifespan. I don't think the journey is ending here either.
You don't think so?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, it was a certain way for a very large chunk of time previously, and it still changed. So who's to say it won't change again in the future?
It's so crazy to me to think that there was a time where you could supporter and attack turn one. There was a time where they just said screw it.
Do all of it. Yeah.
There was a time where the game
There's
designers
no rules turn one. Actually.
There was a time with Black and White. There was a time where they just said, it was actually Heart Gold Soul Silver. There's a time where they just said, whatever, just do whatever you want, man. Like, we don't care anymore. We're done trying to balance it, because they clearly tried to balance it for a long time, because in base set, jungle, fossil, you could do whatever you wanted. There were like basically no rules. And then they started,
though.
and then they like really walked it back with like the no draw, no supporter for like the EX era. The game slowed down drastically, and then they just decided like, oh, that stuff is lame. All that balance stuff is for the birds. Free for all. Yeah, turn one Mewtwo EX, turn one Tornadus EX, turn one Darkrai, turn one. Oh my god, dude! Like, just I mean, like, and this was all while the game was single game Swiss at like Nationals. I remember I remember playing Blastoise at Nationals in like 2014, and it was right before I think right before they switched to no attacking on turn one. And in 2014, I think it was right before they switched to no attacking. I got like one of my Squirtles got donked. I didn't even get to play. I sat down to play, and then my opponent just knocked out my Squirtle turn one, and I was like, all right, gonna go wait for the next round.
Yeah, during Heart Gold Soul Silver, you'd see that a lot with the Tyrogues and the Cleffas. Just instant knockout on the Cleffa for game.
Madness.
Absolute madness.
All right, folks. Well, it's been an exciting tournament so far. Hang tight. Riley and I are going to take a quick break before we get started with round 3. We've got 129 players in the house today competing for a piece of that $3,000 cash prize here at Full Grip Games. Riley and I will be right back with round 3 after this short break. All right, thanks for the patience, gamers. We've got round 3 of 8 coming right up. We've got 8 Swiss rounds of 50 minutes, best of 3, before we cut to a top 8 bracket where players will compete for a piece of that $3,000 cash pool. First place taking home $1,000. Pretty decent payday for a day's work.
That's right.
Or a day is fun playing Pokemon cards.
A day is fun.
A day
of joy.
A day of joy.
That's
playing
right.
the best trading card game there is.
Perhaps with your buddies.
With your buddies.
And they're blasting.
That's so true, Riley. That's so true. We've got a notable player here in the field today that oh, there he is.
Yeah, right there.
Yes, Grant Manley.
Grant Manley shuffling up for his round 3. He seems like he's doing well.
Yeah.
Based on where he's at in the tables.
Yeah. Now, Grant Manley is the gentleman there in the gray hoodie, worth mentioning. He's one of the best players in the game. I usually will refer to Grant as the best player to have never won anything.
And if you ask Grant, he's the unluckiest player of all time, which is why that happened.
Yes. He has certainly been in many situations to win something major, and I shouldn't say he's never won anything, because that's
on the kicks.
Yeah. I shouldn't say he's never won anything, because that's not true. He actually is the only player to have ever won both Saturday's standard event and Sunday's GLC event here at Full Grip Games. He won both the standard and Gym Leader Challenge Fusion Strike event here at Full Grip Games when we hosted that back before the COVID-19 pandemic, or actually just after when we were coming out of COVID-19.
Yeah, it was like prior to the remodel, though.
Yes, for
play
sure.
Space at Full Grip. So still an exciting time. And Grant did have that clean sweep as well of the weekend.
And Riley, looks like we have got a fun match ahead.
That's right. So this past round, we were talking about what cards we were excited to see from the Destined Rivals expansion. One of those sets of cards was going to be that Ethan's Engine, which we just saw on full display from Joshua. And this round, both of our players are running the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck. Now, this is one that Andrew and I are both very excited about in this Destined Rivals format. And I got to imagine it's a tricky mirror with all those monkey dories and damage spreading and tricks up each other's sleeves. So I know I'm really excited to see what these players are able to pull out of their bag of tricks to win this darkness mirror.
All right, things are getting underway. Let's head down to the table and see how it unfolds.
And would you look at that? 2 Impidimps staring each other down to start this game. We have Carter on the right and Brandon on the left. Again, both running that Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Carter with that buddy Poffin to open up the game. He's going to get a nice wide board set up before Brandon even gets a chance to draw his first card. We'll see what he opts to grab here. I imagine probably be primarily targeting those Impidimps off the Poffin. We do see a Shaman in the deck as well. Shaman, the newest iteration on that bench barrier type effect with its flower curtain ability, preventing benched damage to Pokemon without a rule box. Though, frankly speaking, you're probably not too concerned about bench damage to your rule box Pokemon. So, for all intents and purposes, achieves a similar outcome as Manaphy.
This is going to be awesome. I mean, this is crazy. The first Marnie's Grimmsnarl that we get on stream today is just against another Marnie's Grimmsnarl. I mean, I know some about how the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck works. I mean, I spent one day playtesting against it. That's like the breadth of my experience with the card so far. And am I correct in seeing that Carter used Buddy Buddy Poffin for a single Impidimp?
For just a single Impidimp. Now, Shaman can't be grabbed off Buddy Buddy Poffin, notably. It has 80 hit points, so it needs to be retrieved off to something like an Artisan or a Nest Ball.
So are we thinking that maybe there are more Impidimp prized?
I'm thinking potentially there's Impidimp prized, though Carter might have insights about keeping your bench really thin, for example, in a matchup like this to avoid notable spread damage. I don't think we saw Carter running the Frostlass line either, which is a common feature in these Grimmsnarl decks. The Freezing Shroud ability, placing those damage counters on Pokemon with abilities, allows you to further accelerate your spread damage and guarantees damage in play for your Monkey Dories. So combos really well with the strategy of the deck. Again, I don't think I saw any Snowrunts or Frostlass in Carter's deck off that search. It is possible he has a very thick line of Pokemon in his prizes, but also very possible that he's running a Frostlassless build.
Right. And part of what I'm so excited to see, first of all, is like the types of builds that these players are playing. I've only ever played with and tested the Marnie's Grimmsnarl paired with Frostlass and Monkey Dory. That has been the extent of my testing. Again, this is a release weekend event for the brand new set. So that's part of what makes this event so fun and so exciting to cast over, is that, I haven't seen this in action yet.
That's right.
Actually don't know,
That's right. And we don't know what kind of engines people are putting together, what they've taken from Japan and modified versus what are their own home brews. So lots of exciting matches ahead. And I am personally really hyped to see what kind of builds these players have put together and are currently doing pretty well with at 2-0 each in the Full Grip Games 3K tournament.
Right. Yeah. Like both these players have won their first two matches with Marnie's Grimmsnarl and now are pitted against each other. And I think that, this is release weekend, meaning that this is going to be the toughest time to get a hold of these cards.
Yeah.
And if we see some Marnie's Grimmsnarl top 8 this event today, Riley, I would not be shocked to see 10% of the field at NAIC be Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
Absolutely. Yeah. And here we go with that TM evolution getting those two. What is the middle?
Morgrim Riley.
Morgrim, of course.
Fake fan detective.
Oh my God. Well, I knew Impidimp and I knew Grimmsnarl, but Morgrim escaped me in that moment.
Morgrim.
Yeah. Two Morgrims entering play. Just needs a Grimmsnarl now, and because of that punk up ability, Brandon is going to be guaranteed an attack as long as he has a Grimmsnarl. And with Carter putting the Spikemuth in play, which can search your deck for a Marnie's Pokemon, Brandon will have no problem launching that attack.
And the research to boot feels powerful.
Does feel powerful, though I gotta say, Brandon's board is a little more impressive right now than Carter's. Carter's not going to be able to launch a noteworthy attack this turn, whereas Brandon could, as soon as the next turn, start using Shadow Bullet.
Wow. That is until the secret box got drawn, Riley. Anything can happen with secret box and rare candy.
Rare candy. Oh my gosh, rare candy Grimmsnarl in hand.
Right there, dude.
Yeah.
It's just that easy, bro.
Yeah, and I think there was a Frostlass there too, so Carter does play that Frostlass line, potentially not finding it valuable in this matchup.
No, and why would it be?
Yeah, you're not really stacking damage that's going to be super helpful for you at any given point, and it's lower HP single prizers that could be picked off the bench. It does kind of feel bad to have that much of your deck kind of feel dead in the mirror match, especially if the mirror match does end up as popular as we're anticipating.
Here comes the secret box. Yeah. Something, no meaningful attack, something, I heard you saying, Riley. Yeah,
we've got totally cooked on that one for sure. Totally cooked.
Yeah, that was before the research. And that's the thing about the Spikemuth gym. And also, worth noting, this is kind of funny little piece of trivia here. There's the new Spikemuth Stadium, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I think it's called Spikemuth Gym or something, right? But there's also another Spikemuth that's just Spikemuth.
Yeah.
Right? But this one is also Spikemuth, but is renamed. So now it's Spikemuth Gym. So there are both the Spikemuth and the Spikemuth Gym.
And they're different.
Stadium. And they're different.
To be clear.
And they do different things. So they are both effectively the same place they're referencing.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. There's that secret box, allowing Carter to get his first of potentially many Monkey Dories into play. as well as juicing up his hand for a future turn with valuable supporters, stadiums, and tool cards. See that TM Devolution, for example, which sounds like it'd be a pretty useful resource in the mirror.
For sure. I mean, I think that the mirror could very easily come down to Devo plays. Evolving through Morgrim does seem like it would be, pretty important then, especially if things do come down to TM Devo plays. I think Monkey Dory, obviously.
Ooh.
Oh, and we see just right off rip.
Immediate Devo. So
wow.
Trying to deny Brendan's access to the immediate Grimmsnarl, forcing the rare candy if he wants to launch an attack this following turn. Can Brendan respond to this with that rare candy? Or will he be forced to take a turn off and re-evolve? We do see both of those Morgrims immediately re-enter play.
Is it just both Morgrims and a pass?
Is it a pass yet? I don't think it's a pass yet, is it?
Oh, no, there's an Iono in hand at least.
I think debating what he wants to do with his turn here. And, I don't think you don't want to just pass here.
Nah, research.
Okay, so maybe it was a debate between Iono and research in this situation.
So now, I mean, with Spikemuth Gym in play, all Brendan has to do is draw into a rare candy, right? And there's one. And now we've got...
We're using a lot of rare candy attacks getting launched off. They don't play that. Do they play like 2?
I was thinking a couple.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah, well. So... Here we go. Get that Spikemuth Gym. Potentially pluck out your Grimmsnarl EX out of the deck and just immediately start swinging.
Now, I'm really excited watching this mirror match play out because this deck is so new that I have seen exactly 0 mirror matches played out. I don't even know that a lot of players have 2 playable copies of this deck available to them. I mean, so like you could maybe play on TCG Live.
Yeah.
The Marnie's Grimmsnarl card has been playable on TCG Live for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, because it came out in that specific like Marnie's starter kit, you were able to access those cards a little bit earlier and test them for a little bit longer than the rest of the Destined Rivals expansion. Same for that Stevens Metagross.
Yeah.
But the Marnie's deck has certainly been the premier of the 2.
And it's just so crazy to me. You just look at this card and it just doesn't really jump off the page at me like Charizard EX does, right? I mean, because you obviously the punk up ability is pretty good, and then Charizard EX just also has the same ability, but Charizard's attack is better, right? So it's all about context, though, and the spreading damage is just very good in Standard right now. The darkness typing is very good in Standard right now. Being able to just one-tap Gardevoir EX is essential. Gardevoir EX was a front runner for BDIF and one of the in the previous format, and being able to threaten Gardevoir EX at any point in the game is obviously quite huge. And then also the darkness energy coinciding with Monkey Dory is like the other kind of X factor here.
Just that natural synergy with Monkey Dory is so good. And here we go, that Shadow Bullet, first one of the game.
Oh, Carter, I really don't like the damage counters off to the side.
Not my favorite either.
Put them on the guy.
Go another punk up. And we see Carter opting to accelerate as little energy off punk up as possible, more than likely, so it's easier to draw into the energy for the Monkey Dory.
That makes sense.
You can accelerate up to 5 onto your Marnie's Pokemon if you'd like, potentially thinning energy out of your deck, but having those attachments return is actually really good here in the mirror. And I have to say, the Devo did not seem like it had the intended effect from Carter on this prior turn.
No, that didn't seem like it really did anything of substance. Kind of just a wasted turn. It seemed like, Carter was trying to slow Brennan down for a turn. But now we're just right back where we started. 2 Morgrim plus a Grimmsnarl in the active. Brendan still got the first meaningful attack, but now Carter is down a Devolution TM, which seems like it could be quite good later in the game. In my theorying with this matchup, I would think that you would want to maybe damage a couple of Grimmsnarl and then Devo to take knockouts.
It's tricky though, because the damage isn't necessarily going to stick on board exceptionally well with all those Monkey Dories in play. So it's kind of a little bit of a game of tug of war of how much do I remove the Monkey Dories from play with cards like Counter Catcher or Boss? How much do I prioritize getting my own Monkey Dories into play to save damage on my board? When do I Devo? Is it maybe worth Devolution at a time like now? Probably not specifically now, but when are those right turns? It seems potentially tricky to navigate.
Attaboy, Carter. All right, we got the damage counters on the Grimmsnarl. Love it. Thank you.
All right, so Carter does use that boss's orders. He grabbed out the secret box, knock out the Mogrim, and place some damage onto the other one. And Brendan is going to use now his Artisan, Carter's Artisan, to get his own Monkey Dory, potentially removing this Shadow Bullet spread damage from play.
Yeah, it's crazy. The 30 damage from Shadow Bullet is just like fuel for the Monkey Dory.
It seems like a really tricky mirror.
It does seem like a tricky mirror, Riley, which is why I'm stoked. We get to watch 50 minutes of it. Like I'll soak it all in, honestly. Because
this is good learning.
I feel like it's not just us learning, Riley. I feel like it might be some of the players learning as well.
Yeah, and viewers, right?
Viewers,
if you're going to NAIC this year, this might be some valuable intel for you.
For sure. Even any, league cups. I know there's no cups available in June.
Local tournaments, challenges, like whatever kind of fun events are up on your radar. It's worth knowing how these Marnie Grimmsnarl decks play.
Yeah, even on TCG Live.
Yeah, climbing for that Arceus tier.
It looks like
Arvin's the choice for Brendan here as his supporter for turn.
And the secret box.
There's his secret box. Secret box showing up clutch in both of these Grimmsnarl decks and in the previous round for that Typhlosion deck. It's just such a good card for piecing together those long combos.
Right. It could get you pretty much everything you need out of your deck. Searching out one of each type of trainer card. You get a stadium, an item, a tool, and a supporter card. So, I mean, with Secret Box, there's almost nothing you can't do. We got a Darkness Energy on Brennan's Monkey Dory.
And here we go. Adrena Brain moving that damage. Finding a home on Carter's benched Grimmsnarl.
And then I think the idea is going to be to just pile up damage on the Grimmsnarl and try to set it up for a knockout or a Devo later potentially. But I think like the concept of just kind of piling all the damage on one guy does kind of make sense.
I think it makes sense. Carter has a maximum of one Monkey Dory without something crazy like a Crispin this turn. So we'll only be able to bring that Grimmsnarl down to 60. The thing is, if you're stacking all the damage onto the Grimmsnarl itself, and then you're forced to attack into it, that kind of messes up with your routing a little bit. So just figure out the right place to store this damage, so to speak, is tricky too.
Now, unsure if both players are playing the Frostlass. I know that Carter is playing Frostlass in his deck, not going for it, which I think makes sense. And if you're just looking at the kind of value that you would get, it could be a liability. But then it also could power up your own Monkey Dories, but then you're powering up your opponent's Monkey Dories, right? So like, I definitely get the conclusion to forego the Frostlass completely.
Yeah, and notably the Frostlass does eat away your Shaman.
Yeah.
And the Shaman is guaranteed deny 30 damage every turn that it stays on the board.
Natalie, one of our tournament organizers here at Full Grip Games, says there's about as many Marnie Grimmsnarl decks as there are Ethan's decks.
I would not have predicted that.
Wow.
Hopefully we see more of those Ethan's decks, because that was very impressive this past round. So Carter getting the first Shaman into play, the first Shadow Bullet. Well, not the first Shadow Bullet, but it's the first one with his own Shaman. So defense on his board. Does Brendan play his own Shaman to deny that damage back? Will be an interesting piece of this equation here. However, Brendan does have the opportunity to get a second Monkey Dory into play this coming turn.
Right, so Brendan is one step ahead on the monkey train, right? You know, they're both tied at 1-1 monkey, powered up right now. Carter is up 1 on the Shaman front, but doesn't have a backup Impy Dimp. So, like, that seems important.
Yeah, although even if you move 60 onto this active Grimmsnarl, it still won't be knocked out by a Shadow Bullet, so you're not under immediate threat of being KO'd here from any reasonable play that Brandon has access to. So if I'm Brendan here, I'm debating whether I want to fully heal my Mogrim or if I want to remove 60 from my active Grimmsnarl and put it out of range of a Shadow Bullet.
Shoo, right? Because 120 plus 180 is but then you got the monkeys.
60. So. Yeah, you can move 60 back, but then you're moving it onto the Grimmsnarl and not onto the Mogrim on the bench. So you're forcing your opponent into these like interesting situations.
A lot of give and take here, Riley. A lot of give and take of damage counters.
A lot of give and take of damage counters. However, Carter, with that Shaman, again, is denying additional damage counter placement every single turn.
And this is why we're just going to play Raging Bolt to NAIC, all right?
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Too much thinking, Riley. Just less thinking, more damage.
Doing.
More doing, yes. More knocking out, yes. Yeah, what's up with all this 2-hit KO business?
And here we go. Get that Earthen Vessel. We'll definitely be ready to power up that second Monkey Dory. I'll be really interested to see which damage counters Brendan chooses to move over onto Carter's board here and where he chooses to move them.
We got, second monkey ready to roll.
Could start to target down that Shaman, for example.
The Adrenabrain ability. So important in this format, in this deck. Arguably, this deck is nothing without Adrenabrain.
Yeah, I don't think this archetype would really be a thing without the Monkey Dories, but the natural synergy between these two cards is so high.
Yes. Right. I mean, the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck is a Monkey Dory deck. It's just kind of what it is.
Yep.
And it's kind of the premier Monkey Dory deck in the format. You have so much ability to manipulate damage counters. And we see another huge attack from Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Shadow Bullets for 180 to the active. No bench damage, though, thanks to Shaman's Flower Curtain. And yeah, I think that this is just going to be a pretty methodical back and forth match, right? Yeah, no one-hit KOs really happening. A lot of placing of damage counters. It's kind of like a Dragapult mirror without the explosiveness and the disruption.
Yeah. So here's an interesting play that could happen this following turn. Even if Carter removes 60 from this active Grimmsnarl, if he leaves 60 damage on Brendan's side of the board, Brendan could boss that Impidimp. And because Grimmsnarl is a rule box Pokemon, Shaman actually does not prevent it from being KO'd by the Shadow Bullet bench damage. So you could put together something pretty interesting here, depending on what Monkey Dories Carter has access to, where he moves the damage to, and how Brendan responds on his turn with his own Monkey Dories.
God, that's so crazy. Just, for all intents and purposes, it seems like, Shaman's Flower Curtain, it's bench barrier, right? But not completely, actually. It does not stop that bench damage going to Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and it would be funny to actually see that come to fruition, because I mean, there's so many Pokemon have bench barrier. You've got the Flower Curtain, which protects all non-rule boxes. You've got the Terra Pokemon, which are protected by their Terra effect, right?
And here's the
Shadow Bullet.
Interesting choice to not heal the active for any damage.
Is that just a missed trigger, you think?
I think that's a missed trigger, because even if you didn't want to provide more damage to Brendan, you could just move the damage onto the active Grimmsnarl and slightly heal yours.
Yes, right.
Now Brendan has the opportunity to evolve his Mogrim into a Grimmsnarl, like, use Punk Up to fully power it up, and then move that 30 damage to take the knockout. Or, maybe even recognizing that this Shaman is not protecting this Grimmsnarl, one counter catcher or boss's orders would allow him to take a knockout on the bench. Could, for example, knock out the Monkey Dory and the benched Grimmsnarl. Lots of creative plays on Brendan's side of the board this turn.
Exactly. Yeah, that missed heal could end up making a huge difference. I mean, because now it's just there's 300 damage on this thing, right?
Yeah.
Am I miscounting? No,
that's 300, dude.
It's 300. So that's just one monkey.
And there's 3 of them now.
That's just a one monkey, and then that thing's done. So like the 30 damage heal would have at least made it so that it withstands a monkey.
Yeah.
So I think that could be a game losing error there.
Yeah, I think that's pretty serious. So long as Brendan has access to a Grimmsnarl of his own, I think he'll be able to take this game. And if he's able to get a third monkey all the way powered up, I think that's basically lights for Carter. I don't see a way where Carter's able to piece together a win when there's 3 active Monkey Dories.
No, yeah, that's so crazy. The board state is the Monkey Dories, dude. This is so nuts. It's just like the more monkeys you have, the better your board is.
I think we just did see an attachment for turn, though, onto the active Mogrim.
But I mean, Brendan could just take a knockout with the monkeys. So
he can, yeah. If you're doing that, though, I'd almost prefer the attachment not to come down preemptively.
Oh, yeah. There's the research. So I think it's going to be counter. Oh,
yeah. I like taking advantage of counter catcher for sure.
Do it, Brendan. Research. That is. Oh, okay. No, it's not the bottom of the deck. Only picked up part of the deck. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
All right. I was gonna say, oh my god, into 1 card rating. No way. All right. Do we get? Is that a Night Stretcher? Yup.
Looks like it. Are there enough darkness energy in deck to leverage Punk Up?
Just 1 is needed. Let's go. Punk Up. Is there 1 darkness? There is.
Boom. So now guaranteed those 2 knockouts, even without using the Monkey Dory.
Sheesh.
And what do you even do with that 30 damage? Because Carter has his own monkey on the bench.
Maybe you also keep it.
Just hold on to it.
Yeah, hold on to it for a rainy day. Yeah.
I think at that point, maybe you just move it over and force Carter to move it over, move it back.
Well, no, because then Carter could relocate it to a place where, I don't know, he gets to choose where it is.
But I don't know if that really matters.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, see, no, I prefer not toss. It's like a ball, and you just don't want to toss Carter the ball, right? Because we both could juggle the ball.
Well, let's be honest. So Brendan has 1 prize left. Carter has a Maractus in the active position. I think that's it.
Yeah. We're Scooperoony.
Yeah, that's Scooperoony here. Maractus, an interesting inclusion. Probably for the Raging Bolt matchup, if I had to guess. Not necessarily for the mirror. And we see Brendan surge ahead in that game 1.
Yeah, that was a very, very well and thoughtful play game, and I have to say it was crazy to watch that unfold. I think that there's still a lot to learn about this mirror match. We saw the emphasis on the Monkey Dory, just setting up as many of those as possible. It seems to be that's how you really gain favor in this matchup, is by out-monkeying your opponent. And how could you not, right? Like, if you're able to bounce back 90 of the damage that your opponent serves up to you,
that's intense.
Yeah, you're going to win that game, right? And if your opponent's only bouncing back 30, then the numbers are just going to shake down in your favor, right? Because you're bouncing 90 back every turn. And so I think the race to establish monkeys is certainly a critical part of this matchup. I've seen some people talking about, you could play a trolley build of this deck where you use Precious Trolley to just instantly explode all your monkeys into play turn 1. And since you can't buddy poffin for a monkey, I mean, that does it holds some water, right? Like that kind of strategy does
you're
make
reliant
sense.
on cards like Nest Ball or Artisan to find the monkeys.
All right. Game 2, Riley. Let's see if this one goes more in Carter's favor.
So here we are. Carter starting his monkey, the infamous monkey. Brendan also starting a monkey, but attaching a dark energy to it. And passing that over to Carter. Not an explosive turn 1 from Brendan, but we've seen how rapidly the pace of this game can accelerate with cards like Rare Candy and Secret Box. And the Spike-Mooth Gym makes that combo all the more easy to put together.
Gosh, the Spike-Mooth Gym is so good. The fact that it can get evolutions and basics, it's just kind of cracked, right? I mean, I'm reminded of, like, obviously Artisan is like, how powerful is a card like Artisan, which only gets basics, right? How powerful is a card like Turf Field Stadium that only got grass evolutions? Spike-Mooth is all of that for the Marnie's deck.
Yeah. Carter, with a research, was that Maractus or Shaman hitting the discard pile right off the rip here? And doesn't look like a ton of options here.
Buddy Poffin is in hand for sure.
Okay, yeah, Buddy Poffin does have the Spike-Mooth as well.
And is that TM Evo? Oh,
TM
yeah,
Evo.
we're popping off.
Yeah, so getting 2 Mogrims. However, without using your Badu, for example, to item lock, it does open the opportunity for Brendan to go Rare Candy and immediately get on the offensive. And I have to say, if you're taking a turn 2 knockout with this deck, a Monkey Dory with an energy on it is one of the best possible targets you could take.
That's for sure. I mean, we just talked about how the Monkey Dory is your board state in this matchup. So, letting go of Monkey Dory.
Snow Runt this time
does feel bad. And yes, indeed. All right, we've got a Runt on the board.
This will be interesting. The Snow Runt, of course, once it evolves into Frostlass, will be able to pile that damage into play, significantly accelerating the amount of damage counters that are hitting the board.
Yes, indeed. The Frostlass has the Freezing Shroud ability. During Pokemon checkup, place 1 damage.
And I think he's targeting it too. So Freezing Shroud is going to start piling damage on immediately onto these Monkey Dories.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yep, here we go. Damage all over the place now.
Chaos.
This adds an element of chaos that was not part of the first game.
Chaos, yes. I love it.
See Brendan immediately going in with the Spike-Mooth Gym, potentially signaling he either has a Rare Candy in hand or doesn't have an exceptionally powerful hand. One of the two, I think.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, Brendan is also playing the Frostlass. So they're both playing the Frostlass in their builds. We just haven't seen it in play yet. But I did just see Brendan flicking through his deck, come across a Snow Runt. So that card is... And I think that the card just makes too much sense to play.
Yeah.
It forces damage onto your Monkey Dory so that even if you're up against a deck that takes 1-hit KOs, like Raging Bolt or something, you could still kind of like just put Frostlass into play and then let that damage rack up on your monkey. So you're still moving damage every turn.
Yeah, and it puts just extra pressure on their Pheasantipides, on their Noctowls.
Teal Mask Ogrepons.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it makes sense.
Puts Teal Mask into range for your Grimmsnarl.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, very rapidly does. Mm-hmm. So totally makes sense to include as part of the deck. And we see both players opting to run that here. Definitely adds an element of chaos into the mirror when there's so much damage entering the board constantly. So there's going to be a lot more damage to manipulate this game, I suspect, than the first one.
And I think Frostlass will really just accentuate that the player with the monkey advantage will be the player winning the game, right? Because Freezing Shroud ticks all of your monkeys, and then with the ability to move damage off of all the monkeys. Do we got it?
I think we must if we're going for it off the Spike-Mooth Gym. Yep, there it is. Rare Candy in hand.
Dude, okay, for a deck that plays maybe 2 Rare Candy, they just always have it.
There's been way too many Rare Candies.
They just always have it, bro. I'm just saying, like, am I testing against this deck? Like, it was like 2 Rare Candy in the Secret Box. How do they always have it with 2 Rare Candy in the Secret Box? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, the addition of the Arvins in the secret box certainly makes it more reliable to find those low count items. Now, it would be really disgusting here if Brendan could find another Monkey Dory and get that into play with an energy, which with an Arvin, I think is all but guaranteed if he wants it. I don't suspect this Grimmsnarl is at immediate risk of being knocked out, though it may be good just to get an Impidimp into play so you can evolve it into a Mogrim on the following turn.
Arvin can fetch a tool and an item card out of the deck. And we see Brendan's hand's pretty good. I mean, Iono in hand as well. And is Brendan just going to go for a second monkey?
That's what I was saying, man.
Just get the other monkey.
We're going to Monkey Town.
Yep, and just saying like, all right, I've got the Grim. You can't knock him out. I'm going to be healing 60 damage from it every turn.
Well, I think what this really threatens too is if you can get that third
monkey.
I think the third monkey is completely insane if you can get that, right? Because 90 damage, that makes your attacks a pittance.
Insurmountable. When you're dealing 90 damage a turn with Shadow Bullet, like, 180 minus 90.
Yeah, I mean, you can fully knock out a clean Monkey Dory off the bench just with the 90 move plus a Shadow Bullet. Let alone the extra damage the Frostlass is putting into play.
Yeah, so we see that Brendan very much understands this is a monkey race. And I think that is, it seems like that's kind of like, Brendan also has no interest in going with the Frostlass, right? And it seems like Brendan kind of understands that, like, all I really need to focus on is getting as many monkeys online as possible, and I'm going to come out on top here.
Yeah. Be interested to see where he places the Shadow Bullet damage. Of course, we'll knock out this active Monkey Dory with an energy, which, like we were saying last turn, is an excellent first target for a knockout. But where does that 30 go? Are we placing it on the Impidimp, for example, or the Mogrim to soften it up for the future? Maybe landing it on the Monkey Dory to just try and accelerate the amount of damage onto it? I could really see justification any which way. I think my personal pick, though, would be put as much damage on the Monkey Dory as possible. Because Carter is going to have maximum of one Monkey Dory this following turn.
Gosh, yeah, and this is exactly what you're talking about, Riley. The punish of getting that Monkey Dory in the active knocked out is just super palpable here. I mean, goodness.
If we can get that third monkey on the following turn, Brendan's going to be in an absolutely insane position. I think even if he starts to lose a Grimmsnarl, for example.
Yeah. We've got the Spikemuth gym, can go get the Grimmsnarl. But there's a lot of ground that Carter needs to cover. Needs to get a Grimmsnarl of his own, needs to attack with Shadow Bullet, and it is going to be the first Shadow Bullet onto another Marnie's Grimmsnarl. But again, like we just said, if Brendan can get a third monkey down, 90 of that is going to get removed. I would like to see Carter evolve up into another Morgrim. There is a secret box, so I mean,
and we'll have to discard his whole hand to use it.
Yeah. That happens, though. Sometimes you discard the supporter.
Get another Iono.
Yeah, you discard the supporter that you wanted to use, and then you just have to go get another copy of it out of the deck and use that.
Yeah, Countercatcher makes a lot of sense here, I think. Just remove one of Brandon's Monkey Dories from play and deny some of that damage counter movement.
Yeah, definitely. The Countercatcher, you have to knock out one of those. As we were saying, if you get limited to dealing just 90 a turn to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, that's not going to cut it.
But the thing is, if you're gusting around the Grimmsnarl, that means it's not taking any damage and is still healthy and removes the amount of pressure from Brendan to bench new Impidimps.
Yeah.
Which means he can focus on benching more Monkey Dories. Which
Right.
he might just do if Carter puts this Artisan into play.
And I think that that's probably what we're going to see.
We'll see. I mean, Carter could make a justification just to hold it. I don't think that would be terrible. Just thinning it out of his deck.
Countercatcher on the monkey. Here we go.
Yeah, I think maybe I'd prefer not to use the Artisan this turn. Unless Carter's feeling the pressure to get a healthy Monkey Dory down.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And Carter will Iono to 6. Brendan will get 5. There's a monkey off of the Iono. Spikemuth can still get a Morgrim, unless Spikemuth I might have already been used.
I thought he maybe used it to get the Grimmsnarl, but I'm not actually sure.
Yeah.
Not positive.
We got Night Stretcher for a Darkness. Okay, that's good. Need that for the Monkey Dory. Adrenabrain. Move 3 damage counters.
Yep. It seems like both players are into the stacking damage onto Monkey Dory's route here. So Carter's leftmost Monkey Dory, the damaged one, is going to go up to 50 damage by the time it comes back into his turn, which means it only needs 60, which is actually already on board for Brendan, right? Because he can Shadow Bullet for 30 and Monkey Dory for another 30, and then the Monkey Dory will be knocked out going into Carter's turn with that Frostlass damage. I have to wonder if the Frostlass is the right choice in the mirror or not.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because it seems like there's certain board states you get into where maybe the Frostlass is helping to kind of keep the damage on board.
That's just one prize card, not the 2.
Thank you, Judge.
Caught that before the prize was drawn, so all is well. And play will continue.
I love it when all is well and play gets to continue rally.
So true. So true.
All right, so yeah, we got a real barn burner here. 5-5 prizes, but I feel like a lot's happened. As these players jockey for position in this game, try to, establish monkey dominance. Whereas it was looking like Brendan had the clear monkey favor last turn. Now all of a sudden, one of those monkeys has been slain, and the other one's got 80 damage on it. Things are adding up fast.
Yeah, those really high counts of Countercatcher in the Grimmsnarl deck make it really easy to select your targets and punish your opponent for taking those early aggressive knockouts. And the thing is, you can't just never take a knockout. You can't. You can't win a game by doing that. So eventually you're going to have to take a knockout and play into these Countercatchers.
And that's what I was trying to tell Riley the other day. Or not Riley, JW the other day.
I was on the same page.
I know you were on the same page, but JW was saying maybe you could build the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck to be more aggressive. And I was like, dude, the Countercatchers are aggressive.
Right.
They allow you to just attack exactly what you want to while also playing powerful draw cards like Research and Iono. And what is your opponent going to do? Not knock something out in the active? Of course they will. And then you get to pounce and do whatever you want.
We see the secret box off the Arven here for Brendan, so I think he could very feasibly power up a new Monkey Dory with that secret box.
Mm-hmm.
And again, his Grimmsnarl really isn't under immediate pressure of being knocked out. So not really incentivized to do anything other than go for Monkey Dory this turn. Doesn't need an Impidimp in play.
Now, do you just knock out the Impidimp? Can you? 369? Yeah, you can. Do you just knock out that Impidimp?
I think you just go super hard on the monkeys.
Yeah, because you could just knock out the monkey too. You have your choice, right? So you have to knock out the monkey instead.
I think you just remove anytime a monkey has energy, just get rid of it. I think that's what both players are going for at this point.
Right. That makes sense. So then that just is probably the best way to play the mirror then.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely got to expel the monkeys. The monkeys need to go for sure. Here we go with that Earthen Vessel, signaling pretty hard towards a monkey getting powered up. I mean, that's basically the whole point of the Earthen Vessel in this deck, is for that monkey power up. So with 60 damage moved, plus the 30 more from Shadow Bullet, Brendan will be able to knock out the Monkey Dory on Carter's bench and have a 30 additional damage to spare. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
And just with the way it works out, too, he gets to take advantage of Carter's own Frostlass to take these knockouts.
Right, so Fez isn't procced. I don't think these decks are playing Fezandipity anyways. It seems like the Marnie's Grimmsnarl decks are really just kind of relying on playing cards like Professor's Research.
Yeah, and you can see they go kind of wide on their bench too with support Pokemon, so Fez doesn't really have a place on Carter's bench right now, if I'm being honest.
No. So yeah, I think that's another reason why Countercatcher is so good in this deck, because at the end of the game, when you're getting Iono'd and stuff like that, being able to just research into your win condition is really important.
Mm-hmm.
And since you can manipulate the way that you take prize cards, you can always make sure that, counter catcher is live and that you're not getting Iono too bad, right? And it just plays kind of a different game than a lot of decks in standard right now, which is fun to watch.
Okay, so we'll see that double movement. I'm imagining, 60 damage onto that Monkey Dory. Where does the 30 more from Shadow Bullet go, though? Is it to the Impidimp to threaten it on a following turn? Are we just damage pressuring on the Monkey Dory?
Okay, the other Impidimp.
I think, either's probably acceptable.
And the knockout on Monkey Dory between turns because of Frostlass's...
The Frostlass is kind of eating Carter's board alive.
Freezing Shroud. All right, will net Brendan another prize card as he goes to 4 remaining.
Carter is able to immediately power up his second Monkey Dory, actually his third one that he's powered up over the course of this game. Spike Muth could grab a Morgrim.
It'd be nice to get that Impidimp evolved up into Morgrim, give it a little more HP. Also, it's getting to the point where your Marnie's Grimmsnarl is, it's a little worse for the wear.
Yeah, this was a really good turn from Brendan because he was able to put the damage pressure on the Grimmsnarl while also removing a Monkey Dory from play.
Oh, yeah, huge.
Because the downside of having a boss after the Monkey Dories is that the Grimmsnarl is still healthy and can attack turn after turn.
Mm-hmm. Right, which is what we've seen. That's what Carter did to remove a Monkey Dory from play at the expense of leaving the Grimmsnarl completely untouched. And now we've got a fresh Impidimp coming down from Carter. Carter's got Iono in hand and Research. We'll see which one he chooses to play. 180 damage gets served up to this Marnie's Grimmsnarl here, plus 30 damage can get moved somewhere. And you can see just how quickly the favor of this match seemed to really kind of flip back over to Brendan.
Yeah, Carter does have access to Defiance Band as well to try and sneak a little bit more damage into play. But Brendan's Grimmsnarl is just a little too healthy for that to matter quite yet.
I do like... It's got to be the... Oh, okay, whatever. I was going to say there's a new... The Impidimp with the 3 damage counters on it has to be the one that gets Rare Candy, because the fresh one... yeah. But I think like a little switcheroo just happened with the... That's fine.
Whatever.
Whatever.
They're both Impidimps. As long as the damage is in the right spot.
Yeah, that's fine.
We do see that Punk Up can only grab the 1 energy, which is actually pretty impactful because that means Carter cannot attach to a monkey on the following turn and also power up the Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, that's bad, actually. That is quite
Shaman
bad.
is nice here, but because Frostlass is in play, the Shaman is going to slowly get devoured.
Yes, for sure.
And actually might be devoured quite quickly because there's 2 Monkey Dories on Brendan's bench. So we'll see where this all shakes out, but I think Brendan has the route currently. We do see another counter catcher, though. Again, those high counts of counter catcher allow the Grimmsnarl deck to have the precision in what Pokemon it chooses to attack turn after turn.
But again, ignoring the this Marnie's Grimmsnarl, this solo Marnie's Grimmsnarl is just going to take all 6 prizes from Brendan, I think.
Yeah, it's looking that way right now.
I mean,
especially if Brendan's able to get another Monkey Dory into play somehow.
Yeah, I mean, back-to-back counter catchers on monkeys to try and keep them at bay. I get it, but also over the course of 2 attacks, you're taking 2 prizes while leaving the main attacker untouched. Does feel kind of bad.
Yeah, and Brendan could potentially go for like Gust the Monkey Dory and spread onto the Grimmsnarl, knowing that things like the Shaman are going to slowly be picked away at. Let's see, there's 200 damage, 210 going into Brendan's turn. So that's 110 remaining. Would need a second monkey, I think, to do anything really creative here.
Carter takes the knockout on Brendan's Monkey Dory, going to 4 prizes remaining. He's got 9 damage counters on Brendan's benched monkey now, thanks to Frostlass, and its ability, the Freezing Shroud ability, continuing to put in work and ping damage counters. And at this point, I mean, it is a 4-4 prize game, but taking just a cursory glance, I mean, really the difference maker here is the fact that Brendan's Grimmsnarl is much healthier than Carter's. I mean, Carter's is about to beef it.
Yeah. So with 240 damage, that's 270 with a monkey. The Grimmsnarl actually will be in range this next turn if Brendan takes a prize and goes ahead and activates that Defiance Band. But you have to imagine Brendan's target is just going to be the active Grimmsnarl, which will, of course, remove the Defiance Band from play.
Right. So what does Brendan have to do in order to sure up victory? We've got one Monkey Dory online, so we can expect 3 damage counters to get moved over to Carter's side of the board. We've got an Impidimp on the bench. I mean, really, you want to see that get evolved up into a Morgrim at the very least.
It's probably happening now with the Spikemouth Gym.
Yep. So, that kind of helps you get one step closer to being able to close the game out. And here's the Morgrim now. So that's good. And you're not in any danger of like getting both your Morgrim and your Grimmsnarl knocked out at the same time, which is something that you have to like look out for when you're playing the mirror, because that is certainly a play that can happen, and I'm sure has happened many times to players on TCG Live so far, testing the deck. I mean, it gets to a point where you can just wipe so much damage around that you can clear not only your opponent's active attacker, but the one that they were planning on attacking with next turn. Morgrim online, and we'll see what other options Brendan has in his hand as he thinks out his final round. And time is ticking, Riley. And again,
my gosh,
dude, this is just another one game played to completion. This is game 2, and our 50-minute timer is just about wrapped. So yet another series getting cut short by the 50-minute best of 3 timing, which is pretty much was instituted and has been unchanged since about 2015.
And the way games have flowed has changed dramatically in those 10 years.
Yes, but the time rules have not. No, we went from single game Swiss to 50-minute best of 3 at major tournaments, and it's been that way for a decade with no major updates.
Brendan activating his Monkey Dory Adrena Brain. Interestingly enough, with the Frostlass in play, Brendan's Monkey Dory actually will be set up where it'll be knocked out by a Shadow Bullet this next turn. It'll go up to 70, and then at 80 coming back into his turn, 30 more from Shadow Bullet will be enough to knock it out, or an Adrena Brain of Carter's own. So we'll see Brendan be wiped clean of Monkey Dories this coming turn, but he is down to 2 prizes. This is really going to come down to the wire, I think. And time is called, or should be shortly here. So, yep, there's that time dice. So turn 0. And I think that means Brendan is turn 0 because Carter did not draw for turn. Yep, so that's turn 1 now. Carter has 2 turns to win this game. Take 4 prizes. Can he do it?
I don't think so, Riley.
I think there's a way.
I'm looking at it, yes, and it might be possible, but my initial inclination is that it's not happening.
I don't think it's happening. I think the way it could happen is obviously Monkey Dory is getting involved. And it probably looks something like Gust the Mogrim, take the knockout on the benched Monkey Dory, and spread damage onto the Grimmsnarl. And hopefully there's enough damage spread over the course of these couple turns that you could knock out the Grimmsnarl on the following turn. I think that's the route for Carter. I would say if he has to hit the active Grimmsnarl, he probably won't be able to achieve it. But there's a boss. There is a boss. Adrenabrain. Taking the knockout on the monkey. Put it at 100. I think it's going to be boss Thermogrim and spread onto the Grimmsnarl. So Grimmsnarl will go up to 90, coming back into Brendan's turn. He'll have no monkey access on board. Be 100 going into Carter's turn. The math, I think, is maybe a... Or no, with the... Here's a question. Does Frostlass tick happen on the end of turn 3? I don't think it does.
No, it does not, Riley, because between turns does not occur.
Yeah, I think that might actually even be the difference maker.
Dude, ain't no way.
It'll be at 100. 130 with the monkey plus 180 is 310. If I'm mathing right. Am I mathing right?
The Carter's got 2 prizes.
I think they're
remaining.
talking through this exact situation right now. Because the way Carter has it set up, I'm pretty sure he knocks out the Grimmsnarl with the Frostlass damage after turn 3.
Oh my god, dude. That's so nuts.
That's assuming that Carter doesn't get a second monkey into play. If he can get a second monkey into play, then he'll have the damage on board to win.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah, this is nuts for sure.
So the way Brendan denies this is to just boss the Monkey Dory and win 1-0.
God. Yep.
Does he have it, though? These decks don't play very many boss. And his Countercatcher, of course, is online.
Not working. Yep.
Countercatcher, of course, is not online here. I don't think he has the resources. A Monkey Dory would also seal it for Brendan, but I don't think he quite has that.
Got it. Carter has to take 2 prizes in order to win. Or clear the only active. I mean, would be another way.
Well, the active is worth 2 prizes.
Well, not with the TM Devo or something.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Good point. But I think TM Devo was discarded on turn 1 off that research.
Okay.
So
yeah. So now benching out, not an option.
Yeah. So I suspect Brendan needs to hit either Darkness Energy or deny Carter the ability to hit his own Monkey Dory Darkness Energy. Oh, this is a very tricky final game state for these players because the Frostlass Chaos.
So Brendan this is Brendan's final turn.
Yeah.
So Brendan has no potential to win this game.
Yeah, at least not that
based on within time constraints, right?
Yeah.
So no way to win the game within the time constraints. So Carter would have to win on the following turn. With 90 damage on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, it would have to be 230 damage being dealt, right? So you got 180, you've got a monkey to 210, and you've got
1 Frostlass ping.
That's 220, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They need
220, but it needs 230, right?
That's what that is what I'm saying. Like currently he needs some other damage counter because he doesn't get access to that Frostlass after turn 3.
So if it's a double monkey, then it's win though.
Double monkey is win.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
So doesn't Brendan try to retreat this Grimmsnarl and pass?
That would probably be fine. Or just, I think he drew a Darkness Energy here, so that should deny Carter the win as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it.
So you have to retreat.
I don't think you even have to anymore because you'll go down to 60. So even Double Monkey doesn't do
Oh,
enough.
yeah. That's right. Oh, right, because he's going to heal with the monkey. Yeah, it is. And we could see just how much, thought is going to the final turns. And this is like what I said, bro. Like, when you add the final 3 turns on to the end, it ends up taking another 20 minutes anyway.
You're taking your sweet time in those final turns.
So what they should do is they should, at this point, make it an hour, no +3. You actually would be, the rounds would be shorter that way, which is funny.
I think that's probably true.
If you did an hour, no +3, you could do an hour 10, no +3, and it would be comparable, I would say.
Yeah, the tricky thing that contributes some of that extra time too is games that got time extensions.
That's true.
So then they'll go through their time extension. Oh, wait.
What? The energy switch?
Wait just a second. I don't know if that's enough.
But
it's sick.
The monkey is knocked out.
The monkey is knocked out. I think that guarantees the not lost, which is also a win.
Yeah, for sure, right? Because Brendan has won game 1.
Yeah. Dang, the energy switch. That's crazy.
Yeah, the energy switch was fire, not gonna lie.
All right. Well, I think that actually I was curious if Brendan would be able to even win this game. Now I actually think he would have won this game if it went on a turn longer.
Oh, 100%.
That energy switch was insane.
Only 40 damage on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. I mean, that's 280 damage to make up with no monkeys in play. It's not happening. Frostlass does not ping this upcoming turn. Nothing happens at the end of this turn, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. This is going to be a 1-0 for Brendan, but I think with that double energy switch, or with that double monkey, thanks to the energy switch, he probably would have won this game anyway if he had access to that extra turn. So, clutch up move from Brandon to see the opportunity to play out of that tough spot.
Oh, for sure. No, that was super clutch. Carter has got Arvin for Super Rod. I think it's all moot at this point.
We'll see. We'll see what he can put together.
2 prizes? You see a 2 prize take?
Look, man.
Do you see a 2 prize take?
I don't, but energy switch came into the equation unexpectedly.
It's true.
So who knows what kind of crazy options these players have.
It's true.
See the super rod for the monkey. I do like the energy switch too, because the punk up, again, you can accelerate 5 energy into play with punk up. So being able to get more monkeys than your opponent expects on a given turn seems pretty valuable. And yeah, I think Carter sees the writing on the wall, I think.
Yeah, the inevitability of it all. You swing, for appearances and just say, you know what?
That's fraps.
Yep. That's it. GG's. Carter losing the 1-0 set to Brendan. Brendan taking the win with his Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck over Carter's Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck. Our first display of Marnie's Grimmsnarl over the weekend. And Riley, something tells me that it's not going to be our last time seeing this deck.
I don't think so, Andrew. I don't think so. Fan Call was the star of our last tournament. Perhaps Marnie's Grimmsnarl will be a star of this tournament.
And I think that, this deck has been a popular deck on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live for the last few weeks, as it has not only been available before all of the other Destined Rivals cards due to the fact that it was printed in a battle deck, but also it seems to be the most promising new archetype from the new set. So players have been definitely playing it a lot on TCG Live. It also is a strategy that I think players just like, which is spreading damage. People, since the dawn of the Pokemon TCG, people have loved winning by spreading damage. It's
fun.
It's a thing. People love a spread deck.
It is fun. I'll admit, I think it's fun.
Yeah, people love a spread deck. This is definitely a spread deck, but then it's got Monkey Dory is kind of just an interesting part of the Pokemon TCG right now. I mean, I can't really think of an ability this kind of impactful and ridiculous on a basic in my time playing the game. Just a non-rule box basic Pokemon that you could just play and, you know, play 3 of and just heal 90 and deal 90. Like,
right. It's both a healing card and a damage modifier in the same card. And the fact that you can place the damage anywhere.
It's nuts.
It's nuts.
And heal the damage from anywhere. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's not like restricted to the active or anything like that. No, that'd be way too silly. Like, it has to be able to do it anywhere.
Yes.
It's Monkey Dory we're talking about.
Right. And the card at this point has kind of just been, it's an incredibly powerful card. I misjudged its power level when the card was first revealed.
Oh, same here, tremendously.
I tremendously misjudged it. My initial thought was that the ability is very good, but that getting the extra darkness energy attached to it would be too cumbersome for many decks to take advantage of. I was like, some deck will find it useful. But I remember specifically being like, what, are you going to put it in Guardy and like attach a Dark from hand? Yeah, yes, is actually the answer to that
and
question.
Actually, that's entirely how the deck will
that's
work
just
now.
exactly how the deck will work now. But I was like, what, are you going to put darkness energy in your Guardy deck? That's stupid. That was like my day one reaction to the card.
I feel like my reaction was that it seemed too restricted to Gardevoir because I felt like there were too many decks that didn't place damage counters. You know, you were taking knockouts immediately. Right. And as we've seen the format slow down with cards like Badoo, there's more and more opportunities for other decks to take advantage of Monkey Dory, both because they have the time to attach to it and because there's just more multi-hit knockouts being thrown around.
Yeah. Yeah, Monkey Dory is certainly a card that I think that is kind of the face of Standard right now.
Absolutely.
And will just continue to be that until it rotates. I mean, it has been a powerful card so far, and I'd argue that the optimal partner for Monkey Dory hasn't even, existed yet. And now I'd say Grimmsnarl kind of is that.
It's like curated for Monkey.
It's almost too perfect for Monkey Dory, right? And now we kind of have unleashed the perfect Monkey Dory deck into Standard. This is the promise of what the deck can accomplish. It can, you just attach an energy to it. Your attackers attack for free because of the ability, right? So you just get to attach energies to it every turn. You get to combo it with a 30 snipe, and you're just wiping like 90s, 120s.
Insane amounts of damage.
Just every turn, just like wiping things out left and right, which is just completely nuts.
And seriously, like if Carter didn't have those repeated counter catchers, imagine how hard those monkeys would have been hitting that game. It would have been nuts.
I know, right? Yes. I mean, and that's the thing about the deck, though, is that it's playing like 3 counter catcher. So it is a deck that constantly has access to the bench. Now we've got a familiar face here on stream. If you've watched any of the latest Tricky Gym YouTube videos, and you'll recognize Chase Juicy on the left, who was featured in my most recent Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX deck profile and gameplay video. Chase is one of our locals here, who I see week in and week out at both Standard and Gym Leader Challenge. So always really rewarding to see the local players who show up to League every week, pop off at bigger events. We had one of our regulars, John Patterson, I think, finish in the top 64 of one of the more recent regional championships. I think it was Wisconsin, Milwaukee. We've got Chase versus Ren Gleason on the right. And what decks do we have for these players, Riley?
Yeah, we got some old favorites, so we got a nice look into Destined Rivals over the last 2 rounds. But this round, we have Chase on Gardevoir and Ren with Goldango. So 2 classic decks from the Journey Together format. I'm excited to see how they hold up in this current metagame.
That's crazy that Chase is not playing Dragapult. Chase loves his Dragapult EX deck. He has been I think one of the biggest defenders of Dragapult, just showing up to League week in and week out with Dragapult. But now to be switching it up to Guardian. What is Ren's shirt? Hold on, I'm going
to take a little peek at Ren's shirt here. I can't tell.
Who is it?
I don't know. Maybe the chat knows.
Who's on the shirt? Is it Dolly Parton? Is that Dolly Parton? I don't know.
Kind of hard to tell with the angle and the black and white.
Is that Marilyn Monroe in space?
Someone else in chat saying it is Dolly.
I think it's Dolly, bro. Yeah, I think it's Dolly.
Maybe Dolly. Well, either way, it's a killer shirt.
It's Marilyn Monroe? Yeah, it's sick shirt. I'm just trying to figure it out. All right, let's get into this game.
All right, starting up round number 4 at the Full Grip Games 3K Release Weekend Tournament. We have Chase on the left, piloting his Gardevoir EX deck, a classic Titan from the Journey Together format. And on the right, we have Ren with his Goldango deck. We were just talking this past round about how powerful Monkey Dory was, and look at this, Andrew. 2 more Monkey Dories staring each other down in this matchup.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of monkeying around here today, Riley.
That's right, yeah. Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability, just so powerful. One of the definitive cards of the current standard format. So not surprising to see 2 decks that have the opportunity to play it, both take advantage of it.
And Chase is going first, appears to be getting a very strong start with Monkey in the active, Ralts on the bench, Buddy Poffin, and is actually getting 2 Ralts off of the Buddy Poffin. That's about as good as you could hope for. Now, I remember, when Jesse and JW were on their Goldango hype train, they always claimed that Gardevoir was a great matchup for Goldango, and that was one of their primary reasons for playing the deck, or insisting on playing the deck. And I'm interested to see that play out, and see if that holds true here in this Destined Rivals format.
Yeah, the Goldango deck. I mean, Goldango is got a pretty decent chunk of HP on it, and you play your own Monkey Dories, so not super susceptible to multi-turn spread moves by the Gardevoir. You can easily knock out a Gardevoir EX on the bench, and you have the opportunity to maintain a fully single prize board as well with Goldango. So, it's hard to see where exactly this matchup will fall. I think if you just look at the numbers by the numbers on these regional championships and online tournaments, you see it tends to be pretty close. So I think this could easily go either way.
I think so. It seems like it's a matchup where both players have things that they can do to gain favor. What is actually going on? Okay, the shuffling off camera. I can't see your hands. Ren, hands in front of the table, Ren. Like, where are your hands?
No deck.
Yeah, no deck. Where's the deck? What is happening currently? Okay. Shuffle's very close to his chest, so I could not tell. We got an Earthen Vessel. That's a cool energy, okay, because here at that's an English energy, isn't it? But we allow Japanese cards. We
so
do.
You could
play cool Japanese energy if you wanted to today. But I think those are from like the Terastal collection box. I don't know, some sort of turtle collection box or something.
Sure.
I don't know, bro. I'm pretty sure that's where they're from.
Yeah. Why not?
But you could play Japanese energy. I'm saying there's a huge missed opportunity. We allow Japanese cards today. You could be playing the coolest Japanese swag in your deck.
Also, I gotta say, for a going second, that is not a very powerful turn 1 from Ren. Just getting the attachment onto the Monkey Dory and basically passing. No other Gimme Ghouls in play. No Arven played. So, This could get nasty. I don't think Ren has a Goldengo in his hand either to draw those extra cards with coin bonus.
No, I gotta say, it's looking pretty terrible if you're Ren. So terrible that Chase is not even going to give Ren that Iono in his hand.
Yeah, just grasping drawing.
Yep, you don't have anything. I'm just gonna grasping draw to 7 with my Cleffa. But Ren did just top deck the Arven. And you know what they say, Riley? Thinning is winning.
Thinning is winning. Yeah, that Earthen Vessel coming in clutch.
Yes, Earthen Vessel to get 2 energy out of the deck. That is increased odds of top decking a supporter. Ren reaping and now Ren sowing. Gets the Arven off the top. And dang it, Ren, with all these close to the chest deck searches, can't see anything.
I have to imagine it's going to be something like that Ultra Ball so he can get a Goldengo out of his deck. This does leave him with a pretty thin board state unless he opts to do something like Ultra Ball for Gimme Ghoul and then use TM Evolution. Which isn't terrible, honestly. Knocking out the Cleffa doesn't feel that good.
No, I mean, could just attach. Do you really want to attach an attack with Monkey? You could attack with Monkey.
Does he have the Psychic in hand or access to it? I think I saw Energy Search Pro in his hand.
You don't want to use that Energy Search Pro without actually using an attack.
No, you do not.
No, absolutely not, bro.
Those are definitely getting Iono'd if that happens.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it is just going to be that Goldengo attack then.
I think that makes sense.
I didn't totally mind the TM Evolution play, to be honest, but this is fine too. Get some energy in the discard pile, start drawing cards with coin bonus, and I think it's relatively unlikely that Chase knocks out this Goldengo on the following turn. That would be kind of surprising to me. So you should be able to buy a turn as well.
Right, because Chase
switch as well.
Yeah, Chase is not going to be. Yeah, the switch is clutch. Chase is not going to be, more than likely not going to be popping off with Guardian next turn. I've seen crazier things, but
we've seen Secret Box lead to some crazy plays this tournament, Andrew.
And that's the thing, is just like when there is Secret Box in the deck, I mean, anything could really happen. Did we decide that Goldengo was washed before this event, dude? No, I've got Goldengo. All right, here we go.
I'm going to say, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we put Goldengo on the overlay.
I think we talked about Goldengo being washed, like colloquially, but then we still, of course, would include it in the overlay.
Yeah. Goldengo, the card, and this was my, I definitely missed the ball on Monkey Dory. When Monkey Dory was first revealed, I just missed completely. I thought the card was just, going to be too cumbersome to use effectively. I was very wrong. But on Goldengo, that card just reads good. I mean, the Goldengo had to be good. People were hating on Goldengo when this card was first revealed. This card just reads way too good to ever be truly bad. It draws cards. It does infinite damage for 1 energy. It has a decent, respectable amount of HP. What's not to like?
Yeah, absolutely. You were an early adopter of the Goldengo for sure. And it looks like Chase is going for an evolution of his own. So, rightly surmising that Ren was not under threat for this Goldengo. Okay. Here we go. Double Curlia, pretty much guaranteed. Chase does have Iono, potentially even multiple in hand for if he wants to dig on this following turn. And this is where you want to start putting that pressure on too. If you're Ren, you want to make sure that Chase gets no free turns in these moments as a Gardevoir player.
Right.
We do see that Dracloak, so looks like Ren is playing the Dragapult variant of Goldengo. Not all of them even include the Dragapult. Jesse opted to only play the Dracloak line at Milwaukee, for example. But just getting that little bit of extra turn. You'll see people do it with the Dunsparce as well. The coin bonus is great, but your attackers are getting knocked out turn after turn, so you're progressively losing that draw, and Goldengo really needs to see a lot of cards.
It does, and it is something that's really neat about the Dragapult line, is that the Dracloak is just worth playing. I wish that they would do this more with evolution lines, right? Where every piece of the evolution line kind of has a worthy part of existing. Dracloak has its own thing that it kind of brings to the table, and it makes games and deck building more interesting when you can have these different combinations because of the evolution lines. Like when evolving isn't just this kind of cumbersome thing that you need to abide by in order to play your main guy, right? When it's not just essentially summoning sickness, which is like kind of what evolving is sometimes in the Pokemon TCG.
I mean, those Curlias aren't doing anything.
No, them things are just summoning sickness. They just gotta wait. It's just like you just have to wait. Is just what it is, right?
Yeah.
But then you've got some Pokemon that when they evolve, they actually bring something valuable to the table, and Dracloak is one of those guys. The Recon Directive ability. I mean, before Recon Directive, it was Pidgeotto, which got played in quite a few decks for its draw power with the Airmail ability.
Yeah.
Now imagine if the Airmail Pidgeotto had existed at the same time as the Quick Search Pidgeot, that would have been pretty cool. You got a whole engine that, that all kind of jives together.
I was thinking about that as you were talking about evolving Pokemon and making contributions. Though I will say the Airmail Pidgeotto has 60 hit points, which is not super convenient in the current format.
Well, not currently. But, all right, but what if you put Quick Search back then?
Yeah, well, that would have been crazy.
That would have been crazy, right?
The control decks would have completely gone off the rails.
Yeah, there was actually a whole Pidgeotto control deck just with Pidgeotto. So, imagine if it had Quick Search too. All right, and Ren going to take the first knockout of the game with Golden Go going to 5 prizes remaining, making it rain.
Making sure to use that Energy Search Pro as well at a moment where he could discard multiple energy.
Yes.
So now has his discard pile fully loaded up and ready to go. So that way, if Chase uses an Iono, for example, Ren just needs a superior energy retrieval to start making it happen.
Chase has got another monkey on board now. A pair of Curlia ready to evolve up into Gardevoir. And this will be the turn, no doubt, and we start to see some Psychic Embrace action going on. And with the 2 monkey in play, Chase will want to start attaching darkness energies to those if he can find them. Has 1 bench spot available still. Probably is going to want that for Pheasantipity, get a little bit more of an explosive draw. I have to say, the choice to go Cleffa.
Yeah, Cleffa in those early turns didn't seem to contribute a lot for Chase. He did draw a couple of cards, but it cost him playing an Iono for a turn and just drawing those cards anyway.
And now it's the board state, right? It's like that Cleffa is just there.
Yeah, and it's stuck there. Potentially could be Turo'd up later in the game, but that doesn't feel like a super valuable use of a Turo.
Right.
Yeah, the Cleffa and cards like Cleffa can put you in a weird spot, especially with decks like Gardevoir that like to go wide on their bench if they can. There is still room for Chase to have the double monkey and an attacker. So not all is lost. It just reduces the flexibility turn over turn just that little bit.
Exactly. All right, so we got some Earthen Vessel chaining here. Get some
super nice
energy into the discard pile.
And an Ultra Ball as well.
Yeah.
So Chase's discard is actually going to be looking really nice after this turn and has the darkness energy thanks to those Earthen Vessels to start to power up Monkey Dory.
Yes, but notably is not going to be taking a knockout on the Golden Go. Does have Counter Catcher though. So could decide to maybe soften up the Golden Go while taking a knockout on something else.
Yeah, the thing is when you soften up in this matchup, the Monkey Dory is waiting there, right?
It's true.
To move those damage counters.
But what if you counter catch the Monkey Dory?
You could counter catch the Monkey Dory and knock it out, but the only attacker that can knock it out right now is your Gardevoir.
Right.
So that means your Gardevoir is in harm's way. And with only 1 Monkey Dory in play, the Gardevoir is guaranteed to have damage left on it.
So this has got to be a Monkey Dory attack angle then, right? We're going in with the Mind Bend?
Yeah, Mind Bend doesn't feel that good either. When
Then what feels good, Riley?
Nothing feels
Well,
good.
all right. So in a world where nothing feels good, what are we doing?
I think if it was me, I would probably counter catcher the monkey and knock it out.
All right. Well, that was option A that I said.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it leaves your Gardevoir in harm's way.
Yes. No, it doesn't feel great. You've got a few options here, right? You've got attack with Guardy. I think Chase sees the Mind Bend. Mind Bend is the wave, dude. You think he's already used his switch?
That's true. Yeah, the switch being down is big. Counting the fact the switch is down, Mind Bend does feel
That's what I'm saying.
pretty good.
Yeah, it's Mind Bend, dude. When in doubt, Mind Bend it out.
Yeah, Mind Bend the one without any
I
energy on
think
it,
this
too.
is a little greedy on the counter catcher. Like, seems unnecessary.
Yeah, I actually think it might be better to go for the one with the energy on it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because if Ren has to Turo it, then they also need to find a new metal energy.
All right. Yeah, definitely. The Mind Bend, it's like the perfect attack. It's part of what makes Gardevoir so good, is that it just buys you extra turns, right? Like we saw earlier in the day. Like we saw earlier in the day with Badoo,
Yeah.
right? Being able to just get you that extra turn. Special conditions, confusion, in a format where, I mean, like, how many Switch are you realistically playing, right? One?
Yeah, a lot of, basic base decks have Latias, for example, to easily get out of that. But these evolution-based decks are pretty susceptible to confusion. Now, it does give Ren access to some damage counters that they can now move with their Monkey Dory. So that doesn't feel great, but at this point, with the switch in the discard pile, you almost certainly have to Turo. These Goldango decks typically do play 1 or 2 copies of Turo, so not impossible to get a Turo off, especially with those multiple Pokegear in hand, at least the one. And we'll see if Ren can hit it.
Yeah, Turo would be massive here.
And the downside now of hitting the one without energy is if you do hit the Turo,
It's free.
you can just immediately switch into the one that has no damage counters, has an energy attached, and take a knockout.
All right, finds boss's orders.
That's
So,
not super helpful here.
That is not super duper helpful, no. All right, so what do? Do you go for it, Riley?
I think
Confusion is the fakest special condition,
I think
bro.
if it's the difference between attacking and not, that it's worth it to make the flip.
I always go for it because you have a chance. Not always. All right, there's certainly times where you don't. But, like, whenever you're playing, you have an opportunity
Yeah.
to, like, make it so the confusion is meaningless. You just
Yeah.
have to flip a heads.
Yeah,
I think often players get paralyzed by the fear of flipping tails that they just don't go for it. And it's almost like that makes that facet of confusion makes it a stronger special condition than
Makes
it
it
really
paralysis,
is.
yeah.
It makes it paralysis where people treat it as like, oh no, I can't afford to flip. Well, actually ask yourself,
like, what are the consequences?
because
of
I'm
that?
either passing or I'm taking 30 trying. And what is the differential there, right? Like, so
Yeah,
gotta
you
go
have to
for it.
consider the opportunity cost of trying to, like, would it have better to attach an energy somewhere else. But I think in this specific situation, it makes a ton of sense to just attach to the active, flip for it. Worst case, you take the damage. This Goldango would have been knocked out anyway.
Right.
Best case scenario, you get to knock out the Monkey Dory.
That's what I'm saying. And you keep up in your prize race, right?
Yeah.
So
I think that makes sense.
I'm thinking it's a you go for it type of situation here.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense here. Just keep up the pressure. Yeah, you have to flip through it, but it's not the end of the world.
No, it's not. And just get good. There's a 50% chance that you're the one laughing.
That's so true.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's so true. Yeah, if more players would get good, confusion would be even more fake. But I think Ren's going for it. They got the retrieval.
Gotcha. That's what I'm saying. Ren knows. Ren knows.
I think real Goldango heads know to go for it.
Oh, 100%.
You know?
What are you
Goldango's
going to
a
do?
deck that's
Give
all
up
about
pace?
going for it.
Yeah. Are you going to give up pace? No, you're not.
No.
You're a deck that's trying to race to 6. You don't have any tricks up your sleeve. You got to keep going at all costs.
Yeah. I'm with you. So here we go. Get a bunch of energy to the hand off that superior energy retrieval, and can just discard 2 of them.
Show us
if
the
we
flip.
That heads.
Show us the no flip a translucent die, Ren. Oh,
What if that die's weighted?
What if it's weighted? It's not. They're my stream dice. I purchased them from
I know.
from ChessX. But come on. It's a head.
There we go.
Ah!
Discarding 4 energy there, interestingly enough, trying to keep that discard pile loaded. I think that makes sense.
Huge knockout for the Dango there.
And now down to 3 prizes. Did take a prize with the Monkey Dory onto the Cleffa as well. So that's 2 prize take from Ren over the course of this turn.
Sheesh. Yeah, that's massive. The Monkey Dory. I mean, I'm telling you, I don't know about that Cleffa play from Chase early on in the match, and that really could determine everything, right? I mean, that extra prize, the extra turn taken, the bench space availability early on.
So if you're Chase in that situation, what would you have done? You knew that Ren had a pretty weak turn.
Just Iono and keep pace.
My take is usually just play the supporters.
Just play supporter.
That's usually my take, because you never know. Like you never know what your opponent has.
You already gained 1 turn of pace, right? Yeah. So just keep 1 turn ahead, right? You play the Iono, you stay 1 turn ahead, and then you win because you're 1 turn ahead, right?
And you like literally could win off of that too, right? Like if you hit a secret box, get off a Screamtail onto the benched Gimme Ghoul that turn, the lone benched Gimme Ghoul, you probably actually do win the game from there.
Yeah.
Here we go, loading up the Screamtail. But the thing is, because Ren has that Monkey Dory, you pretty much have to target it down with the Screamtail. But if you target down the Monkey Dory, then Ren keeps their very wide board setup.
All right, and Chase on the board with his first prize of the match.
Serendipity coming down. So much draw on Ren's board right now. Got 3 coin bonuses, the Recon Directive, and the Flip the Script on the Serendipity.
And this is the appeal of the Golden Go deck. You just draw so many cards.
Yeah.
Coin bonus, coin bonus, coin bonus.
That's 9 cards that you're seeing.
Recon Directive, Flip the Script. Yeah. Yeah. You're just constantly operating with a massive hand. And you have the ability to one tap anything in the game. That's the appeal. You don't have a lot of tricks. You know, you're not a deck that often can take multi-prize turns or whatever. Except, I guess, unless you've got a Cleffa to knock out with Monkey
Dory.
Sure. You know, that'll do.
And here comes Monkey Dory back. Are we going to see another flip? No, there's Turo in hand.
Oh, yeah. With Turo in hand, no need. But you know the answer, if not.
Gotta flip.
Even
just retreat.
Retreat is actually better because you save the Turo.
Yeah, this is a good turn.
For a rainy day.
Could even boss the Gardevoir this turn, potentially, if he has the energy needed.
Yeah, that's lights out if you do that.
Yeah, going down to 1 prize. I mean, actually, it is lights out fully, because you could knock out the Screamtail and the Gardevoir, potentially.
If you've got the... And I think if Ren's got energy in hand, then that is exactly what's happening.
So let's see. It'll take 6 to knock out the Gardevoir without help from Monkey Dory. And then ideally you're attaching the energy, the darkness energy, to your own monkey to knock out the Screamtail as well. So that'd be 7 total energy.
You need 2 superiors, basically.
Yeah, 2 superiors gets you there.
I think is a little short.
Ren did choose, I believe, to use... Okay, 1 more coin bonus. Not enough.
Sure. Yeah, no.
Not enough. So I don't think there's quite enough for Ren to fully win this game this turn, but that's probably still fine. Just boss like the Monkey Dory. Yep. I like this. Boss the monkey. Use your own monkey to knock out the Screamtail and KO the active.
Take 2 prizes this way.
Take 2 prizes. Deny Chase access to a Monkey Dory.
Yep. And then if you've got monkey on your own bench, then yeah, it just seems seems very stable.
Oh, and you know what? He couldn't power up that
the monkey
because he had to attach and retreat.
That's right. That's right, Riley. That's right. Yep. I like going down to 2 prizes too, though. You leave the Screamtail damage there. That's just monkey food, you know, and you could win the following turn. You get Iono'd to more cards, right? So like that seems fine.
Yeah, I mean this board is really good for Ren. It's pretty much the ideal board state for a Goldango deck. Can Chase piece together this game 1? And look, again, Andrew, 25 minutes in to a long game 1.
I know. Once again, dude. I know, but it's tough. I think Chase could have scooped, maybe. If there's a turn to scoop, it probably is now.
Or even like the confusion flip might have been a good turn to scoop.
I think the confusion flip might have been the scoop turn. Yeah.
Is this just... What are you going to do? Snipe the monkey again? That doesn't feel that good.
No, it doesn't feel that good. And at a certain point, it is, you know, Chase is going through all of his routes to properly try to win this game. And that's commendable. And that's what you do, you know, that's what you do when you have untimed Pokemon TCG matches to play. Is you go through your routes and you look for even the slimmest route, right, to try and win. But in regional level play, that's not what you're doing. You're playing 50-minute best of 3, and that's why so many people don't like 50-minute best of 3, is because it forces you to also consider time as part of your game playing equation. It's not just like, did I find the narrowest route to pull out a win and execute that? Those routes you don't often get to dig for unless it's a game 3 situation, because you're just kind of, by pursuing long shot routes in game 1, you are then shooting yourself in the foot for games 2 and 3. So it's this tough situation where you actually, the quality of games that you get to see are not as high, because on you know, in general, it's the responsible thing to do is scoop when a game starts to slightly get out of your favor.
Yes,
right?
It is.
It just is. It is. That's facts.
At least in game 1.
I'm not saying that, like, you know, I'm not saying that you know, single game Swiss has no problems or anything like that. I'm just saying that, you know, the 50-minute best of 3 system is a little bit. I think it's a little bit worn out and flawed.
So here's an interesting scenario, Andrew.
At this point,
Ren does have access to a superior in hand and has plenty of energy in the discard pile. Using that Cypher Maniac, I think Ren was hoping to get something like a Night Stretcher in their final superior.
Yeah.
But doesn't have access to it. May have a superior prized, or I may have miscounted earlier this game, but it's definitely not in deck.
Bro, did Chase low-key cook?
Well, is there a way to get Monkey Dory back? And it may have been a mistake to bench Monkey last turn if you weren't attaching to it. May have been better just to hold on to that Night Stretcher or use it but not bench it. Because now Ren is denied access. Here we go, Superior. Getting those 4 energy out of the discard pile. Should be able to attack with this Goldango. But then what comes next? Only getting 2? This could be interesting. I don't know if Ren quite has the resources. Or no, there is another superior in hand. So I don't think they have the resources to win this turn. But should on the following turn? Gardevoir enters the active. Makes a lot of sense. And if you're Chase, what is your route here? Probably just hope that Ren does not have the resources required to knock out this Gardevoir and put as much pressure as you can while slowing Ren down with cards like Iono to hopefully deny that final knockout. With liabilities like Kirlia on the bench, Ren should be able to take those down, but probably won't be able to knock out this Gardevoir.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Chase is super Dragapult pilled, okay? Like, he's been playing Dragapult all year. So Chase kind of lives for these like slim margin comeback plays. These are what he has been kind of like piloting at League. Like, he's used to losing by a lot and then reeling it all back in with a clutch Iono or something. So
yeah, there is the wrinkle though of Ren stacked their deck with the Cypher Maniac and did not coin bonus.
Right. So like, and that's the thing, is at a certain point you gotta say like, all right, am I gonna put the entire best of 3 on this one single game here with a long shot win con?
I think Chase is saying yeah.
Yeah, I think Chase is saying yeah for sure.
I think the route to make this possible is you have to counter catcher the Goldango without an energy. But I don't see a way to do that in Chase's post Iono hand. And I think with the cards that Ren stacked on the previous turn, he should be able to close it out, even without Fez access. We'll see.
And here's Gardevoir, fully powered up. Monkey Dory to move 3 damage counters off the Gardevoir to the Goldengo, and Miracle Force for 190 damage.
Yeah, the math is just a little bit awkward too, and I think this is part of why this matchup feels slightly favored for Goldango. Is even at 220, you're 2 Monkey Dory pings away from knocking this out. And with using 2 Monkey Dory pings, there's not a way for Chase to obviously take that final 2 prize cards, even if he buys this turn.
Yeah, gosh, it feels so bad. And you realize how long these turns can take, right? I mean, as we're kind of going through here, you see how much time can get sucked into like kind of an inevitable win con, right? And like, this is potentially like a 5-10 minute cost here for Chase to let this game play out. And I will see. It's a gambit, right? I mean, if there's something in the resources that Chase sees that I'm not seeing right now that's going to make it so that Ren cannot actually close out on this Gardevoir.
Well,
the basket.
What?
Dude, the basket, bro.
Whoa.
The basket,
Basket
dude.
is crazy.
The picnic basket?
I gotta say, I did not expect the basket.
I did not see the basket. Was it heal 30 from everything, right?
Yeah, heals 30 from every one of your Pokemon.
Dude, the basket. Well, that changes some things. The picnic basket, yes.
Of course.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Well, I don't think that changes that much about the board state, but that was cool.
Yeah, it was kind of sick.
We see the Armand getting that superior energy retrieval, but 4 energy is not enough to knock out a Gardevoir. Ren needs to draw the boss's orders to close this game on a future turn. It's probably a pass, but that gives Chase the opportunity to Iono again.
The pass, dude. Yo, is Chase cooking? Does Chase
have another Iono?
Is Chase legend? Hold on. Yeah, that Guardy needs healed. Yo, that Gardevoir needs healed from the basket. The picnic basket. Also heals Gardevoir.
It heals the opponents too.
Oh. Pokemon, we do see that. Gotcha.
Wonderful. All
right.
right.
Well, we got word down to the judges to make sure that Gardevoir got healed.
On it, chatters.
Denies access to the monkey, I guess.
It does. That could be relevant. But we got to solve that for sure. Yeah.
Very interesting game state here. I think if I'm Chase...
So Chase is cooking now, okay.
Okay, yeah, sure. Bravery Charm that monkey.
I take back everything I said, Chase.
Yeah, research doesn't feel good here, though, because you know that Ren is just going to dig through the rest of their deck. And has a superior in hand, which is enough resources to KO
and boss
the monkey.
Yes, because
even with
boss.
the charm.
Yes. Right.
Does he have counter catcher? I think he does.
To take out, what do we take it out?
Just bring something up.
Bring another Goldengo up?
Yeah, or
no,
Fez.
Can't be the Goldengo. It's got to be.
I mean, it could be the Goldengo because Superior only gets you 4 energy.
So you could be 1 energy short.
Yeah, the monkey has 150 hit points, or 160 hit points.
And then you have to just start moving damage to the other Golden Go.
Is there?
But there's another monkey now.
Is there a counter catcher, or is that just the super rod?
There's no counter catcher, dude. You're tripping.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Is it a confuse angle?
Are we going back? Yeah, dude. Chase is scraping the bottom of the bucket here, dude. He's scraping the bottom of the bucket.
We've used
dry.
34 minutes of this game.
I know, dude. I know.
Yeah, sure. Gotta be. Yeah, I think it's a confuse angle here.
I know. Keep in mind, this game would have ran out of time in 30-minute best of 1, like 5 minutes ago.
So I think it's probably confuse angle.
Yeah.
But with the second monkey down, now you have a Pokemon that's less than 150 hit points. So I actually think that second monkey is a pretty big deal, because Ren could still tank the confusion, retreat the active Monkey Dory, and have access to the second Goldango with 3 energy to discard, just by paying the 2 retreat. Unless Chase sees another play. But the damage is just not quite lined up. 60 is not enough.
No, it's not. Let me go Miracle Force with Guardy.
I think that's game.
It is game, right? Superior Boss.
That's interesting. I think if Chase went for the confusion, he actually would have been fine.
At least a 50% chance of being fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? Like there was a...
Well, you like win on the spot, though, if he flipped tails in that situation.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Right. So like you still had a chance. So long as you're scraping the bottom of the bucket, I think you kind of have to go for confusion there.
Yeah. I think attacking with Gardevoir was never going to win.
But that's the set.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the set. And it's like, I hate that that's kind of like what it is. But yeah, that's the set. So like the next 14 minutes are going to be just one player trying not to lose.
Yeah.
Which is, it's just, kind of the way that the system is, right? I do think that Chase could have potentially scooped that game eons earlier. I mean, we could be well into game 2 at this point. Maybe with the confusion success.
Yeah, although I think Ren did play a jamming tower as well, which would have denied that play too. It actually just there was no route.
And that's what I'm saying is like it's commendable to watch a player really try to like find those really tough win cons. But also 50-minute best of 3, it's just not really a place where you can afford that, right? You're like, you gotta kind of have to be asking yourself, what are the odds that I win this game? Is it like a 10%er if I play it out? Is it a 20%er?
Yeah, and maybe it'd be different if he had like Iono in hand, right? But Sycamore, or Research rather, as your supporter for turn in that situation where your opponent has a gigantic hand and they have the resources to win, I think that's at least at that point in the game.
Right.
And those precious minutes could be the difference between having the opportunity to tie or where we're at right now, or realistically that's not happening.
For sure. We kind of, it's possible. If Chase plays like,
nah, man, 12 minutes with Guardy.
What if he just plays really, really fast?
Dude, 12 minutes with Guardy and you're going for a grasping draw this turn? No shot.
Yeah. What if Chase just plays like? Yeah, and there's a scoop. I mean, it's kind of what it is. Like Chase had kind of put the entire match on that first game, and you could see even mentally it kind of understood that, like, all right, I'm so far into this game 1 that if I win it, I win the set. If I lose it, I lose the set.
Yeah, I think there's honestly a good argument to scoop either at the moment that Ren stacked his deck with ciphers and didn't draw them.
Yeah.
Or at the moment that the confusion failed you.
Yes. It is a Dolly. That's a Dolly Parton shirt. I'm telling you guys, bro.
Turns away from the camera immediately.
I'm telling you, it says Dolly on the bottom.
I believe you.
I'm telling.
Ren doesn't want us to see.
I know.
There it is. Dolly.
Dolly. Told you.
Dolly.
Chatters, you guys are... People were telling me it was Marilyn Monroe, bro. That is not Marilyn Monroe. That is Dolly Parton. I know Dolly Parton because...
You know her?
No, I don't know her.
Oh, okay.
But Dolly Parton has got this program that allows us to get free books in the mail every month for my baby boy. Yeah. So yeah. Shout out to Dolly. Thanks for the free books. Yeah, she's
Dolly's
got
big into philanthropy and stuff.
Yeah, she's got this like program where kids get free books. It's sick. Yeah.
That is cool.
So, anyways, I think that is one of the biggest, I would say, like, skill curves is in the Pokemon TCG is learning how to navigate a 50-minute best of 3, right?
Totally, absolutely. Like knowing the moments where you scoop and what are those thresholds. You know, you were saying earlier, do I scoop at the point where my win percentage drops to 50? What about 40, 30, 20? Do I play out a 10% win game in game 1? I think usually the answer is no, that you need to reconsider. And especially like how much time is it going to take you to win 10% of the time?
Right.
Are you going to invest 10 more minutes for a 10% shot at winning a game? Probably not worth it when you actually think through the cost of that, right?
Exactly.
You'd rather just re-roll and start from scratch.
There's very high value in re-rolling in a 50-minute best of 3 situation because you take a 20% win condition game, and then if you're saying like, okay, well, and then you have to ask yourself something like, okay, well, what are my odds of winning this matchup generally?
Yeah.
And if it's like, okay, well, I've got like a 56, 50, 55, 60% chance of winning this matchup generally, like you got to sack that low odds win game and say like, okay, well, I'm going to navigate the next 2 really good and give my deck the opportunity to perform in the way that I know it can.
And it's a really important skill, right? And that's fundamental. Even in best of 1, like understanding what your opponent's route is and what your route is fundamental. And really, this is just taking that to the next level and understanding, okay, based on what those 2 routes are, what is the realistic outcome of this game? What is the pragmatic thing that's going to happen over the next few turns? And based on that, should I just scoop and move on?
And I got to say, I mean, it's a major player in why you see the same players doing well
absolutely
tournament after tournament is their ability to navigate the 50-minute best of 3 time constraints. I mean, I hate 50-minute best of 3. I got really good at it for a long time though, and I could navigate 50-minute best of 3 like a boss, because I knew exactly when to scoop in all my matchups. I was very confident scooping low win percentage games and then hedging that into winning games 2 and 3. But like that, I'd say is like the biggest barrier between being like a local player who's pretty good and being like a regional grinder who really knows how to day 2 top 32 top 8 a regional is that being able to navigate the 50-minute best of 3. And the thing is, you don't have a lot of practice outside of like going
locals,
to regionals, right?
Yeah, unless you really force the issue. I think if you're at home and wondering how do I get better at this, I mean, you could try it when you're playing with your friends. Actually time yourselves out. Like, don't think through every move at the same, because you need to be able to think quickly, respond in the moment, understand where your time is at in a given game. That is a really essential skill set to succeeding at the highest level in this game.
Yeah, 100%. It is like you have to know how to play, but then you also have to know how to navigate the 50-minute best of 3, and it's a very different skill set. You're not going to pick up that skill set playing on TCG Live. You just can't, really. You could get to a point where you see your routes faster, which can help you.
Yeah.
But you still, at some point, are going to have to develop that 50-minute best of 3 skill set.
And I think actually, when you have like untimed testing and you're getting so used to identifying the routes, you can almost fall into the trap of, well, I know there's a route. I can win this game. Mm-hmm. And if I just play this specific line and my opponent whiffs on this turn, I've played enough and I know this deck well enough to know that I can win. But sometimes that thought of I can win like obstructs your ability to see, will I actually win?
Yes. And there's at this point, 50-minute best of 3 has been the tournament's the major tournament standard for the Pokemon TCG since 2015. And there's so many different opinions on like what should be done. Obviously, like famously, Tord got disqualified from an international championship for playing his 50-minute best of 3 in a way that was not deemed as legal, right? Yeah. Manipulating the clock too heavily, manipulating his time taken on turns and game actions too heavily. Tord, largely regarded as the best player in the modern era of the game, was literally disqualified from an international tournament for this point of discussion. So it's not like it's not like this is coming out of a vacuum. This is a issue that our community has been wrestling over for a long time. Talking to someone like Jason Klaczynski, who is another player that people regard as one of the best players of all time, he's expressed to me that he's a 3-time world champion, and he's expressed to me that he really loathes the 50-minute best of 3 system, and it actually makes his appreciation for the game go down a ton. And the reason for that is kind of like what we're discussing. Like when you go to a regional championship and you're playing, like you are also playing the mini game of the 50-minute bet. You're not just sitting there to play
the external game.
You're not just playing the pure Pokemon TCG. You're also playing this mini game that is the 50-minute best of 3 on the side. And his argument is that the 50-minute best of 3 mini game cheapens the game in front of you. And I would say that I agree with that. I mean, I thought that like Chase and Ren's game 1 there, that was a good game 1. And really like that, I'm comfortable with that game deciding the set.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's fine. If you could have more games like that decide the set, then that feels good. If the Pokemon TCG gets to a place where the games all feel like both players had a chance to do their thing, you know, then it feels like that one game's not terrible to be able to decide the set. But the problem is that you have a lot of non-games as well. So those don't feel good to decide a set. So yeah, you got a lot of different stuff. You got people who swear by 50-minute best of 3. Your get gooders, you know, who are just like, yeah, get good. And I get it. I mean, I definitely could have qualified as someone who could have just have said get good, you know, because we knew how to do it, you know.
Sure.
We could have just told everybody else to get good and suck eggs, like who cares, you know. But it's tough. I have to say, I do like it. I tend to be idealist when it comes to things. I love that. I love a format where it's like I get to play like one really thought-provoking game, and that's it. You know, like when I go back and I go play like 2006 format, I don't feel like that needed to be a 50-minute best of 3. I'm like, that game was pretty good. If I play a game of Gym Leader Challenge, it's like a lengthy 35 minute game 1. I'm like, yeah, that was good. Best of 3 of that for what?
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Well, I think, you know, to play devil's advocate here, right? The argument in favor of best of 3 is it reduces the impact of, you know, really poor starts or the variance of the game in some ways, because you have opportunities to play more games and have more games factor into your tournament record. And I think that is a semi-valid argument, right? That more games are factoring into your tournament performance. I think the downside of it is there are real world limitations to running these tournaments.
100%.
That's the reason that it's 50-minute best of 3 instead of untimed best of 3 or 75-minute best of 3.
Right.
It's not because we arbitrarily decided that is the best amount of time to play Pokemon for. It's because tournaments have to complete in a reasonable time frame.
Yes.
Even the biggest ones have to complete in a reasonable time frame.
And now we're starting to get to the point where it's like, okay, you see Japan's tournaments, 5,000 players. What format do they play?
They play best of one.
They play best of one. Why? Not logistically appropriate for them to do 50-minute best of three. 5,000 players. It's just not really happening, right? So like now the West is starting to catch up, right? Like we're starting to get to the point where we got these like 3,000 player tournaments. Players are, complaining like, oh, we don't have the rounds in the day to be able to like make it so that the correct records are getting into the right placements and things like that. It's like you're butting up against all those logistical issues. And you see, the game needs to be a game. It's not just a game that exists in a vacuum. There are people who like need to be able to like work an appropriate day, right? There's a reason the stream doesn't start until like round, X or whatever.
Yeah.
It's because like the people who work the stream
Can't work those people for 14 hours.
You can't work them for 14 hours. I could work you for 14 hours, which is why we start on round one. Yeah, so that's because you get paid cash under the table.
Well,
yeah,
there it goes.
yeah, and you're not allowed to unionize either. So,
dang.
and there's no benefits.
Oh, wait a minute. This doesn't seem worth it.
So yeah, there's there are logistical challenges to all of this, and I know Tord obviously is a big opponent. So you have the two players that people argue are like the best players in the game. Both oppose 50-minute best of three. You're Jason and you're Tord. Tord has put up, and Tord's argument's the one that really stuck with me. At any given point in the system that currently exists, there's one player who doesn't want the set to finish or doesn't want the current game to finish, right? And that is just a breeding ground for problems because you're constantly having players butt up against the issue of like, what's the slowest pace of play that's legal, right?
Yeah.
So like you have no way of digging into someone's head and knowing what they're thinking, right? So you can't like go mind read and be like, oh, well, they're trying to think of what's the slowest legal pace of play, penalize them. Or if they're just thinking, right? So it's like, it makes judging these kinds of things almost impossible. In Japan's system, right, which is single game Swiss, you know what happens if the game does not conclude?
Double game loss.
Double game loss, baby. And guess who's incentivized to not finish the game?
Nobody,
Riley.
Yeah.
Freaking nobody. Yes. And you know what? It's like the rules to a tournament should make it so that you're incentivized to do the thing you want players to do. If you want players to be incentivized to complete their game, then you got to put the structure in place to make them want to finish the game, which means hardcore rules like, if you guys don't finish, you both lose. So one of you guys better finish.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's tricky. I think a lot of people, if they were to say best of one is a route we'd go down, they'd want more rounds, of course, again, to reduce the impact of just game by game variance on their experience. But more rounds is like its own logistical addition, right? Like it's not like a 30-minute best of three or best of one is going to take 60% of the time as a 50-minute best of three, because there's some amount of like impermeable time. You have the +3 turns, which is always going to take like a certain amount of time. You have the players like getting their match slips and sitting down and getting started, which takes a certain amount of time. So it's not like you can just add like 1.5 as many rounds. And so there's like compromises that need to be made and like things that need to be, so it's not as easy as flip a switch, of course. That doesn't mean it's not something worth exploring or the right route to go. Again, just like trying to lay it all out there.
Right. It's just like, I think the important thing to note is that like it's not the way it's always been.
Yeah.
Right.
Same as the turn one rules, right? Like things can change.
But it's been this way for 10 years. And you've got a lot of top players coming out and kind of saying like, the system's kind of jacked, right? Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of top players at this point. So like, and it's kind of been a conversation that's been happening for a while. So like, It feels to me like the 50-minute best of 3 tides are starting to shift, and that like general favor is starting to kind of waver a little bit, and that like there may be other things like in the water, maybe, or maybe TPCI will just say like, whatever, screw it, we're just gonna keep doing it this way. As long as you guys keep showing up to our tournaments, we'll keep doing it this way. Like, who really cares? But I also wouldn't put it past them to like debut something new. You could do best of 2, where both players get a chance to go first. I think that's like a cool solution. You flip a coin, the player who wins the flip gets to go first in game 1. The player who loses the flip gets to choose who goes first in game 2, and you just win a match point for each game that you win in 50 minutes. Like, that's a cool way to do it. That's cool. That's Tord's solution. And I also like that solution.
Yeah, way back in the day, years and years ago, Andrew Wamble wrote about Best of 2 on the Charizard Lounge, which was a pretty famous blog at the time.
This is how long we've been talking about this, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like we've been talking about this since...
And specifically, he wrote about Best of 2 as his preferred format. I think actually Lorcana played Best of 2, or maybe still plays Best of 2. And I remember some folks weren't super into it. I don't remember the exact reasons why. I've always liked the idea of Best of 2. To me, that seemed pretty fair. It allows you to constrain the time a little bit further, gives both players the opportunity to have their preferred starting position in the game. And, again, the ties aren't a super big deal. Just add the match points as you go.
And I don't think it's logistically possible to increase the time limit for a best of 3. Like, I don't think that the regionals can go to 60 minutes.
No, because that adds up so much, right?
It adds up too much. Yeah. And that has been one of like the biggest, like I said, they're logistical puzzles that you need to figure out, right? Because the tournament is a tournament for players to come and compete, to see who wins and all of that. To me, it's like, is the player who wins a Champions League any less accomplished than a player that wins a Western Regional? Like, absolutely not. You're a freaking beast if you won the Champions League. Like, you're freaking beast mode. What are you kidding? Like, are you kidding
just like
me?
You're beast if you win a regional.
Just like you're beast if you win a regional, right? So, like, it doesn't cheapen your accomplishment by any means. Like, likewise, you're probably not going to sack your way to a dub, through all these, like, best of 1 games that you play and stuff. The one thing I disagree with the Champions League, they go single game all the way to the finals. I think that's crazy. Like, come on, like give the top 8, give the top 8 a best of 3. Sure, like why not give the top 8 a best of 3? Like, come on.
They're sticking to their principles, Andrew.
I know, but they do stick to the principle, and for that, I cannot knock them. I cannot knock them for sticking to their guns and saying, no, you all will best of 1 all the way to the finals. The judges have families to go home to and mouths to feed, and you guys got to wrap it up. Yeah. I respect that take. I respect that take heavily, because the judges work really hard to put these events on, and it's not all about the players, okay? This isn't Burger King, have it your way, okay? This is a collaborative effort. The community organizers, the tournament organizers, everybody has to play together nicely in order to get these things to fire. So, like, anyways, I think it's definitely just like a really interesting discussion, and we had like an extra 15-20 minutes in this round to actually dig into it. So I think it's it's something that's worth talking about.
We had that time because it was a best of 1 this round.
We literally had that time because it's a best of 1, and many of our games are showing
pseudo best of 1.
Exactly. It's like many of our rounds so far. It's like and Full Grip, when we first started doing these major cash events, we were running them like a League Cup. We were running single game Swiss into like cut top 8, but then you've got a lot of players who want to play 50-minute best of 3, so sure, we bring it in, but then that system has its issues too. So like,
and I think it makes sense to kind of emulate the regional, like national style format for these sorts
a major cash tournament. I agree. Just defer to let people practice for like the major events.
Yeah, like
that's kind of what it is,
especially
right?
For like the context of these release weekend events. They're almost like mini preparatory regionals.
They're like state championships.
Yeah, like a state championship.
Like what the state championships used to be like.
So it makes sense, in my opinion, to emulate whatever that experience is going to be at the regional level.
Yeah. And that's actually something that I think is really missing from our scene right now, is that state championship level of competition. The game used to be a game that was very regional. You didn't fly to regionals. Nobody ever
They
flew.
were genuinely regional.
They were generally regional championships. The game used to be very regional, like, and you'd hear like, oh, the West Coast guys are all playing this over on the West Coast at their regionals, and the East Coast guys are all playing this over at their regionals, and the Midwestern folks are playing this and doing well with this, and then like you didn't really get that clash of worlds until like nationals, right?
Right.
And the World Championships, and the reason that things used to be purely regional was because regionals didn't pay out any money. So, you know, I think when I won my regional in 2015, I got a pat on the back, I got a case of Primal Clash, and I got a $300 Visa gift card. And I thought I was
King of the world.
I thought I was king of the world, bro. You know, I won a 360 player tournament, and I got a case of Primal Clash and a Visa gift card, and drove home in a packed sedan, you know, full of gamers that were sweating.
That was the life, man.
That was the life, you know. But that was sick, bro. That was sick. And then the next year, you know, I won $2,500 for getting second at a regional, and was like, wow, that's kind of ccrazy. Like that, things have really changed, huh? You know. So it's the vibe of the game has changed completely. Where like now the regional championships are kind of like these massive productions that people like fly to from all over the world, which is kind of crazy and awesome. But like that state championship, there used to be state championships, which were purely regional events. People would really only travel to the states nearest to them, and there were multiple of them occurring on the same weekend. So like you really couldn't like fly to every single states because there were multiple occurring across the country on the same weekends. And they would usually have like, I don't know, 100 players, you know, and they were fun. They were cool. They were like a regional. They were like kind of like they were that step between a city championship or a league cup and a regional. They were that. Right. And that's really what these 3K cash events I think are really offering, is that kind of like, and they feel regional. Some people travel pretty far to come out to these full grip events, but like we're kind of just pulling from the region, you know, to give people this high level competition once every set with a stream once every set. And people are, and you can see we've got 130 players here today competing. You know, we had like 150 for the Journey Together one. It's really exciting to be able to put on these kinds of grassroots state level kind of events, especially since there's that kind of vacuum for that kind of level of competition in the Pokemon TCG currently.
Yeah, I missed the train on states. I started playing Pokemon the last year that the states were happening, and I didn't go to any tournaments at that point in my like journey with the game. So I missed out on it. But I think the one thing I'd always wanted them to come back, partly because I also liked the sense of community that states fostered. Yeah. You know, there was like a lot of pride in like your own state and like winning your own state championship, for example, and like your state's local community. And now the game is so much broader in scope, so much more traveling, so much more really cool and interesting stuff. But I think we lost some of that like local pride, like state pride along the way.
Bro, we've got a corporation running all the regionals now, dude.
You know,
we've got some major corporation that doesn't know anything about the game. Like, dude, it's man, like it is what it is, bro. Like, it's corporate now. Yeah. It used to be cool. It's really corporate. And that's why I love these full grip events, because these are grassroots. This feels more like what old school Pokemon used to feel like to me. And that to me is like, it's so exciting. It's cool. It feels like, the vibe is right. So
yeah, I mean, I don't mind the current state of the regional format, but I would love to have that in between. You know, like I would go to a Wisconsin States for sure.
For sure.
Even if I didn't go to any regionals, I'd go to the Wisconsin States.
Well, the game is incredibly successful right now, and and it's exciting. It is exciting to watch it grow into this like behemoth.
Yeah,
that
behemoth
is
the word I would use for sure.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive now. These events, every single regionals is a gigantic production. Every single nationals is a gigantic production. Every worlds is like a mind-boggling production. It's such an impressive feat that was that has been accomplished and that is being put on by TPCI. So definitely no slight at that. it's incredible to see. But yeah, I have fun here at this, at Full Grip Games.
How can you not, folks? How can you not at the Full
I have
Grip
fun.
3Ks?
I have fun at Full Grip at Akron. Tell you what, it's a lot of fun. But all right, we've got round 5 coming up here shortly, folks. So don't go anywhere. If you do go anywhere, make sure to head over to fullgripgames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product, or dragonshield.com for all the best sleeves and accessories. You can use code TrickyJim at dragonshield.com for 5% off your order. We'll be right back with round 5 momentarily. Welcome back, gamers. We are getting prepped for the 5th round of the Destined Rivals Full Grip Games Standard 3K, the first major cash event in the West to feature the newest cards from Destined Rivals, our North American International Championship format. And for those of you who are regular viewers of our Wednesday and Thursday night league streams, which you should totally tune into. We stream Wednesday and Thursday nights starting at 7 Eastern. Our league nights here at Full Grip Games. We have got a league regular.
And someone you might be familiar with from the previous set of streams as well.
Benjamin Morse against Zach Laska. And this match is getting underway. So let's get right to the table and see what they've got in store for us.
And jumping right in, Andrew, it's pretty clear what both of these players are playing in terms of their decks. We have Ben Morse on the left, rocking Gardevoir, his tried and true favorite, making top 8 at the Journey Together format release weekend tournament, and Zach Laska on the right, rocking the Raging Bolt. Now, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Raging Bolt does have the potential to perform the spawn camping strategy that we were talking about earlier today with the baby Raging Bolt, taking that snipe damage on the benched Ralts. However, if Ben is playing a card like that new Shaman, he can avoid that route. And if Raging Bolt is just playing for like knocking out the active with the EX, that probably is not sufficient to win this matchup consistently.
No, I would agree. I'm curious to see if Ben has the Shaman coming along for the ride in his deck. There's been no mystery as to what Ben Morse was going to play at this event. He top 8'd the last Full Grip Games Standard 3K with Gardevoir. He said the deck worked immaculately the entire time. It only failed him in his top 8 match, and he's been a Gardevoir truther for the longest. So, you know, to see him back on Gardevoir is absolutely no surprise.
No.
And then he, of course, won the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge tournament with his colorless deck for the Journey Together release weekend event. The only player to top 8 both Standard and Gym Leader Challenge. Is one of the Full Grip locals to keep an eye on for sure. Here at today's event, looks like he's going to Ultra Ball for Kirlia and pass it on over to Zach, who has got a Raging Bolt in the active.
Yeah, just taking that preemptive Kirlia. Obviously can't evolve right away here, but since he has access to that Kirlia for the following turn, he'll be able to safely evolve and get moving. And because there are multiple routes in play, he'll be able to quickly and easily be able to find a Gardevoir, for example, if he needs one on the following turn, or even Rare Candy can come into play, even if he chooses to evolve one of those into a Kirlia. Crispin, the supporter of choice for Zach on the first turn, and is taking a quick and snappy knockout. Zach wasting no time. He must have heard our discussion about the best of 3 format and said, no, we are not messing around when it comes to time in this game. So Ben, after one of his Ralts perishes, will draw for turn. And I gotta say, even though Zach took that knockout, not really demonstrating a significantly powerful turn, right? Only taking that one prize, no further energy in play, no Teal Mask Ogerpon in play, no Hoot Hoot in play, no Fan Call Rotom, just one energy and a dream. I would say it's pretty unlikely that Ben responds with a knockout here, but if you're Zach and you're playing this Raging Bolt deck, you really want to see your board develop quickly on those first couple turns.
Did you miss me, Riley?
I didn't even know you were gone, dude.
Oh, man. I just sprinted down the fire escape to nudge the table about an inch.
Yeah, I noticed like something was moving over there. Yeah.
Yes, I think somebody nudged the table, so it got a little out of line, but it's should be a little closer now, which is great. And Where are we at?
Well,
Doesn't look like it was the most exhilarating turn for Zach.
yeah, he literally played Crispin to attach the 2 energy and immediately discarded 1. It was probably a 20-second turn.
Oh, okay. Well, so we've got a prize to mark. That happened.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. But other than that, looks
Yeah.
like we're all caught up.
Yep, that's it. That's it. So Ben has, of course, evolved the Curlia that he got in the previous turn. Grabbing a Monkey Dory off the Artisan. Does he have much else that he can do here? You do really want to keep a backup Ralts at all times, just in case, because Raging Bolt does have that explosive firepower that could allow it, for example, to KO a benched Gardevoir. But we'll see. We'll see. This Ralts, of course, is in harm's way. Could be knocked out for a single energy by that Bellowing Thunder if Zach has access to another energy. But with such an underwhelming turn 1 from Zach, I imagine Ben's feeling pretty comfortable taking it a little slow. And here we go. Zach starting his second turn, hopefully a little more productive than his first. Although, honestly, if you're taking a prize, it's not the worst case.
Yeah, we got a Sada. And now that there's an energy in the
Sada
discard
for
pile,
1. Yeah, the Crispin into the Sada for 1.
And Nest Ball and Grass energy, we're chilling.
Yeah, the Nest Ball is actually really nice here.
Yeah.
Being able to get that Ogerpon down, accelerate energy, draw some cards.
Yeah.
Ogerpon's so good in this deck.
Everything. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, I catch a lot of flack, Riley. A lot of flack. I've caught in flack for this today. Because when Raging Bolt was released, I said
Raging Bolt was garbage on release.
I said that Raging Bolt was not going to be a very good deck on release. And you know what, Riley? I was correct. Because what were you going to use? Sandy Shocks EX? Quit playing with me, okay? Nobody uses Sandy Shocks. And it wasn't until this little sucker got released that Raging Bolt became the standard powerhouse we know it to be today. And that's because the very concept of Raging Bolt's attack, needing to discard 4 energy from play in order to do meaningful damage every turn, it just the engine wasn't there on release. Ooh, you gotta play Sada every turn, and then what? You're still not doing. You're doing 210. That's like kind of weak. You'd rather attack with Miraidon or anything like that, right? But it was really the introduction of the Teal Mask Ogerpon that took this deck just over the top, because
Agreed.
now, you play Sada for turn, that's 2. You attach from hand, that's 210 damage base, right? You're working. If you play Sada every turn, you're doing 210. That itself is not very impressive, right? That's why I originally pegged the deck as being mid, which it was. But but when Twilight Masquerade was released, I mean, how could I predict this thing coming into existence? A basic Pokemon that just allows you to slap down grass energy at a whim and draw a card for every one you do. It's just ridiculous. And here we go.
And Zach Sport's looking great after this turn.
Fan wrote him for knockout.
That was a classic utterance at the Journey Together release weekend tournament. Just that Fan Rotom, so powerful, Assault Landing, 70 damage, is like a really convenient amount for knocking out evolving basic Pokemon. The only condition being that Stadium card, but so many decks are playing Stadiums right now, and there's not really good ways to get rid of them once they're in play.
Yeah, the Fan Rotom, I mean, this card is just one of the nastiest cards in Standard, one of the nastiest cards in Gym Leader Challenge. It is a extraordinary card, and it's crazy. Zach didn't even set up with Fan Rotom. This game is still getting in there, attacking with it.
Yeah, just choosing to bench it and attack with it.
Yeah, because it also just happens to be, a fantastic single prize attacker. Compare this card to cards like Zapdos from Team Up, right, which did 1 energy for 80 if it switched into the active. Fan Rotom's not far off of that, right? I mean, that's how much weight this thing is carrying as a single prize attacker.
Yeah. And honestly, this turn just goes to show the power of Raging Bolt as an archetype. If you can just get a little momentum under you, you very quickly start to burst out of the gates. And we see with just that couple of cards off the Sada, Zach was able to find the grass energy in the Ogerpon, draw a little bit deeper, use that Artisan to get a Hoot Hoot, and bench super wide. And all of a sudden, that's a really, really threatening board state from almost nothing to start the turn.
And honestly, Riley, this is one of the reasons why I just keep looking at Raging Bolt is like, it's just a reasonable deck, right? Like it's just a deck that wants to race your opponent down in the prize trade, but it does it better than any other deck, right? Like Golden Go is a deck that is also trying to race the prize trade, but doesn't do it as good as Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt just has, the big bad basic attacker that can do infinite damage.
Yep.
It can attack on turn 1. It's got valid single prize attacking options with the Fan Rotom, the Slitherwing, and the baby Raging Bolt. I mean, it's got it all, right?
It's really versatile.
Yeah.
Skill set that it has now. I think especially with the introduction of the Noctowl engine and the Fan Rotom, it's really provided a lot of depth to the deck that it previously lacked. I think of, the pre-rotation versions of Raging Bolt that pretty much were entirely just swinging into the active for as much damage as possible with Raging Bolt. And now you have so many different potential attackers and threats, and you have bench snipe damage, and you have Rotom to pick off active basic Pokemon for 1 energy. The options are endless.
Yeah, they really are. And Ben finally getting on the board here, though. He's going to knock out a Hoot Hoot with a Scream Tail. Got energy accelerated to it with Gardevoir's Psychic Embrace ability, of course. So Ben is now on the board with his first knockout of the game.
And, you say finally, but really that's around the pace you expect Gardevoir to start attacking.
Yeah, turn 3.
And so, I think that's part of the power of Raging Bolt, though, is it has the opportunity to take, in addition to its explosive ability to set up, it has the power to take those quick couple of prizes before decks like Gardevoir or Dragapult get into the game. And then it becomes a battle of who can close out, right?
Exactly.
So Ben's strategy from here is going to be force Zach to take as many single prizers as possible. If Zach is forced to hit into like the Scream Tail and another Scream Tail or a Monkey Dory or something like that, that's Ben's route to win. Whereas Zach is hoping to take as many multi-prize knockouts as possible, like this Gardevoir, for example. And because he has so many energy in play starting this turn, it's totally possible that he could.
Right, because Boss's Orders becomes viable.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about the Raging Bolt board state, is that if you're having to play Sada every turn of the game, then you're not going to have as easy of a time using a card like Boss's Orders to target down the Pokemon you want on your opponent's bench. That's why these decks are all playing Prime Catcher, so that you can have one of those turns where you go Sada to accelerate energy into play, and then also Prime Catcher to target down a Pokemon that you want on your opponent's side of the board. But you really get one of those. And then the other times you want to gust, if you want to gust, you have to use Boss's Orders in order to do so. Another way that Raging Bolt can gain favor in this matchup, though, is with Jamming Tower. If that's a card that Zach is playing, Jamming Tower turns off the effect of tool cards in play. So if Ben gets to a point where he reaches with a Bravery Charm to have more damage on a Pokemon than would be naturally allowed by its hit points, Zach can also take like a double prize knockout effectively by using Jamming Tower to turn off the Bravery Charm and then take another knockout after that Pokemon goes down.
It is true, though I find you're not necessarily put in the situations where you need to do that if you're not playing into it with the Gardevoir deck.
Right.
For example, that Scream Tail had 40 on it, and that was enough to knock out a Hoot Hoot.
Yes, it's not until Drifloon or Scream Tail start really reaching for those EXs. But even so, Monkey Dory can sometimes make up the differential.
It can make up the differential, or you can use Clefairy with Gardevoir, for example, or Clefairy with Scream Tail, for example. There's a lot of different creative ways that Gardevoir can make the math work in matchups like this. Now, if you're Ben here, because you're on these odd prizes, you want to find a way to kind of like make that ground back up. And I think what Ben is saying is, I'm going to, at some point, use Monkey Dory to eliminate this Rotom And instead, I'm going to start chasing down those 2 prizers.
Right.
Now, to chase down a 2 prizer effectively, he will need some combination of Gust and either Clefairy, or could use this Drifloon with a Bravery Charm. We'll see what his route is. With the Arven being played, you have to imagine it's going to be like a Bravery Charm on the Drifloon and Counter Catcher. And maybe those are the exact 2 cards that he gets. Nest Ball.
Yeah.
I think there's a Counter Catcher already in hand.
Probably.
So Nest Ball seems reasonable here.
Oh, it looks like he's going for blood this turn.
Okay. Yeah, this seems fine too.
Yeah, so he wants to take 2 prizes this turn.
And I like Clefairy because it keeps away the potential for the jamming tower that you were just talking about.
Right. Exactly. So you're still promoting a single prizer because it's probably going to be Drifloon knockout on Raging Bolt or something like that with the assistance of the Lily's Clefairy. And it makes it so that the jamming tower play doesn't work. So what's the point of the jamming tower? Why do people play that? If it doesn't work, if a good Guardy player plays around it, then what the heck's the point?
It is kind of nice for Raging Bolt to have a non-Area Zero stadium.
I agree with
that.
That
actually came up for me at Milwaukee.
Okay.
Because the Raging Bolt player was able to bump all of their multi-prize Pokemon by leveraging Area Zero. So that factors into games for one. It's also pretty disruptive to like the Miraidon deck. Really hates to see jamming towers come into play and just sticks into play because usually you don't play many, if any, stadiums.
It's kind of just a counter stadium that's like can be sometimes useful.
Yeah, it's a way to bump Area Zeros, I think, is first and foremost the point, and it can provide you value. So,
Drifloon with the Fairy Zone assisted 1-hit KO on Raging Bolt. Ben going to take 2 prizes there.
And Ben is set up to win the next turn right now.
Oy.
That Rotom has 50 damage, so only 20 left. That means that Monkey Dory is primed to take a knockout. And all Ben has to do is knock some 2 prizer out.
And there are 2 prizers in play. And Monkey Dory is an option. Dang, Guardy's broken, dude.
Guardy is broken, yeah.
Yeah, Guardy's broken. Yeah, Raging Bolt washed for sure.
So Zach, and unfortunately for Zach, there's no way for him to like advance the game state without activating Ben's counter catchers.
Right, because it's tied 3-3.
Right.
And Raging Bolt's one of those decks, when I say it doesn't have tricks, this is what I mean. There's no real tricks here.
Yeah.
Like, what could you do?
Well, let's see. He's got a Bravery Charm of his own.
It's a minor trick. Right, because all Zach needs is an additional turn, right? So Zach just needs the Fan Rotom to not get KO'd so that Zach wins by, I don't know, if Zach plays the Jamming Tower, then you bump your own guy, right?
Yeah, and he plays a Judge as well.
Yeah.
So putting Ben to a lower hand size, gonna attack with that Fan Rotom for a KO, go to 2 prizes left, and now it's up. Ball's kind of back in Ben's court to figure out how to deal with that.
Yeah, because this is a mess. I suspect that Zach is not playing the Jamming Tower if he's going for the Bravery Charm on rather than you would just go get the counter stadium off the Noctowl. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 Pokemon you could do that to bump your own Fan Rotom. So Jamming Tower either not being played.
Well,
or not
he grabbed
available.
off the first Noctowl. He grabbed that Area Zero anyway, I believe.
Oh, there is Jamming Tower.
Yep,
there it is. Okay.
Right there.
Yeah. So actually, in order to get it out of play, would have to play Area Zero, then Jamming Tower the following turn.
Correct.
Right. So
Correct.
it needs the Bravery Charm to hold it on for 1 turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. So Zach's route here is basically just to deny Ben this 1 extra prize.
But if Ben can get 2 monkeys,
that's not enough. The
60 plus 50.
Fan Rotom has 120 hit points right now.
Bruh. 10 short.
Yeah, the math just not quite working out because that first damage counter movement was only for 20 instead of the full 30.
Yeah.
Just didn't quite have enough energy access to do 30 damage.
Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, so Zach is going to have the option here. Take out the Drifloon, go down to 2 prizes remaining. there are 2 prizers on Ben's bench, right? So not going to be an issue finding one. Just going to be a matter of, will Zach have the cards to take one out? And Prime Catcher's not been used yet. So that is a really important part of this equation, because the Prime Catcher is kind of that game clutching card at the end.
So I think if you're Ben, you're looking for that Iono to low and maybe snipe the Hoot Hoot with a Scream Tail.
Yeah, Raging Bolt's back to being broken, dude.
Raging Bolt back to being broken.
Yeah, Raging Bolt not washed. Raging Bolt totally broken.
Yeah,
actually.
that Bravery Charm really making all the difference here.
It is, dude.
The Bravery Charm plus the fact that Ben only moved the 20 damage instead of the 30 on that first turn.
Yeah.
Searching off that nest ball.
We got Fez, so we can flip the script.
Can't really go for second Monkey Dory with this board state. And there's no way to really deal with tools besides Jamming Tower right now.
That's it in standard.
Yeah.
Yep.
So no like Lost Vacuums or any creative cards like that to sneak this knockout where Zach might not be expecting it. We do have the Iono to low though. That is big.
Okay. Iono to 2.
Something like knock out a Raging Bolt or knock out a Hoot Hoot.
Yeah, Raging Bolt draws so many cards, though.
Yeah, however, if you knock out the Hoot Hoot, it doesn't have the search.
Doesn't have the search. Well, all you need is Prime. Yeah, but Prime is, it's not like you play Arvin. So, like...
Yeah. I mean, boss plus energy. You do need an energy, too,
Yeah.
Noteworthy. There are only fighting energies on 2 different Raging Bolts, so no Raging Bolt is actually ready to attack.
So probably want, like, a Sada.
Yeah, so you need some combination of Gust plus energy, whether that's a attachment from hand plus a boss's orders, or whether that's a Sada plus a Prime Catcher, or any other permutation of that. That's what Zach needs to see off of these 2 cards, plus his Pheasantipity draws, because we're almost certainly seeing Ben snipe the Hoot Hoot this turn.
All right, and we've got ourselves into what's shaping up to be a 25-minute game 1, folks. So,
and even with Zach's extremely fast-paced turn 1,
I'm saying,
and turn 2 for that matter, Zach's been pretty quick with it. I feel like you'll see Raging Bolt players kind of meander through their turns sometimes. Zach is not one of them.
No, Zach knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So respect.
Yes, for sure.
Who is the target going to be? You could also not take a knockout this turn. Put 120.
Yes, that's what he's doing. And I think that's correct.
Yeah, deny the Fez draw. You do...
Oh
my. Well, okay.
There we go. That is game.
Okay, well, in that specific situation, the knockout on the Hoot Hoot would have been better.
Yes.
But how are you supposed to know?
I mean, right? But then you get the Fez draw, right? So it's hard to say because...
Yeah, but he had it in hand without the Fez draw.
Without the Fez draw, right? So like that would have been better, but...
Yeah, I'm saying you can't. No, I think Ben's choice was probably correct with the information he had. And yeah, sometimes you just got it like that. That's what Raging Bolt's all about.
It is what Raging Bolt is all about. And really, it came down to the fact that he was able to get that turn 1, turn 2 attack. I mean, those turn 1, turn 2 prizes, that Crispin, those 2 attacks early on in the game set him up for success. And then the Bravery Charm play there at the end, I mean, that was incredibly clutch to just keep him from the brink of defeat.
Yeah.
Just walking that razor's edge really would have been 10 damage away from the loss. Had Ben decided to go for a second monkey, he would have been just 10 damage short. So the Bravery Charm just
made all the difference.
Made all of the difference. Ben had a pretty easy win set up without that Bravery Charm drop. Of course, with the damage counters being placed on the fan rotom over the course of a few turns, it is telegraphed. I mean, it's coming, but huge kudos to Zach there for seeing the defensive play and making the correct line to come out on top of the Raging Bolt deck.
And fan rotom took so many prizes too.
Like way too many prize cards.
Here we go, game 2. Zach going first now, so won't be able to take an immediate turn 1 knockout with something like a Crispin. But his hand isn't looking too shabby. He has an Ultra Ball and several different energy cards. Can't really complain about that. Also, don't really love to see the Clefairy start for Ben either. That's a card you ideally bench at the moment you need it.
Yeah, not great to have that thing in play early, as it could be a way for Zach to skip ahead a couple of prizes early on. Also, you are really going to want to get that thing out of the active spots, because leaving it up there is just a free couple of prize cards for Zach. If Ben doesn't move it this turn, then Zach will be free to just skip ahead two prizes next turn, and that is too fast, right? So,
and you were talking earlier about how with the SADA plus attachment, that alone gets you to that 210, which normally against many EX Pokemon is not enough for a knockout, but Clefairy is one of those proud few that sits at 210 or less, typically reserved for those utility Pokemon.
Yes.
And so it's a pretty ripe knockout for Zach if he's able to leave that, if Ben rather isn't able to get that out of the active over the course of the next turn.
Well, Zach opens Latias EX. Latias EX, much better opener.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best openers for the Raging Bolt deck, honestly.
For sure.
Especially when you have that Ditto, so immediately able to retreat into it and
Transformative
start. Pick any Pokemon he wants out of his deck. Common choices are going to be things like the Teal Mask Ogerpon or your Raging Bolt. Just immediately get those Pokemon into play off a fan call.
Yeah, so, cool play here with the Ditto, Latias enabling that free retreat, and now we can swap it out.
So
And
good.
It's basically like you fan called for a Teal Mask. How broken is that?
Exactly. The Ditto, I don't think, is a fit for every single deck that plays the Rotom, but decks like Zach's that have these really big basic Pokemon, where you want to kind of get all of them in play at once, the fan Rotom being able to search them out through the Ditto is huge.
I do see there's Prime Catcher already in Zach's hand. No Raging Bolts yet. But we'll see. Fan Rotom getting powered up. And I think Zach was just content with how that first game went, with Fan Rotom being able to just mow down a bunch of prizes early.
I would be, yeah.
Yeah, so why not run it back with some more Fan Rotom, Just let Fan Rotom kind of heavy lift for a few turns. And then close things out with Bolt when you need to.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the modern version of how the deck works. Interesting to see. I believe Zach discarded a Grass Energy there. I wonder, besides the Prime, what else is left in his hand. Because the Grass is always just draw on the Ogerpon.
It is nice to just get that, onto the Ogerpon for sure. Ben's got a pair of Ralts coming down. And we didn't see Ben go with Badoo last game, so maybe retreat since...
Does he play Badoo?
I just assume that all Guardy decks do. But am I wrong for thinking that?
I don't think all of them do.
I thought for sure TM Evo with the active Clefairy. Holy shnikes.
Well, I think you're pretty much forced to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think... What, are you going to retreat into a Ralts and just sacrifice it?
No. But that's okay. I mean, really, it's like Clefairy doesn't get knocked out by Fan Rotom. So
Exactly. There's
it's
no
actually
bolts in
fine.
play.
Yeah.
There's no bolts in play. You don't know what Zach's route is next turn. It seems like he's going for Fan Rotom, and in that case, he's probably gusting around you. And you're okay with that interaction.
And it does make sense for a TM Evolution build to not play Badoo, because it is that's your optimal turn 1, right? So you're not focusing on retreating into Badoo to item lock to buy time. You're just looking to speed up the pace of your own deck by using TM Evolution, which is what we see that Lily's Clefairy do.
Zach eyeing up his clutch Bravery Charm as he was searching through his deck.
Oh, just want to make sure that Bravery Charm's in there.
Yeah, deny those prizes.
Now, notably, Ben, with the TM Evo, only got one Kirlia into play too.
But the Fan Rotom can't knock out a Kirlia, so it's not like a Prime Catcher instantly KOs the Kirlia either. if anything, it KOs the Ralts with the current board state.
Right. Let's see another Hoot come down. And I don't think that Zach has the Raging Bolt play. It is going to be Prime Catcher with the Fan Rotom. Stadium had to come in line.
And Judge.
Yeah.
But this does give Ben the safeguard of now his Clefairy's on the bench. And with Prime Catcher burned, it's harder to get those big gust turns. Certainly not impossible as you build up energy over the course of the game, but definitely harder. You know, that Prime Catcher is the only way to get the gust and the Sada in the same turn.
For sure. If you're Ben, you love to see the Prime Catcher go down on a Ralts. Like,
yes.
Oh yeah, baby, that sucker's gone. You know, that just feels incredible. So you definitely like to see that.
Ooh, and a pretty decent set of cards for Ben. I saw Arven, I saw Gardevoir, I saw a Counter Catcher as well. I mean, with a Clefairy with an energy on it, Ben could just knock out a Raging Bolt.
That's for sure.
With the cards he has currently in hand.
Oh, that's pretty wild. All right, Fan Rotom draws first blood. Taking a prize for Zach with the Assault Landing attack for 70 damage. Got the Area 0 Under Depths earlier in the turn to fulfill that attack requirements.
Oh, a lot of energy in the discard pile for Ben.
And Ben has got Guardy. So here we are. Guardy online. Energy in the discard pile. What does Ben have off of the Judge? Can he make some magic happen?
I think his hand's pretty good.
I think a Research too. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. And the Night Stretcher.
Yeah, for the dark. Yeah, kind of loaded, actually.
Yeah, this is like perfect.
and the Guardy was part of the hand. So
I know.
Counter Catcher.
And Clefairy is in play. Don't forget, Clefairy's already in play. So could attack with a... Oh, interesting. Maybe going for a Snipe route.
Counter Catcher the Noctowl.
I could see it. I could see going for a Scream Tail here. I kind of like just chasing the Bolt and going for prizes.
Yeah, is this too greedy, Riley?
I don't know. I haven't played enough Guardy to say confidently. What I can say is I would have gone for the Raging Bolt.
I could confidently say that I also would have done that. But again, you know, I haven't logged the mileage with Guardy. I'm thinking, is there some line where he sees like, okay, trapping the Noctowl while sniping something is probably like the optimal line here.
My concern is you actually don't have the snipe guaranteed.
No, you didn't.
So, whereas you do have the Raging Bolt knockout guaranteed.
You do.
So that's why I would have pursued that route personally, even if I thought the snipe was the better play. I want the guaranteed advance my game state.
Yeah, so there's this issue too. Like, he's got just one Guardy, right? So like, you can't leave the Guardy active, right?
Right.
So so you can't attack. So attacking with Guardy is not an option. Lily's Clefairy, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Yeah, Lily's Clefairy could get there though. So I agree. I think counter catching the Bolt and saying like, I could just attack with Clefairy.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
But now Ben's in this situation where all of his lines suck.
Yeah, and whiffing the Scream Tail. This is why I don't like going for like those sorts of plays when you have like...
Oh, and now he's got a double counter catcher. Oh, to make up for the play that he should have did. Make up for the play that he should have did the first time. Greedy
that's a big cost, right? Those counter catchers are huge. We saw how impactful they were in the Grimmsnarl match earlier today. Gardevoir is another deck that really loves to abuse those counter catchers. I understand why Ben wanted to pursue this route.
For sure.
But I think you got to go for what's in front of you.
You really do. Off of Research to 7, I know you're saying like, oh, well, if I just get a Nest Ball.
Or
like,
an Artisan.
I'm in there, you know, but that is not guaranteed, dude. Like, not at all. You've got the layup sitting right in front of you, you know, and you're a deck that can trade with Raging Bolt.
Right.
So just let it trade.
Right. Especially, since they're at 5 prizes and you're at 4.
Just trade, baby.
Perfect opportunity to start trading. And yes,
if you can ever, as Gardevoir, if you could ever take the lead on a trade against a linear deck like Raging Bolt that's only taking one prize at a time, like, or one knockout at a time, excuse me. then it seems to me like that you just do that.
And actually, Crispin would have been one of Zach's outs to still get an attack off this turn. So, for example, if you went with the Screamtail here, Zach would have been able to Crispin, retreat the Noctowl, still get an energy attachment for turn, and use Assault Landing for knockout on the Screamtail. So I don't really vibe with the.
I think part of what you need to ask yourself is like, okay, obviously there's the high end of like, okay, if I hit everything that I wanted to hit,
and then he gets
but then
stunted on.
you also have to ask yourself, what is the low end, right? And the low end, what if that second counter catcher wasn't there? Then you lose.
Yeah,
like
it's kind of similar to our discussion around best of 3 in a way. You have to measure like what your likeliest scenarios are and how worth it each of those different use cases might be.
Yeah. It's like the counter catcher Raging Bolt play probably has like a 70% win chance if you just make that play. So
here we go though. Another Clefairy coming down. We're just going back into the race.
That's what I'm saying. Ben can just race this deck down.
Absolutely.
You don't have to play the funny game, the comeback game here. You could just win.
And I mean, Ben could even knock out this Hoot Hoot. Or no, he already used one of the monkeys. But still, knocking out a Raging Bolt, going down to 2 prizes remaining. Zach's kind of forced to deal with a Clefairy once it's in play.
Right. And like when you have both online, it's like even if your only Guardy goes down, you just still have a Clefairy that can win.
Right, the Clefairy is already powered up and it can knock out. The thing about the Clefairy too is it's not only able to knock out Raging Bolt.
Oh no.
If you both have 5 on the bench, it can knock out Latias. It can knock out Ogerpon. So the Clefairy is a huge onboard threat that can't really be ignored by a Raging Bolt player. But you also like almost can't afford to only deal with the Clefairy.
Yeah, dude, he's a rondoer. He caps out at 220 with both players having a full bench.
Classic rondoer.
The classic rondoer. Yes. I know that math from playing Miraidon.
Yeah. I really liked that Suicune deck too. Remember that one?
I never played that one, no.
With the Ludicolo. That was cool.
All right. And here we have Lily's Clefairy back at it with another big knockout.
Starting to preempt damage on things like the Latias and the Ogerpon for the next turn.
Just setting up the guaranteed win, right?
I think I maybe would have liked to see it on the Ogerpon, but I don't think it really matters.
Oh, Zach has 3 prizes remaining. Ooh, that actually is a big deal. Thank you. I thought Zach had 4. No. Was Zach having 3 prizes?
Wait, that's actually huge.
It is huge because Briar, dude.
Yeah, actually, that's a huge mistake to not move the damage from the Clefairy if Zach's at 3.
Yeah. Zach is at 3. You're right.
But no, there's no energy on the Ogerpon, so we can't really Briar.
3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18.
Well, he can't power out the Ogerpon.
In one turn, you're right. Need an energy switch.
Yeah. So I think it's chill.
Some decks play 1 of energy switch, dude.
No way he's playing the 1 of energy switch and the 1 of bravery charm. Come on,
you're right.
Get real.
You're right. It's one or the other for sure.
I think though, like, why wouldn't you move the damage from the Clefairy? Like, why even open up the option for it to be KO'd?
Yeah. All right, we got a bravery charm. Does it go on the Clefairy?
Okay, that would be good.
That would...
Because, like, let's say Zach can only attack with like an Ogerpon using Crispin or something, and then he attaches a bravery charm to the Ogerpon, for example. Well, now all of a sudden you opened up this like knockout route that wasn't there because you have a damaged Clefairy. So I think you always just gotta clear the Clefairy damage. I don't think the Gardevoir damage matters at all.
Mm-hmm. Got the filthy Briar play, dude.
I know. Briar is broke. But the problem with the Briar in the Raging Bolt is it's just so hard to actually use it.
I know.
For exactly the reasons we're seeing here. Like, you would love to Briar this turn, but how? No.
Oh, he's got a second monkey
okay.
too.
Yeah, there we go. We're healing.
Yeah. Everything's chill.
Yeah, life is good. 2 prizes.
Ben's narrow lose con there just pretty much evaporated. So I think that there's no way. Yeah, and
scoop.
that's the Scooperoonie. Okay. So there is enough time. We saw Ben just ham through that game. And I'm saying you can, and Zach also plays at a very nice clip.
Zach does not mess around with his pace of play.
No, Zach plays at a good clip. That's helping for sure. But the Guardy deck kind of got into motion quickly that game. I mean, it was a counter catcher, take 2 prizes, race it down angle. So there is actually enough time. With 10 minutes on the clock, there is enough time for this game 3 to conclude. But you see what it takes. It takes 2 players who
dedicated to the cause
to make it happen. And when you're at a regional championship, that is not always the case, Riley.
No, and the thing is, not everybody's thinking about it even. Not everyone knows even how to execute on that when you're in it. Some people just naturally think a little bit more about their,
Sometimes you're playing against a new player who just like barely knows how to shuffle, and then like they happen to be stunting on you in game 1, and you're like, God, I have to scoop, but then like, but they're shuffling so slowly.
So there's 10 minutes left, and the key is, and remember this, folks, you don't have to win the game by the time is called. You have to get within winning, the arm's reach of winning the game.
Yes, this is true.
So for Ben, that means taking 2 prizes before time is called, getting down to that 4 prize threshold, so he can use turns 1 and 3 or 0 and 2 to take those last 4 prizes. I think Zach would be a little more comfortable at 3 prizes taken. Just because Gardevoir can so easily maintain a 1 prize board, or just only have like a single EX in play. So Zach really wants to get to that 3 prize threshold. Ben, okay at 2. Ooh, the Fluttermane denying that Ditto in the start.
That's crazy. Whoa.
Super rude. Not a lot of people are really playing the Fluttermane anymore.
Yo, with the Fluttermane to your Ditto open is nuts.
Yeah.
Like, you opened your optimal starter, so did I.
Who's even playing Fluttermane?
Who is playing Fluttermane?
What's it even do besides specifically this?
Shut down Ditto. What in the world? I don't even have Fluttermane downloaded to like put in the overlay, dog. Like, that's how few people are playing Fluttermane right now.
The Fluttermane start into the Ditto is crazy.
There we go. I work fast, though.
There we go. Fluttermane.
Midnight fluttering ability. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent's active Pokemon has no abilities except for Midnight Fluttering. That's nuts. A called shot, Ben. You know, your funny tech card is getting some airtime and making it happen. So
I'm like actually trying to think of what the other use cases of Fluttermane are.
You certainly could attack with it.
Okay. I guess. I mean, it does do spread.
Yes.
Which is nice with like Monkey Dories.
Right. Just that's what I'm thinking of it as, like an attacker. 90 and then 2 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like. Right.
I think that's not that good of an attack. But.
No. In a mirror match, could you? Nah, you're probably not getting like, I don't know, like a Drifloon with 10 hit points left.
Yeah, I mean, you can do funny stuff with it sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess as an attack, because I feel like if you're going for the utility, you'd rather Klefki. Because imagine Klefki in a Zach right now. That would be even more horrendous.
You can, you can counter catch Guardy to trap it active. There's only one Guardy.
In the mirror.
Yeah, in the mirror. You can counter catch like Latias and trap it.
Yeah, that's a good one. Latias, it has 2, doesn't it?
It's a retreat of 1, I think.
Is it?
I don't know. We can check.
It's kind of got a retreat of 0.
I kind of have never looked at it, to be honest.
I think it might be 2.
There's ain't no way. Dog, he's hefty.
Yeah. Come on, man. Have some faith.
He's so fat, dude.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, yeah. You can counter catch your Latias, install it. I like that. These guys are going to have to hustle if they want to complete this game.
Yeah, they're not just committed to the hustle this game, it seems.
No, it looks like now they're both committed to the tie. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, if I'm Zach and my opponent opens Flutter to my Ditto, I am certainly,
I mean, it's not the end of the world, but
no,
it is,
bro. But I'm phoning
it is
in.
tilting, though. Yeah.
Like all of my gusto to finish the 9-minute game against Guardy the wind has been taken out of my sails.
Yeah.
You know, if I
Yeah.
can't even freaking ditto, dude.
Especially after starting it, like, yes, I got my
I
ditto.
know.
Perfect starter.
Nah, you open against Flutter and you're like, all right, it's a tie. Yeah. I'm serious, bro.
Yeah.
You would have to cook so fast.
Yeah, I mean, Ben might be able to sneak something crazy if he can get a rare candy this turn.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Oh, Crispin.
And these two players have been committed to the cause. Like I said, I mean, they've been playing fast for sure. I have felt that, like, in order to get a valid game 3 in a 50-minute best of 3, you pretty much have to scoop one of your games on turn 1 or 2. That's been my general rule of thumb in playing regionals and nationals for the last 10 years has been that. Like, one of those games you better scoop like early as possible if you want to get a game 3 in.
Yeah. Well, Zach does go aggressive with the assault landing for 70 onto that Flutter main. Not taking a knockout, but does get some damage on it. And with that damage, even like a rare candy play from Ben wouldn't be able to power up this Flutter main.
Right. It's only got 90 hit points. You can't use you cannot use the
You can't Psychic Embrace enough energy
that's
onto
it.
it.
Thank you. Psychic Embrace. Yep, the Gardevoir one. Yep.
Yep. And even if you got like a monkey in play, you'd go down to 40, which means you could only accelerate 2. You still need an attachment, but you've already attached to Monkey Dory. So yeah, nothing really possible there in terms of attacking options. But Ben seems like he's just going to be going for the TM evolution to get his Curlias into play at a slightly lackadaisical pace.
Yes. Well, Ben does have Ben's claim to fame at Full Grip League is being the slowest player at our league.
I don't know if that's really a claim to fame.
No, but
Sounds like infamy to me.
Yes, it's one of his things, one of his badges that he carries around. Yes. Now I want to say he has gotten quicker as the years have gone on in the Pokemon TCG. But we do have an ongoing joke that whenever time is called, he's the last table standing.
There's the secret box. What kind of secrets does it hold for Ben?
But you know who else has that notoriety as well? Ross Cawthon.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that's where you were going.
It was one of the game's goats. So, like, Ross Cawthon's one of the greatest players to ever play the game. And he ain't fast, folks. He ain't fast. Nope, never has been. Never will be. But he's qualified for every single world championship that there's ever been, which is a feat that no other player can claim.
Literally, right?
No, literally, yeah. No. There are very few who could even have the potential to claim it, who have been playing that long. But Ross is qualified for every single worlds ever held. So, yeah, super impressive.
I guess like Pramawat is someone else.
Pram is a player who could, but Pram missed a couple of years. I
Yeah.
talked to him about it the other last year.
Oh, yeah. I think those are the only two I can really think of that have played continuously.
Continuously, yep.
All right, here we go. TM Evo. 2 minutes left on the clock. I suspect we are moving towards a tie.
Oh, baby. It is a tie. I saw someone comment how, like, every stream match you tune into on an official regional stream is like, oh, here's two good players, ends in a tie. It's just like kind of just what you get, on stream. Yeah, can't wait to watch these two duke it out for 50 minutes and tie. Yep.
Honestly, I feel like if Ben had like 5 more minutes, he'd probably be favored.
Yep.
I mean, this board is way on his side of the fence as
Oh,
opposed
yeah.
to Zach's.
Yeah, Zach wasn't able to get the turn 1 knockout. We saw that one turn made all the difference in game 1, which is the game that Zach was able to win. That first turn knockout,
The
second turn
Squawkabilly
knockout.
on bench, which can immediately be knocked out by a Scream Tail for 2 prizes.
Oh, yeah.
Ben has double Curlia in play. If Ben does somehow get the turn baton and attack before time, which I don't think is going to happen, then maybe he could win just by going 2-2-2. But I suspect that Ben will probably have time called during his turn, and that'll lock in a tie.
Yes. Ben would have to take 2 prizes, and Zach would have to draw his card for turn before time expires. And that is not happening in 30 seconds.
No. Dang, I thought these players were committed to the cause.
I'm telling you, dude, completing a 50-minute best of 3 is impossible unless you scoop a game on like turn 2.
Yeah.
That is my general rule of thumb, is if you want to finish a game 3, you got to scoop one of your games on turn 2. And then it still always goes to time. It's still like, you will still find yourself like going to +3 turns. If you scooped one of your games on turn 2, you will still find yourself going to +3 turns to complete the set.
Yeah.
But like, that's just how you min-max your time within a set. General rule of thumb, you got to scoop on turn 2. So you have to ask yourself, like, is this the game I'm scooping on turn 2 to go to game 3?
Yeah.
And that's like, but over the course of a long career of playing the Pokemon TCG, I can say that like that has led me to numerous wins in rounds that I just barely scraped by. I mean, you've gotten out of those rounds where you're just like, yeah, bro, it all came together on the final turn of time, just barely got there. And it's like, and if you're someone who's navigating the 50-minute best of 3, as best as you can, that's happening all the time. You're like, yep, just barely min-maxed my 50-minute best of 3 to like, I scooped on the perfect turn in game 2. I scooped on. Now, this is the play that people are too afraid to make, is you scooped on turn 2 of game 1. That's the play that holds people back.
Game 1 is the one people are always greedy for.
Yes, because you shoot yourself in the foot during game 1. And like I said, in order to complete 3 games in 50 minutes, you have to scoop one of the games on turn 2. And sometimes that game is game 1. It just is what it is, right? But if you scoop game 1 on turn 2, your opponent will look at you like you're crazy. But when you run it back in 40 minutes to win 2 games, they're going to be like, oh.
They're a beast.
Yeah, actually, he's a beast. Yeah.
There we go. The knuckle bump for the tie. Not much to be done about it. I think if Ben had a few more minutes, he would have been in a pretty good spot to win this game. But so it goes. That's part of the rules.
And that's exactly what I'm saying, Riley, is like if he had a few more minutes, right? So now, and this is exactly where we are. We're like, with the time constraints, we're not just playing the Pokemon TCG.
Playing the meta game of the.
We are playing the mini game of the timer. So instead of just looking at that match and being like, Raging Bolt versus Guardy, let's talk about like the matchup. There's nothing to talk about. That match was decided by time, right? So what we need to talk about is like, how could Ben, because Ben was going to win game 3. So what could Ben have done to min-max his 50 minutes better in order to get the win in that match? Where did Ben fall short? Because he did fall short, and it's in game 1.
It's tricky because he had a pretty solid route to win game 1 up until the Bravery Charm. He could have scooped at the moment the Bravery Charm came down, I suppose, and said, my route now is ruined.
It was.
And it was. He decided to play those, like, I think 2 extra turns to try and see, or maybe 1 extra turn.
Right.
But you got to imagine, like, it's not just Ben's turn of, like, routing and moving damage and all that stuff. It's also Zach doing those things. And I think that's what added up to that, like, 5 minutes.
It's tough, right? Because, there was the route, right? And you're playing Guardy. It's naturally a comeback deck. So you're like, okay.
I'd be interested to see how much time passed between the Bravery Charm attachment and the end of game 1.
Yeah.
Because I think that amount of time actually might have been the difference.
That's what I'm saying, right? So like you're looking at like, okay, knowing when to scoop is like the perfect. It's the thing that's going to take you to the next level in the Pokemon TCG. I don't love that is the thing that's going to take you to the next level in the Pokemon TCG, but it is.
It's part of the game.
It's part of the game.
Yeah.
It has been for 10 years. So I can assure you I can assure you, every single one of those players that you in your headcanon consider to be a pro Pokemon player plays 50-minute best of 3 games pretty much flawlessly. And they scoop on the perfect turns, and they use the clock to their advantage. Every single player that you think in your head is like a top player, they're all in on it. And they know exactly how
in on it makes it sound kind of conspiratorial.
No, they're all hip to it, I should say. They're all hip to it. They are all working, massaging that clock to their advantage in every single one. And you have to be, right? Because look, if you're just playing the game without thinking about the clock, then the games aren't going in your favor.
The clock's thinking about you.
The clock's thinking about you, for sure. For sure. And like, it's rough out there, but that's just like what every single player that's at that next level, it's kind of like a barrier to entry to get to that next level if you're going to be a player who's seriously getting into day 2s consistently. Because you got to take those games that are on the fringe, those games that were so close to a win, but it just turned into a tie, being able to flip those to the win column. That's a tournament run, right? I mean, those are
wins are 3 times as many match points.
Yeah.
As a tie. So it is a really big deal to convert even just one of those over the course of a tournament.
100%. It's huge. It's huge. Now, looking at their records, they are both now entering the double tie zone. And you see, he's got 2 ties. Zach has 2 ties, and he played pretty fast. You know, I mean, I remember 2015 Worlds, like, Night March mirrors. You would think like a Night March deck, like that deck is fast. You would think Mew VMAX. I mean, from recent time, you would think that deck's fast, and like, but actually, there's a lot of game actions. So it's the game actions that take so much time. Your trainers mails in the Night March deck, your battle compressors.
Yeah, fast is more than just the prizes being taken per turn.
Yes.
It's the actions that are happening. It's the deck searches that are going on. Those are what really layer on the time. Mew VMAX is a great example of that, right? There were so many game actions per turn with Mew, and if you weren't really thoughtful about them, you blow 30 minutes on a game easy.
Oh,
even though it was maybe 2 or 3 turns.
Yes, and it gets to the point. It's funny because like when you're really into like the min maxing of the time and like in the 50-minute best of 3 format, I mean, you know, checking prizes and things like that, you learn how to do all that stuff like on the fly, right? You know, I remember hearing someone say, you know, in game 3 of 50-minute best of 3, bro, ain't nobody checking prizes. That's just between you and God. Like, you just, if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. Yeah. So it's it's a lot. It is always kind of a bummer though to see matches that go on for 50 minutes end in a tie.
Yeah.
Especially when there's like
when there's a route.
There's a clear favor in game 3, right? There's a clear favor in game 3. But I can also say that I've had ties, you know, I've been burned by ties and I've had ties go my way. I've been on both sides. What about you, Riley?
I mean, definitely been on both sides, right? That's just the way it goes. I've also, you know, I've been on the wrong side of like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have scooped that game because I lost like the next one. But I think ultimately we're playing a game of odds, right? A game of chance implicitly by being a card game. And being successful in the long term is all about maximizing your odds to win the most games possible. And sometimes that means throwing away a game that maybe you could have won. And maybe you would have, right? Like maybe that 10% reality was the reality you're living in. But odds 90% of the time, it's not.
90% of the time, the house is winning, bro. Like, so you got.
So like you just have. That's the kind of mindset you need to have at every stage of the game. That's true when you're playing the researches too, and trying to draw like your combo pieces. That's true when you decide whether you're going to counter catcher the Raging Bolt or counter catcher the Noctowl. Right. You know, like what are your odds for all these different things, and what happens if it doesn't go your way?
And that's so much of being a good Pokemon player is having that judgment, right? The judgment of not just how to operate your turn, but your in-game routing, but also the clock, and you're using your judgment to, you know, put yourself in the most favorable position that you could possibly, you know, put yourself in. There's so much of the metagame and like the actual playing of the cards in front of you and adapting to strategies within each particular format that's like that makes such a huge difference. But then also there's kind of like those the intangibles, right?
Yeah.
Of just having good fundamentals, as I've heard you call it. And those kinds of things transcend formats, right? So having those good fundamentals, having a good judgment, can make you more adept and more able to play all sorts of formats in the Pokemon TCG, or really other card games, as we see players like Ian Robb.
Yeah.
Good God. Ian Robb would just go out to like a Grand Prix or whatever in top eight, and then show up to a Pokemon regional and
like
also top
weekend.
8. Yeah, that dude's got it, man.
He's got it. Yeah. There's like the fundies, the basics of playing a card game. There's the instincts of knowing the right moments for those things like scooping, or the right moments where I'm going to counter catcher the safe play instead of the dangerous play, or vice versa. Like I'm going to go for the riskier play because that's my actual route. And those instincts are something that partially come with experience, but it's also a keyword I've been using a lot in my life recently is like intentionality. Like you have to really be intentional about the choices you're making. Like, why am I still playing out this game that I have a 10% chance? Like, what is my actual justification for doing that?
Right. And that really boils down to like what I talk about, like when I used to do like some coaching in the Pokemon TCG, and when I was streaming every day, it was always like, when I talk to people about how to route games optimally, and how to route a match optimally, it's always like you start by asking yourself the right questions, right? And every single turn, before you play cards, before you do anything, you're always asking yourself like those questions, like, what am I trying to accomplish this turn? What am I trying to accomplish like on like a larger scale in the game, right? And like that first question when you sit down to play a match, what am I trying to accomplish in this set? Well, am I playing a deck that's trying to win 1 game in 50 minutes? Am I trying to play a deck that's going to win 2 games in 50 minutes?
Yeah.
That's fluid because sometimes that goal will change, right? And then, so most of the time you sit down and you're like, I'm trying to win 2 games in 50 minutes. All right. So in order to win 2 games in 50 minutes, what is the most optimal route to get there, right? So like these are the kinds of questions you ask yourself when you're playing a game of Pokemon. You're actually in the game, right? Like, if I'm going to play a nest ball, or if I'm going to draw cards, do I play the nest ball to thin a Pokemon out and before I draw to thin my deck, right? Those kinds of sequencing things. But there's also sequencing that happens in like, that kind of like min-maxing that happens within the 50-minute best of 3. What's the most optimal way to get 2 wins in 50 minutes? You got to scoop early a game.
Yeah, the most optimal way is to like whip your
2-0.
opponent 2-0.
2-0.
And the closest
Yes.
equivalent to that is scooping a game as early as possible.
That's what I'm saying, is to literally scoop a game on like turn 1 or 2 and pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah.
That's the closest you can get to just 2-0ing your opponent. It's like you basically give yourself a reroll to try and 2-0 your opponent. Or at worst, you win 1 and then you end up tying. Whatever. But if you were gonna if you scoop a game that you were like, okay, that game sucks, like I'm probably gonna lose that one, and then you lose the next one, dog, you were losing that round regardless. What, you were gonna chase?
You were the one getting 0-2.
Yeah, you were the one getting 0-2. You were gonna chase the 30% win con just to get freaking smacked again? Like, no, dude. Like, you freaking lost that one.
Yeah.
You were in every reality. You were losing that set, right? Yeah.
So good. And true. It's true.
That's what I'm saying. I have so much respect for people who just like will concede on turn 2. Because it's what you need to do, but I see so few players do it. But whenever I see someone confidently scoop like early in a match, it's just like, oh yeah, they know what they're doing, right? Like they see the vision of like of not wanting to tie, because ties will ruin a tournament run too. You accumulate too many of them. Like both these guys now at 3-0 and 2 cannot tie or lose again.
Right, like they might as well.
If they tie one
rounds.
more, that might be a bubble, but like maybe there's
X2-1? Or no, that's X2.
X2. Yeah. Maybe there's a bubble option, but basically they can't tie again. They gotta win out. In order to guarantee a spot, they gotta win out. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yep. All right. Well, we're gonna take a quick break before our round 6 begins. Thank you all so much for spending the day watching some Pokemon TCG action with us here at Full Grip Games. We will be right back after this. on to round number 6 of 8. We are 3/4 of the way, almost, through our Swiss rounds here today. We've got an exciting face here on our stream match. Mr. Grant Manley on the left, your Fusion Strike release weekend doubleheader victor, the winner of both our standard event and our Gym Leader Challenge event, is back at it again, this time 3-0-2 with his Goldengo deck. Going to be facing off against Josh Stapler with Dragapults. And I think there might be a Charizard in this Dragapult deck.
So here we go. Round starting up. Grant with his Goldengo deck. Immediately going for that Genesect. But nothing else. Yeah, very unimpressive turn 1 from Grant. Whereas Josh going right to the races with an Arven to kick off his game.
Yes, Grant has proclaimed himself to be the world's most unlucky player, multiple-time regional finalist, a NAIC semifinalist, many-time Worlds competitor. What other? I mean, he's accomplished so much, but doesn't have that big win. I know that's like the thing.
Yeah, no major wins for Grant. A wealth of tournament performances over the years with a large variety of decks over a huge array of formats.
like everything, right?
A storied history for Grant, for sure. Just can't seem to close out that final component of the tournament and pull a first place trophy home. But Grant is certainly a strong and reliable player over the years of the Pokemon trading card game. So really excited to see him here at the Full Grip Games release weekend 3K and playing Goldengo. Now, Andrew, you're saying how you're a fan of Goldengo in general earlier today and how you had appreciated it since its release. I don't think we've seen too much Goldengo from Grant and his group, but deciding that was the right play for this release weekend tournament. Fast, aggressive deck, unlimited damage output. Pretty easy to access that damage output as well with the Energy Search Pro. So certainly a deck that makes sense to pick in a blind metagame.
Right. Yes, it's got good fundamentals. It's got good damage outputs. It's got good draw power. It's simple in what the deck is trying to execute, and should therefore allow you to execute your game plan with maximum consistency throughout a tournament. And Grant is usually a player who I see plays pretty quickly. I mean, he is kind of like a Pokemon TCG lifer. I mean, he just has been playing for a very long time, and has so much experience in the Pokemon TCG, but it does look like he's really weighing this decision carefully. It's funny because a lot of times you can see how fast Grant moves with his actions, right? And when you combine that together with the fact that like he knows his deck and knows exactly what he's doing, like he is a player who can fly through his deck.
Yeah, I mean, he plays so much Pokemon cards. He lives and breathes Pokemon, sometimes it feels like. And here we go with a TM evolution off that Cypher Maniac.
Both players going for the TM Evo play.
Yeah. Yep. 3 Goldengo EX in play. Pretty nice board state for Grant. Not able to get that Ace Nullifier activated on his Genesect quite yet. But we'll see what he's able to piece together on the next turn. Josh, of course, having access to Dracloak now. And if he's able to evolve that Charmeleon, a Charizard. But here's an interesting quirk of the Terra Pokemon, Andrew. Despite Charizard's fire energy attachments and traditionally being a fire-type Pokemon, it does not hit this Goldengo for weakness.
No, this Charizard is Dark Terra typed. Yes, as we can see here, he's got the nice little darkness hat on and is made of crystals. So this is a darkness type Charizard. So
much different than a fire type Charizard.
Yes, it takes fire energy, but attacks for darkness damage. So it, in Jesse, I know, has been talking about how he thinks that Charizard is going to be making a comeback in our current standard with Destined Rivals legal. We've seen some of these Charizard Dragapult decks popping up over from Japan. Where did Charizard go during the Journey Together format, and why is it back?
Well, I think Charizard's greatest nemesis has historically been Dragapult. Dragapult's ability to spread damage onto the board and pick off all of those low HP basic Pokemon. Charizard lacks some of the on-board consistency Pokemon that other decks might benefit from. No Cloaks. And when you combine the spread of Dragapult with the item pressure that Badoo brings, it's really hard to get your Charizards into play game over game. And I think if I had to point to any single card, it'd be Badoo. The fact that Badoo just is so disruptive to Charizard's rare candies, I think in comparison to Dragapult, which doesn't really rely on rare candy.
All right, Josh is absolutely popping off here.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, we were just having a little convo there,
yeah, and
a little
now
sidebar, but
now
good.
there's a Charizard and a Dragapult in play, and both of them are fully powered up
and also fully blinged out. So
fully blinged out, yeah. Yeah, just every component of Josh's board is looking insane.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, there is a lot happening over here.
Yeah, even like a rare candy didn't even evolve the Dracloak, so still has access to that. Buddy Poppin for more Charmanders and Dreepies. Oh man, Andrew.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I was gonna say I haven't seen too many of those Dragapults, the secret rare ones being
They're
played.
so cool though,
because it's like $190 card apparently.
but it is really cool.
Yeah. They make a statement. That's for sure.
So I mean, pressure's on Grant right now.
I'm sure Grant is definitely fielding more pressure than he appreciates on turn 2.
Yeah, not what you typically expect from these
Dragapult
decks
right?
To turn 2, unleash all of this damage, plus have a Charizard fully ready on the bench.
And I think this is the selling point of the Charizard, right? Is that it just explodes this energy into play for Dragapults. It allows the deck to play much more aggressively.
And it's such a great closer, too.
Exactly. And can do 330 at the end. So
yeah,
why not?
Even just more than 200. Dragapult is limited sometimes in how much damage it can deal. It obviously has an excellent attack with Phantom Dive to 200 to the active and spreading that damage around. But sometimes you just need to get rid of a threat, Andrew. And I can't imagine a card better at that in the late game than Charizard EX.
Oh, for sure. Charizard's that guy. Yeah, he's an incredible attacker, and an attacker that just gets more and more powerful as the game wears on with its Burning Darkness attack. Does 180 damage, plus 30 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. It has felt strange to not have Charizard-based decks be meta mainstays in the Pokemon TCG the last few months. It seemed like a card to me. I would have told you last year, when players inevitably, they come into stream and they ask, I want to build a deck that I know is just going to be solid until rotation. What's one of the decks I can get like the biggest haul out of? Charizard would have been one of those decks that I just told any new player coming in. I would have been like, oh yeah, that card will just be good until it dies. And it just felt weird for it to just take a little vacation from standard, not really putting up any results. All right, so what do we got, Grant? Second energy on the Golden Go.
A-Spec's now deactivated as well.
Yep. All right, what's the tech on the 2 energy? Oh, he just had a dark on it to use TMU. All right, never mind. I was like, why are there 2 energy on the Golden Go?
It's just the energy he
it's
had.
Just dark he had for the, and needs the metal for the Make It Rain. Yes.
Now, Josh likely doesn't have access to a Dragapult this next turn, which is kind of a bummer. Grant should be able to knock it out with that Energy Search Pro.
Considering benching the Fez.
Preemptive Fez. No knockout was taken this last turn.
And that is all the energy in the hand.
It does take 7.
Yep. And here they go.
There's 7 energy right there. So Dragapult has been eliminated, but it did a good swing onto Grant's board.
For sure.
Charizard now juiced up to do 240 damage. Not quite enough to one-shot a Goldango. Could take a knockout on the 50 damage Goldango. Could take a knockout on the active, though feels a little bit of a waste to spend all of that damage into the active. I imagine Josh is looking for something like a counter catcher here. Bezendipity seems like a pretty appealing target.
That would be nice. Just clear 2 prizes. You don't want to overhit right onto the active. Like you have all this damage here from a fully loaded Dragapult, and now your Charizard swinging for 240 damage. Right? You don't want to. It's so much waste.
Yeah,
right? It's
exactly.
So
That's how
waste.
I would refer to it. Yeah, it's a waste of the damage.
Yeah, it's such a waste, and because the Goldango, it's got just 60 hit points left. You don't need to hit it for 240. you could actually finish it off with the Dragapult later, on the bench.
So Josh going in with the Arven seems like a good opportunity to maybe counter catcher if he has access to it. But don't have a good look at his hand, so don't know quite what he is aiming for here. Eyeing up a Fire Energy, potentially signaling he's going to Rare Candy into another Charizard. Are we going to see another Dragapult attack, potentially?
That'd be pretty nasty. All right, here's Charizard, Rare Candy Charizard, Infernal Rain, 3 basic Fire Energy from the deck. Yup, into play. Both Dracloaks have been tapped.
Yeah, so one of those Dracloaks was in play this previous turn.
Got 1 Fire Energy going to 1 Dracloak and another Fire Energy going to the active, signaling a retreat.
Yeah, probably retreating this. Is burning through those energies very quickly, which could come back to bite Josh. For example, there's that Charizard on the bench with 0 energy on it. Could be trapped in the active for a turn if Grant needs to buy one.
Yeah, Josh is unloading. I mean, this is all the resources are being expended here. Yeah. And I don't think that Josh has the guaranteed play at hand. I think he's hoping to find something off of these prizes and finds an ace spec that he cannot use.
Yeah, and even then, the ace spec I think is Prime Catcher. So not exceptionally valuable here. There's the Luminous. Does he discarded a Dragapult early. I wouldn't be surprised if those are the only 2 he plays and needs to find a Night Stretcher, for example. Oh, promoting in the active signals maybe that he has access to
Nah,
it.
Dude. Doesn't this thing take the knockout?
He can, yeah, with I think like Dragon Headbutt or something.
Yeah, bro.
70 damage.
Yeah, he's going in with the Dragoon Headbutt, dude.
Yeah. Okay.
Extremely rare Dragon Headbutt for knockout.
And notably, once Grant takes that 3rd prize, assuming he knocks out this Dracloak, now Charizard is swinging for 1-hit KOs, even on fresh Goldangos.
But you got to look at Josh's energy situation here.
To.
You have to take a look at that. That was a very costly turn. First of all, you're serving up 2 energy to the active on a 90 hit point Pokemon that is just very easily going to get laid to waste.
Yep.
And then you retreated an energy off the Charizard. So the Charizard has 2, and it will be able to take a knockout if Grant takes another prize on Goldangos. But there are no other energy in play for Josh. It's just those 2.
Yeah, you can attach twice over the next 2 turns to a Charizard because you do have a fully loaded one on the bench. So could attack with the active Charizard, attach to the bench one, and then attach again to the bench Charizard. And of course, both of these Charizards are going to be doing enough damage to KO anything in Grant's board. So that's an option.
Ooh, and we see Josh is playing that Rockets Watchtower card too. Not that that has any impact on...
No, that's just a blank stadium here.
Listen, it's a Destined Rivals card, all right? We're adding it to the book.
That's right.
It's we haven't seen... we've seen some Destined Rivals cards, but not like loads.
Yeah, we saw the Marnie's Mirror.
We did.
We saw Marnie's Mirror. We saw the Ethans.
We saw the Ethans Typhlosion deck. And
this is our first Rocket card.
That's what I'm saying. First Rocket card. Mark it down.
Perhaps... not gonna see the Spidops and Mewtwo. remains to be seen yet. Perhaps one will sneak its way into the upper echelons of this tournament.
That'd be hype, honestly.
But will it happen?
I hope so. Then I know what I get to play at NAIC.
I don't have a ton of faith in the Mewtwo deck personally.
Yeah, doing 280 damage for 5 energy is just not great. You could do 300 damage for 1 with Golden Go.
Well, it's actually 300 for like 7.
Well, yeah, you don't have to have him in play.
You don't have to have him in play, which is big. Yeah. I mean, Raging Bolt for 5 energy does 350. So,
yeah,
if you want like a direct comparison.
It's true.
Okay, here we go. Definitely getting the knockout this turn for Grant. Question is if he can knock out a 2-prizer or if he has to take the KO on this Dracloak. 2-prizer, of course, would be optimal here.
Right. Yeah, your trade kind of gets wonky because you're at 4-4, right? If you take this odd prize, you go to 3. Then Josh promotes Charizard, ideally attaches to bench Charizard, and then is like 1 energy away from checkmate.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Though honestly, like finding those last couple energies could be a challenge for Josh. He's burned so many over the course of the first couple of turns.
Gonna need a rod.
Probably needing a rod or a night stretcher or 2. I believe he should have access to more luminous energies, so that could be one of the attachments, but gonna need a basic at some point.
I'm just getting word from world semifinalist Jesse Parker that he dropped after round 5. He was also playing Goldengo at this event, and apparently in his last round, he mulliganed 8 times and had to get judge balled.
Oh, my goodness. You ever see the boss's orders from Grant, so does have access to the Gust.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the Charizard. I think that makes a lot of sense.
I think this pretty much puts Grant in a commanding position here, right?
Yeah, I mean, Josh's out here is going to be evolve into Dragapult and take a win with 2 Phantom Dives.
Yes. It's gonna have to
ideally with an Iono.
Orchestrate that, right? Try to deny, obviously you have to deny Grant the big, 350 damage, make it rain for game.
But that seems pretty hard to put together at this stage in the game, too.
Yeah, it does. How many superiors has Grant used? I mean, he's got to have, probably has 2 left. Because one of them,
there's 2 left.
Because one was an Energy Search Pro. So like he may have just used 2 on this turn.
I believe
and then
so.
has 2 left.
Yeah, I wasn't keeping good track of
I think he has 2 left.
The amount that he's used. But it takes 2 to do that 7 energy.
Oh yeah, it does.
So,
oh yeah, it does. It's one of those situations where like if you prize one here, you're kind of like you're in a really bad spot.
Yeah, you're unhappy about that for sure. Yeah, and even just 1 energy retrieval isn't really enough. Like Fecundipity has 210, so you need some modifier in addition to 4 energy to get there, be that a 5th energy or something like the Monkey Dory coming into play. But the Monkey Dory also takes an energy, so
right.
You might as well just use the 5th energy to attack anyway.
Okay, so
Final Dracloak. I haven't seen an Iono yet from Josh.
No, and I see Boss in hand there.
Does have the Night
see.
Stretcher, so should have guaranteed access to the Dragapult.
There's research.
Does he just not play very many Iono? I feel like with a deck like this, you probably would have seen one by now with how deep you are.
Iono's a card you just play, right? Like everybody plays Iono. I mean, you're not just not going to play Iono.
You could boss the Fez this turn to get a similar effect. Oh gosh, another energy though hitting the discard pile.
Doesn't have no. Wow. Looks like we're gonna just go item lock. Maybe boss item lock.
That's what I'm thinking.
And Energy to Zard has no interest in trying to attack with Dragapult over the course of multiple turns. Counter Catcher, item lock.
Is it better, though, just to Counter Catcher something else?
And then there's Night Stretcher in hand, can like get another energy.
Oh, playing it now, though.
But it's certainly a resource crunch here.
It's an interesting route. Does he have Iono? No. I don't really see a reason to use Night Stretcher preemptively there.
No, me neither.
You just remove one of your recon directives from play by doing that. So have access to less cards this next turn, particularly if you're looking for that Iono. Does Grant have the resources to deal with this, though?
You can get in these really weird game states where you just deck out with Golden Go if all your energy are in the discard pile and you get item locked in a wrong way.
If I remember right, this Gimme Goal also has 2 retreat costs. It is a Golden Go now, so
it definitely has a 2 retreat cost.
Yeah, it definitely has 2 retreat costs and takes a minimum of 2 more energy to attack with it too. Now, if Grant has a Turo, he could Turo at some point and then use his Goldango with an energy on it. Yeah, I really wish that Josh still had access to that Dracloak so he could potentially dig for that. What I imagine he's looking for is an Iono.
Right. Yeah. Let's see. Grant is operating with like a 15 card hand. And
probably can't play most of them.
No, it's drawn out, you know. Has I think it might just be 1 energy in hand. Yeah. And superiors. And I'm telling you, things can get really weird when you're getting item locked and you see him checking his deck. I'm telling you, things can get really weird, man.
There's that energy in hand. So
it's a darkness.
You definitely play a Turo if you're Grant. I imagine there's a Turo in the list.
Grant is the type of player to definitely play a Turo. But you know, you're looking at the bottom of the deck and you're like, all right, Turo is in the bottom of the deck. But if I draw out, like, how many outs do I have to put?
I like this play.
My own cards back into the deck. Like, does Grant play an Iono that he has access to, right? Like,
yeah, I doubt he plays more than 1 copy of Iono.
I agree.
Going for the boss stall on the Fez. Everything on Josh's board only has 1 energy away from retreating.
So Fez is the 2-prizer.
Fez is the 2-prizer, and it also prevents Josh from, for example, the Charizard has 2 retreat. But Josh could also attack with the Charizard.
Yes.
With that attachment for turn. So this forces like another Badoo turn more than likely. So Fez, I think, is the most heads-up play. Besides that, maybe a Dracloak achieves a similar outcome.
Yeah, things are about to get funny.
I think I finally saw that Iono.
I do see the Iono here. I think Grant would be ecstatic to see Josh play this Iono, though.
Yeah.
He's probably stoked. I mean, because, like, there's probably a Turo in the deck, right? But he doesn't want to. He's literally riffle shuffling the hand. That's how big it was.
It's huge. It's probably bigger than the deck. For both players, honestly. Yeah, they're, like, actually cutting the hands and stuff. I know.
All right, there was a Metal Energy just a couple cards away. And the card he had in hand... Oh, and he scoops. Wow.
Wow. Just completely whiffs off the Iono.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, and you could tell by Grant's mannerisms and kind of like how careful he was being there at the end. It's like walking on eggshells because you... As the Golden Go player, you can just lose. If you have the superior energy retrievals and you're like, oh yeah, well, I could attack so long as I have a superior left in deck. Well, if you just get like Counter Catcher, Badoo, Itchy Pollen, like in the wrong way with like maybe a Golden Go and you don't have access to a Metal Energy and maybe your Turo's prize, like there are definitely ways that you can lose the game. And we saw Grant was definitely being heads up and trying to be cautious to make sure that he did not lose the game in that way with his resources available.
Yeah, definitely tricky spots. I think this is part of the problem too when you're trying to fit these multiple stage 2s with the Charizard and the Dragapult in one deck is you just are missing some of those like consistency pieces that make the deck flow that much more smoothly. We saw Josh struggle to hit the Iono turn after turn. He whiffed the energy attachment after the Iono, so he couldn't retreat the Fez out of the active position,
Right.
which is ultimately what allowed Grant to win the game there. There's so many little nuances and min-maxing that you do in the Pokemon trading card game. And when you try and play for that high end with cards like the Charizard, then you're missing out on maybe those like middle ground plays. Look at that Grovyle. He's nice.
Just a little swag appreciation there.
He's nice. And remember Grovyle from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Very cool. Also got a cool like dachshund tattoo. See that thing?
I do.
That's cute.
All right. Game 2 of round 6. Here we go.
Okay, looking pretty familiar, these starts. Got a Charizard versus a Gimmighoul, but Grant having a little bit better of a start this go around, having access to the Buddy Buddy Poffin, potentially could get multiple Gholdengo into play over the next turn. If you're Grant, you're probably feeling, if you're feeling good leaving this game anyway, coming off a win, you're probably feeling even better now that your consistency engine is actually going to be online more quickly. And less likely for Josh to, run you off the table with surprise Dragapults.
Yeah, Riley, when it comes to playing turn 1, you love to see Buddy Buddy Poffin.
I think so, Andrew.
It's just so good.
Yeah.
It allows you to search for 2 basic Pokemon that have 70 hit points or less, and that's exactly what Grant needs. I think last game he just started out with a single Gimmighoul active. But we see Grant taking advantage of the Pokegear in his hand as well, trying to net a supporter off of that so that if Josh does go in with the turn 1 Badoo item lock, that Grant will have a live supporter in hand to play. And then I suspect that if he gets Iono'd, he's not going to be terribly concerned about it. So, that's really the only downside to playing a card like Pokegear early is that you could get the hand disrupted. It could get sent to the bottom of the deck. Something to think about for sure. You don't often want to play cards to search out cards that you're not going to play on like the turn that you play, the turn that you're playing them. You don't often do that, but sometimes you do. And this is one of those occasions, as we see Badoo.
There he is.
Coming right down into play.
And a Brock scouting as well, so Josh going to be able to get a decent setup of his own. We'll see if he has the energy required to retreat into this Badoo and start putting on pressure with Itchy Pollen. And even though Grant searched out that supporter off the Pokegear, it's still nice to be able to put on pressure with Itchy Pollen. Certainly, that's more pressure than the Charmander would be putting on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like you still do it. I mean, with the Charizard engine, you can accelerate extra energy into play. So, sacking the 1 energy to retreat into Badoo is really not a problem.
Yeah.
So long as you're kind of thoughtful with your energy as the game wears on. And Josh got a pretty loaded hand. I mean, he
could Prime Catcher to get the Badoo.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I see energy in it.
Yeah, it might be a Prime Catcher situation. Then
But
I think
honestly,
I see
Burning
Research
Prime
too.
is not bad because Grant does play the Ace Nullifier Genesect, so you might as well use it when it'll provide you value.
Right. I mean, we saw that happen last game where Grant got that Ace Nullifier online early, and Josh was not able to play Prime Catcher, so let it fly. Sure.
And Itchy Pollen begins.
Yeah, let's see what Grant is working with. Top deck's Iono, so has the option to either go Gholdengo, Cypher, and you just go Gholdengo, Cypher. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, as you're saying it out loud, it becomes more clear that that's definitely the play.
Yeah, it's Gholdengo, Cypher Maniac.
I mean, you could easily just stack a Metal Energy and another Gholdengo.
And that's exactly what I think he's going to do.
And just take a knockout.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh? What is this? Is that Rigid Band?
Yeah, that's Rigid Band, dude.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, that Rigid Band is pretty helpful in these Dragapult matchups, being able to reduce the damage your Gholdengo is taking. and slightly offset that really convenient math that Dragapult has access to.
200 and then 6.
Yeah.
It's like way too convenient. Yep.
Yeah. So the Rigid Band is very helpful for those situations.
I think that's why players are also playing cards like the Picnic Basket.
Yeah, the Picnic Basket. Yeah. That could be the reason for the Picnic Basket. Yeah, just remove the spread and the offset the 200.
Yeah.
Though it did come in clutch in that one specific game.
It did.
All right, we'll see what...
Did he go with the Rigid Band or not?
I didn't see quite what his final choices were, though we will almost certainly see them in just a moment when he uses that coin bonus. Honestly, I don't know if Grant's under extreme threat of a Dragapult attack on this coming turn. Like, double rare candy, 2 different stage 2s, a luminous energy. That seems like a lot. Josh certainly did have an explosive turn too.
I like this. Grant just decided to go with, instead of the Rigid Band.
I like that better.
I think he was being a little too cute.
It was a little too cute. I agree.
Like, look at your opponent's board, bro. Hey, double rare candy ain't happening.
Yeah, this is just a better board state.
Yeah, just sack the Badoo, get a second Golden Go. Keep it pushing. I like that. That seems good.
No more cards.
Yep.
And the card advantage adds up over time too, right? You're 1 card deeper this turn, which means you're that much deeper on the following turn and every other turn after that.
That's so true, Riley. Ultra Ball. And what's it going to be? Probably a Dracloak. Nope. He's got the candy in hand.
Oh, my goodness.
Here we go. Wow.
But, that doesn't take a knockout.
No, it's still sick, though, dude.
It is.
Listen, I haven't seen Charizard in a long time. It's sick to see Charizard back.
Charizard's popping off for sure.
Yeah, bro. Look at that. Burning darkness.
Yes. Yes. Infernal rain, dude.
I know. We're so back. We're back like we never left.
Boom, boom, boom.
So much energy in play. Wow.
Yeah, not quite as much as Marnie's Grimmsnarl, but you can put him anywhere. So
you can put him anywhere. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Yes, Marnie's Grimmsnarl is better with Munkidori. Charizard's better with Dragapult. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know if their synergy is so incredible that I'd write home about it, but it is working for Josh so far this tournament.
And we got a research. Discard the hand, draw 7. Hopefully finds a Dracloak. I would say that's the one piece that I'd really want to see from Josh this turn. Dracloak would be nice.
Is that a rare candy?
No, it's a Luminous.
Okay.
Secret rare. Yes.
It's maybe there is the rare candy play.
Ain't no way, dude.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, that'd be kind of hype.
That would be hype.
Okay, energy to Charmander. Swing!
And honestly, this swing isn't bad because now the Goldango is definitely set up for a Dragapult to snipe it in the future.
Yes, right. It's 220 damage. And Goldango is in range now. Let's see what Grant does. Charizard is probably getting melted.
Probably. Probably. I mean, Energy Search Pro guarantees that first melt.
Yes, for sure. It used to be difficult. You used to have to play a bunch of vessels.
Yeah. It used to have to work for that stuff.
Yeah. No, now it's anything. Anytime if you could just tutor a card out of your deck, you just go get the Energy Search Pro and just make it happen.
Goldango's no longer got the good, honest, hard-working nature to it. You just Energy Search Pro and get it for free.
For sure.
So here we go. First coin bonus, just for 1, since it's on the bench. Nest Ball's not a bad hit there.
What are we getting off the Nest Ball?
I don't know. It's probably not the Genesect anymore. Not useful.
Monkey
makes sense, especially if you're planning to play your Energy Search Pro this turn. And the Monkey actually does deny that 2-hit KO still.
Yes, it does, dude. Yes, it does.
And here we go with the Cypher. Have to imagine it's going to be an Energy Search Pro and some other card, probably a Goldango.
There's the
Energy Search Pro.
Energy Search Pro. Yes, already got 1 energy in hand.
Goldango seems like a
and
good
Arven potentially for next turn.
Yeah, support for next turn. Don't hate that either.
And then you can just coin bonus into them and put them straight into hand. Cypher Maniac's code breaking allows you to just put any 2 cards from your deck on top of your deck. Essentially allows you to stack, and then Grant kind of shortcutting the shuffling process there, because like, look, I'm drawing into these 2 and playing the Energy Search Pro immediately. So
right,
like,
so I'd be shuffling just twice for no reason.
Exactly, and there's a lot of that in the Pokemon TCG. So here we go, Energy Search Pro, going to search out one of each different type of basic energy from your deck, put it into your hand. Perfect for Golden Go EX's Make It Rain attack, which allows you to discard any number of basic energy cards from your hand, and the attack does 50 damage for each card you discarded in this way. And here is Monkey Dory getting in there with a little Adrenabrain action. And
one of the most defining abilities in the Pokemon TCG right now, moving those damage counters. And now that Goldengo is just out of range of a Dragapult sniping it down.
Not only that, Riley, it also makes it so that Goldengo needs to discard 1 less energy for that Make It Rain attack.
Yeah, super convenient in this situation here for Grant. And if you're Josh, what is your route to win this game? Is it just throw up gigantic stage 2s and hope Grant can't keep dealing with them?
Yes, Riley.
Because Grant hasn't burned any retrievals yet. And so getting those knockouts doesn't really seem off the table.
Yes, Riley. We're just going to hope he prizes like 1 or 2 retrievals, and then it just buffs out at the end.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
I don't really see like Grant's board is super tight. 3 Goldengo. Now, has a clear advantage in the prize race with just 3 prizes remaining to Josh's 6. Josh doesn't have a single stage 1 in play, is forced to have to find the rare candy again.
Discarding an Arven, though, signals he probably has some rare candy access here. Yeah, there's another Arven in hand, I think. So, and with the Fire Energy in deck, should be able to launch off another Charizard attack so long as there is a Charizard available to him.
Yeah,
There's
and
that.
The energy in deck, need to have that too.
It hasn't burned too many energy yet, so with the amount that we saw in game 1, I think it makes sense that, and we did see as he was going through the deck, that there was at least 1 more fire. And Charizard is taking clean 1-hit KOs now, but this is the last Charizard.
Yeah, what if this Charizard just gets melted, dude?
And I think it's going to. Grant does have at least 1 superior in his hand, I believe. And so just needs to find 1 more to be able to take a knockout.
And it's like, what? You Iono Grant to, even if you did have Iono, which I don't think Josh has, even if you did have Iono, you're going to put Grant to a 3-card hand.
Well, he can't because he Arvened for the rare candy.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to get rough out here.
Yeah. Yeah, it is rough out here for sure.
Yeah. This Charizard, I think is about to get...
No Cloaks yet?
Yeah, this Charizard is about to get smoked. He is in the danger zone for sure.
Yeah.
This thing is in the line of fire. And again, is in this weird... If there's no counter catcher here, how much damage is wasted? All that wasted damage.
I mean, all 190 damage out there is wasted.
Wasted damage, right?
Charizard was doing a clean 1-hit KO without any bonus damage. So, a huge shame to see all that just disappear, basically.
Oh, yeah. That's not what you want if you're Josh at all. You certainly want to see, have some ability to math your Dragapult damage out correctly, but as we're seeing, with the Monkey Dory, Grant can kind of brush off the few attacks we have seen from the Dragapults, and then can lessen the impact of Charizard's attacks. It's just it's pretty nasty. Goldengo, I think, is making a show of this at this point.
Yeah, and with that Arven to grab another superior energy retrieval, Grant should have all the pieces in hand to knock out this Charizard. And we'll go down to 1 prize left. Josh has 2 Dreepy on board. Even if you rare candies 1, it should be pretty trivial to just boss and take the game.
I agree, and Grant has not had to utilize the boss's orders yet, and we see him holding 2 in his hand currently. So long as he can hold on to those, WinCon should be easy to find. Josh still, even to just not instantly lose next turn, needs to find a Rare Candy Dragapult, and then is still not knocking out a Gholdengo with that, right? So it's all looking pretty chalked up.
Yeah, there it is. 1 prize left for Grant. Making a good showing of this Gholdengo deck. I mean, flowing super smoothly, making good decisions on his routing.
Definitely.
I don't know if Josh has the sauce. And frankly, I don't think you should be benching another Dreepy in this kind of situation. What does this say? Iono.
Okay.
Use the TM Evo. Or potentially attack. I guess you're hedging. You can do either one.
Yep. And
Well,
there's the
no,
nice
because you
stretcher.
evolved into Dracloak. So yeah, you're kind of locked into the TM Evo. I guess you could use the Dragon Headbutt attack or whatever that one's called on the Dracloak that does 70.
Finds Countercatcher. So, could bring up the Gholdengo without the energy on it in order to
That's one more piece.
buy a little more time.
The Monkey Dory makes the Dragapult routing really tough, though, unless you play your own Monkey Dory.
Yep, here comes Countercatcher for the energyless Gholdengo. Buddy Poffin.
Do you ever just attack it just to get damage?
Oh yeah, that's the play I want to see Josh make.
Okay, I mean he attached the TM Evo, so you could do either.
I know he could, but at this point, what's it matter? If you get
I
one
don't know.
Pokemon knocked out, you lose. So you don't need backups. It's not
Well,
like
I
Grant's
mean, you
gonna try to KO anything.
It's not necessarily just the backups, though, right? If there are 4 Dracloaks in play, that's all that draw.
Yeah.
So basically, you're deciding. And frankly, I don't know if Josh even plays the cards that he would need to. Okay, yeah, just going for the attack.
I like the attack.
I don't even know if he plays enough Dracloaks and Charmeleons to even take advantage of all those Streepies. But even in that case, I would prefer just to not see them come down.
Arvin for Superior should just do it.
And Rigid Band.
And that is game as Grant Manley advances to 4-0-2 here at the Full Grip Games Destined Rivals 6K doubleheader. There we go. Grant well on his way to yet another top cuts here at our Full Grip Games cash events. He is one of the winningest players to have participated in Full Grip's major release weekend cash tournaments, and I'm sure would like to add another top 8 appearance to his Full Grip resume. Another win would also be a huge notch on his belt. So we'll see if he's able to do that. At this point, with 2 ties, he does need to keep this ball rolling. A loss, I think, would loss
Probably.
You think a loss would boot him?
Probably.
Yeah, 129 players, top 8 cut, 8 rounds. Yeah, 5-1-2. It's
Because 5-1-2 is worse than 6-2.
You're right. So then yes, I'd say one more loss, he's out. Yeah, so you can't lose.
You could maybe tie and
Maybe
bubble
tie
in,
and bubble. Yes.
but that's bubbling in, right? That's not a generous bubble for you.
No, it's not going to be the one you want to depend on. Oh yeah, look at all that. Shoo, full house here. Full Grip Games, 129 players here to compete for a piece of that $3,000 cash prize. That's our winner from the last 3K right there. Senior age division was able to get the win last time with an incredible showing. And stoked to see him returning to play again today.
Defending the title.
For sure.
Anything we can spot out there in those top tables?
Well, Riley, I think this is going to be a good opportunity for me to go check in with some of the tournament staff and see, if we can get a read on any meta breakdowns or anything like that. So I think we're going to take a quick break before our round 7. We've got 2 more Swiss rounds remaining before we cut to top 8. I'm going to go check with Natalie, see if she's got any more information to report about how the tournament is going so far, or any little tidbits that I can report back to you all here on stream. And then we'll get on with round 7. So thank you guys so much for watching today. Again, huge thanks to the sponsors Dragon Shield and, of course, Full Grip Games for hosting this massive cash tournament for the release of Destined Rivals. We'll be right back with round number 7 in a moment. Yo, we are back with the Destined Rivals Full Grip Games 6K double header. Fast approaching to round 7. Just 2 rounds left of Swiss before we cut to top 8. During the break, I had an opportunity to do some graphic design work to get our top 8 thumbnail complete, which I was very excited about.
It's looking hype.
Sorry, viewers, for not doing the graphic design segment on stream. I know some of you guys probably really missed that from last time's stream. But yes, I've got a new thumbnail created for top 8, and that is fast approaching. And I got to see my baby boy, who is actually visiting over there with Nana in the studio. So that was a pleasant surprise. I went downstairs and he was hanging out in the tournament hall. What a nice surprise. Yes, thank you, buddy, for coming in and visiting us at work today. That was so lovely. I also had an opportunity to take a look at all of the decks at the top tables.
Yeah.
And from the looks of things, just generally kind of looking around, I was seeing a lot of Gardevoir.
Sure.
I was seeing a lot of Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And I was also seeing Goldengo. And so like those kind of seemed like the big 3. I did see another Dragapult Charizard deck towards the top end, but those were the decks that I was seeing. I also got to speak with Grant momentarily, and he said that he does have a control deck cooked up for tomorrow's GLC event. Yes. And
exciting.
He did win the last one he attended with a colorless control deck that resulted in a few modifications to the Gym Leader Challenge format. So for those of you that are interested in Gym Leader Challenge, we'll be streaming the Gym Leader Challenge 3K. That's just as much prizing for the standard event being offered up for tomorrow's Gym Leader Challenge event. The most amount of cash ever offered for a Gym Leader Challenge tournament in the world. Going to be happening here at Full Grip Games tomorrow. Very excited to see what players bring. So it's looking like Guardy and Grimmsnarl are kind of the big 2, and Grimmsnarl seems favored into that.
Yeah, when you just look at it on paper, right? You have the type matchup. You're able to one-hit KO those Gardevoir EX and spread further damage beyond that. That seems pretty good, I will say. I don't think the Frostlass is getting a ton of mileage in the matchup. And Gardevoir does have potential to swing for one-hit knockouts with things like the Drifloon. So I could see worlds for Gardevoir. And let's just be honest, Andrew. It's wrong to ever write Gardevoir off.
Is it though? Even with Grimmsnarl?
We're so confident. Not more than a month and a half ago.
You're right.
About how Gardevoir was cooked.
I know.
So I don't think you come from a place where you can speak ill on Guardy right now.
Dude.
I think you got to earn your Guardy clout back.
Dude. All right. In the Grimmsnarl deck, yeah, so the Frostlass is not going to be poking a ton of damage to the Gardevoir deck. You've pretty much got opposing monkeys. You've got Gardevoir, maybe a Fez. Like, that's about it. But the Frostlass puts damage on your own guys, so that then you can move that damage over. So, you know, and if your Drifloon ever reaches to try a one-hit KO Grimmsnarl, you pretty much can't do that.
Yeah, because you can knock it back out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think the Grimmsnarl's probably favored, but I wouldn't be surprised if Guardy has routes. If any deck has routes.
I would be surprised if Guardy has routes in that matchup.
Man. I feel like if any deck has routes.
Every card in your deck gets smoked by the Grimmsnarl.
Most decks smoke every card in Guardy's deck besides the Guardy EX. That's the one novel thing.
Yes, the Grimmsnarl destroys the Guardy. Right. Well, that's in the Gardevoir deck. That's kind of your main attacker now. That's like the only attacker you play 2 of.
I feel like Screamtail is kind of the main attacker.
Guardy's the only attacker you play 2 of.
Yeah, man, but the Screamtail's the one who's really pushing for it, you know?
You don't play 2 Screamtail.
You could.
But you don't.
You're right.
You play 2 Guardy, and you attack with it. I would say Guardy probably attacks the most out of anybody in the deck.
It's close. I think it's close between Guardy and Screamtail.
I would agree, but I think it's Guardy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's so many times where you're like tanking a hit with Guardy, swapping things. Oh, apparently Piper actually played 2 Screamtail. All right, so that's
not unheard of.
Yeah, that is to your credit there, Riley.
The point is, I think if any deck is good at finding creative routes to win unexpected games, Gardevoir is certainly one of them. At least, maybe Dragapult's the other one who has that talent. So let's just not write it off. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? I think that's fine. You're right. I just got punished for writing off Gardevoir not 6 weeks ago,
Yeah.
So I should probably rein it in.
Yeah. So we got the Gardevoirs. We got the Goldangos. We saw Grant Manley on that Goldango as well.
Oh, yeah. And he wasn't the only Goldango towards the top, handful of tables. I saw another. So Goldango's here. Goldango is here. You know what else is here, Riley?
Round number 7? Question mark?
That's right, Riley. Round number 7 is here. Round number 7 is upon us. Let's get some hype going for these players. We're going to be duking it out for a chance at the top 8. Looks like we've got Sean versus Tiger.
Yeah, so we'll see what decks these players are rocking in just a second. We have Sean on the left and Tiger on the right. Both players 5-1, so looking pretty comfortable with a win for sealing up that top 8.
Right. I mean, it's possible. Like we said, possible to bubble in at 6-2. We might get, there might be 2 6-2s who make top 8. Especially since Natalie told me there's not a single undefeated here.
That's crazy.
That's how many ties there are.
What is the tie rate? Do we know the aggregate tie rate?
That'd be a Natalie question.
Yeah.
She could probably get that information though. But yeah, it's been a lot of ties here today, folks. Even Grant was saying, I was talking to him downstairs and he's like, yeah, he's like, the games I tied, I was like 1 turn away from winning, just like.
We just had this whole conversation about it.
I know, right? And it's like, we just had that conversation. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. Sob. There's just a lot of ties. There's a lot of decks. And Grant said this too. There's a lot of decks that have just kind of grindier game plans right now. And a lot of decks with a lot of game actions, right? And it's just, it really all adds up. And
it does.
And the ties just, they end up being a thing. So,
yeah, I mean, ties are going to be inevitable, right?
Well, unless you make them not inevitable.
Not inevitable. Isn't that what inevitable means?
Unless you make them
inevitable.
Unless you make them so, I don't know. Anyways, I'm just making stuff up, bro. Unless you make them not a thing, they will always be a thing. Yes. You could make them not a thing.
Wow,
yes. In Japan, you can't tie.
Reform, yeah.
Yes, you can't tie in Japan. So to say ties are always going to be a thing as well, they could not be a thing.
Ties within our current format are inevitable to some degree, even if you're scooping frequently and even if you're taking all the right steps. Sometimes you're going to tie.
It's true.
Though I think a lot of players could stand to learn steps they could take to prevent them.
Uh-oh, you guys are seeing the card that I secretly wanted to be on stream this week. Toad Scroll EX. Did you guys see?
Hey, maybe this is us just predicting that happening.
Did you guys see Toad Scroll EX top 16 to regional, guys? I'm not crazy, okay? I'm not crazy. There's Toad Scroll. Toad Scroll's the play. NAIC. Toad Scroll.
Those Grimmsnarls won't know what hit them.
That's facts. You'll destroy the Grimmsnarl matchup. All right, both these players are 5-1. We are on to round number 7. There we go. Sean Munn versus Tiger Hickman. And I actually don't know what decks these guys are playing here.
I did see a Charmander in Tiger's hand.
So. Okay, this is one of the other Charizard Dragapult decks I saw then. Yes. Oh, and there's a Tropicos. So we got a lot of fun stuff going on.
Well, we don't know if there's a Dragapult necessarily at this point.
Yeah, there's at least the Noctowl engine with Charizard.
And is that a baby Raging Bolt on the other side?
And that is a Raging Bolt on the other side. Yes. So let's take a look at what we got going on here. Turtle Power. Let's go. Terapagos is here to play. And we've got Raging Bolt as well.
Terapagos. Is this some sort of like Noctowl based Charizard deck then? Just with Terapagos as that basic. Yeah, it looks like it with a fan call. Potentially grabbing a.
I think I see fan call for Pidgey.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Pidgey actually synergizes pretty well with the overall like Noctowl engine because you can supplement those cards that you can grab out of your deck using the Pidgeot to quick search for an additional card every single turn.
Oh, I remember like my earliest builds of Terapagos were like Terapagos, Noctowl, Pidgeot,
Yeah.
Briar, Dusknoir decks where he just like kind of popped off and did everything. The cool thing about Pidgeot and Noctowl is you could just use Jewel Seeker to go get Rare Candy Pidgeot, and then you're moving.
Yeah. Especially, there's nothing really stopping you from doing that. And yeah, that takes your whole Jewel Seeker, but then you get one card every single turn thereafter. So it's definitely a really powerful synergy there. Although we do see a second Fan Rotom. Is there Hoot Hoot access for Tiger?
It must be one in hand. That's what I determined, but no, there is no Hoot Hoot. I suspect that some of these lines are quite thin.
Probably have to be to accommodate all of this in one list.
Right.
I mean, it could be a 1-1. He grabbed the one Noctowl out of the deck. So potentially just one Hoot Hoot.
Right.
And it's like a explosive rare candy searcher type of thing.
Right.
I could see that. That's tough, though. That's tough to not have access to that key engine piece. Sean immediately going wide with a variety of Hoot Hoots.
And we got Squawkabilly, Squawk and Seize. Going to be squawking and also season. Discard the hand, draw 6 new cards.
Squawkabilly, of course, incredibly powerful on that first turn of the game, allowing you to dig that much further into your deck, especially if you're having a slow start. Being able to have that kind of emergency button to get that little bit deeper is super helpful, and we see that draws Sean into the Fan Rotom. So now with 2 Hoot Hoots on board, could fan call for 2 Noctowls potentially, and just be fully ready to go for the following turn. Though, now that I'm looking at Sean's board, does he even have a way to activate Noctowl?
Sean, no.
And here's the thing.
Bench locked.
Yeah, Area Zero Underdepths only gives you extra bench space if you have a Terra Pokemon. So you cannot, for example, use Area Zero Underdepths and then bench like a Teal Mask afterwards.
All right, but what if I play them at the same time, Riley?
Ooh. I'm thinking, Andrew, that still isn't allowed, but I appreciate your gumption.
All right, yeah. What if I just like sneakily slam down the Area Zero and just real quick the Teal Mask before the game acknowledges that?
Oh, yeah,
know,
the game isn't aware yet.
Before the game can compute.
Yeah.
Right. You got to slam them down real fast.
I think the game computes infinitely fast is part of the problem. The game knows what you're up to. So I don't know if that's allowed.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So actually, Sean is in like a very weird place.
Yeah. I probably don't bench that Fan Rotom in that situation. Unless you're just banking on, oh my gosh, there's a Dusknoir in this deck too.
I mean, you could just say, yeah, these got to be thin lines, Riley.
Yeah, they literally have to be. It's the only way it's possible.
Yes. So we see Tiger has got Charizard,
Ultra Ball for Charmeleon. All right.
Charizard. There's a lot.
Pidgeot, Dusknoir, Charizard, Terapagos, Noctowl deck. It's quite busy.
It's cool. I mean, and maybe Sean gets bailed out because, this turtle's probably taking a knockout, right? So, like, then Sean will have the bench space available to actually be able to
Yeah, it is awkward though with those Noctowls going to the bottom of the deck now.
Right, so do we find the energy for a unified beatdown? Nope, just a pass.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so then can Sean do anything? And the answer is yes. There is a Crispin in this hand.
So could snipe the... What do you even snipe here? Honestly, like, do you pick the Charmander? Maybe the Pidgey to deny that? Do you want to deny the Dusclops?
You really have a smattering of options, don't you? Yeah. Thunderburst Storm. You could even go and Dragon Headbutt for 130. I don't know that
Probably not Dragon Headbutt.
No, that seems horrible. But you could. I'm just saying you could, right?
Yeah, the option's there.
The option is there. Thunderburst Storm is probably going to be the play. I think you take out the Dusclops or the Pidgey. Or
the nice thing about the Pidgey and the
Pidgey.
Duskull is that they're only 60 hit points as well, so you get to save an extra energy on your bench.
Yep.
And then if next turn you want to knock out something a little beefier, you could just through an energy attachment.
Yeah. I like those options the best. And as we see, Sean has kind of, kept one of those energies, take out the Duskull. I always like taking out the Duskull. Like, I don't want you to choose where you're putting that damage.
Yeah, it's interesting too because obviously the Pidgey is a super critical consistency card, especially when you're playing lines as thin as Tiger clearly is. Having the access to quick search is really, really impactful.
Right.
That said, what are you searching with Pidgey if not things like the Dusknoir engine?
Right.
So I think you could make a valid case for either of those. Pidgeot rather, of course, is super impactful in the event that Tiger sets it up.
It could also be really hard to set up.
It could be really hard to set up. And also, I think the Dusknoir is the thing that would actually impact the board the most. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the most threatening thing.
I
could always,
agree.
in theory, draw the cards.
Yeah.
But Dusknoir is like what allows you to sneak knockouts and surge ahead in the prize race.
Right. Exactly. Flip the script. We'll draw 3 cards, and let's see if those 3 help Tiger out with what he's trying to accomplish. I see an Ultra Ball.
Another Ultra Ball.
There's
Is that
a picnic basket.
again?
Oh, baby.
Yeah, picnic basket's a more meta-defining card than I realized.
Yes. Picnic baskets all over the place.
Or Chorus Tenacity.
It makes sense. Picnic basket can also be used to disrupt, I guess, all Monkey Dory decks because you heal not only damage from yourself but also your opponent. So you're kind of taking away.
Maybe the
damage from
rise
them.
of Grimmsnarl has made the picnic basket a little more appealing because you can clear off all of that Frostlass damage on the Grimmsnarl side.
All right, we got the Charizard, so Charizard will be able to use that Infernal Rain ability to rain some extra energy into play.
Rain some extra energy. I like it.
Get it? Did you get it?
Yeah.
2 different rains.
2 different rains. Homonyms.
Sentence. Yep. And then a research.
Yeah, researching away. Okay, digging into the deck. Trapagos certainly going to be able to take a knockout onto this Raging Bolt in the active for 1 prize.
And there we go. Unified beatdown for the knockouts. And the turtle takes a KO, dealing 150 damage for the knockout on Raging Bolt, tying the game up at 5 prizes apiece. But this is where, dude, are we getting a no way? Again, not a Terra Pokemon, dude.
Okay,
Bench space freed up. Still no Terras.
Is
2 Hoothoot in play.
What? You can't even Sada to 2 Pokemon. This feels...
It's a bold move, Con.
It is a bold move. It is a
Yeah.
bold move.
And let's just see how this one plays out.
I hope he doesn't think he can use Noctowl.
I kind of do.
Think he thinks
No, kind of hope he does.
Oh, you kind of hope he does.
So he goes for it, and then his opponent has to do the reach across and be like, actually, that card gets evolved, and it will stay there.
That's heartbreaking, though.
No, it's kind of sick, honestly.
So, yeah, and you only have the one ancient Pokemon as well, so you can't even Sada to 2.
Let Sean cook. Yeah, there's something going on here. We'll see.
Oh.
All right. Is energy to Raging Bolts?
Yeah, and you don't know no Teal Mask either. Like no further accelerate. Like
no, this
really
seems
brutal.
Is that like a pass angle?
I think it was.
Well, that seems rough.
Oh my gosh, this is a bizarre, bizarre game for sure. Here we go, Jacques.
All right, Jacques,
Pidgeot, and who else but Dusknoir? I guess.
And there's the rare candy Pidgeot. All right, we're cooking.
Yeah, but I guess you can boss his orders this turn. That without an area 0, that you're not doing enough damage that you could, in theory, if you max out your bench.
Do you think that Tiger plays like an area 0?
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
I mean, you have to, right? Like if you're playing this Noctowl engine,
and you've got Terafagos, you have to play it.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. You're not playing it without the Terafagos, without area 0. Terafagos
okay,
is
here
horrible.
we go, taking the knockout.
All right, the gang is here, dude.
That's a pretty explosive turn, actually.
Oh yeah,
off of just a Jacques.
Do you see what I'm saying? At this point, Sean should Scoop go next for sure.
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
If you're not scooping, it better be a Teal Mask. That's the Pokemon hitting your bench.
No. Yeah, I think I agree with you there. What if all the Teal Masks are prized?
Maybe.
Did you consider that? Here it is.
Oh, no, that theory's... Well, I guess he could have drawn it up the... Okay. There's Area 0 as well, so Sean has access to that himself. This is a wild one. And this Charizard deck is also just wild on the face of it.
Yeah, there's just a lot to take in here, dude. I know. I'm trying to...
I appreciate it.
I do appreciate it. I'm really digging the Charizard Pidgeot Dusknoir deck, though. That deck's cool.
Well, we've seen the Charizard Pidgeot Dusknoir concept before, but never before with the fan rotom Noctowl Area 0 Terafagos.
Yeah, there's a lot, dude. It's sick.
It's like the previous version of Charizard Pidgeot with a lot more stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so fully benched out now on the Raging Bolt side. It does no Latias, which can be unfortunate, but does have access to forms of energy acceleration in those Teal Masks. Can Sada to multiple Pokemon at once this time. So we should be able to see the energy start flowing, potentially take those knockouts. The problem is, once a Charizard deck gets ahead like this, it's really hard for another deck to kind of surge its way back in, especially a deck that's linear like Raging Bolt.
Right.
You know, because Charizard's going to swing for one-hit KOs at this point, go down to one prize remaining, and that seems trivial to close out, especially with the Pidgeot in play.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where your win percentage of this match as the Raging Bolt player is just extremely low. You do kind of want to scoop it up and go to the next game. This is definitely a winnable matchup. I mean, Charizard's weak to grass. You've got your Teal Mask Ogerpon. The deck is filled with 2 prizers. And I think here's the scoop. Yeah, deck is filled with 2 prizers, right? And there is a lot of ways that you can just run your opponent off the board. But you have to do that. As the Raging Bolt player, you can't be, just messing around trying to figure out how to attack turn 3 into the game, right? Like,
yeah,
you can't be passing with the Raging Bolt 2 energy in the active in the opening turns of the match. You're not going to want to do that. You're not doing the Raging Bolt stuff. So definitely just, you want to re-roll this one. You got 36 minutes left. That's enough time for Raging Bolt to win 2 games with +3 turns.
But again, Andrew, if we saw that scoop just a few minutes earlier, even this last turn, like
I know
this last turn felt not super I mean, you scooped midway through your turn.
Yeah.
Imagine if you scooped at the start of it and saved 2-3 minutes.
That's what I'm saying.
Those can be difference makers.
No, huge difference makers. I would argue that the scoop probably should have happened the turn you realized you had to pass it the 2 energy Raging Bolt.
I almost feel like this would have been a good opportunity for one of those turn 1, turn 2 scoops.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could go even earlier for sure.
Yeah.
But there's at least like, your bare minimum you could scoop there.
Yeah.
But yes, this is definitely one of those like the turn 2, I think when you don't announce an attack with Raging Bolt, you could scoop it up. That's okay.
Well, turn 2, I think he did attack with the baby Raging Bolt.
That's right. That's right.
But it was the
follow-up.
The follow-up turn. Yeah, once that was a whiff.
All right. On to...
I mean, immediately the start looks better. Starting the Fan
Rotom. This seems great. Yeah. So we're on to our second game in this match. Tiger is 1 game 1. And Sean has got a Fan Rotom active now, which is a much more suitable opener. And, actually, I mean, the Baby Raging Bolt's a very strong opener, but...
Yeah, but just having immediate access to Fan Rotom to search out those evolutions is obviously incredibly powerful. And the Fan Rotom immediately threatens whatever
Knockouts.
Pokemon's in the active position if it's not something like the Terapagos.
We also have an Ultra Ball. Discard is that the Koraidon and Jamming Tower. And I think those are fair sacks to go get. And you know what? We're not making the same mistake twice, Riley.
I suspect not. And it is more critical to have those teal masks down than the Raging Bolts to some extent. You can always power up a Raging Bolt with something like a Sada or a Crispin.
Yeah.
But having the teal mask down is what drives the engine of the deck.
Yeah, huge shout out to Little Dark Fury with the raid over on Twitch. Appreciate it. Yo, thank you. LDF, hopefully you're having a nice weekend. Welcome, everybody. We are streaming the Full Grip Games Destined Rivals Release K $3,000 cash events, Standard today, and Gym Leader Challenge tomorrow. We're on round number 7 of 8, 129 players in the house, and we are going to cut to top 8 after our 8th Swiss round.
And hey, Tiger said, I'll raise your fan call and use one of my own. Very reminiscent of the Journey Together tournament that we had not more than 2 months ago. And Tiger going wide with his own Fan Rotoms too, getting a second one.
Beast mode.
Can't use a second fan call ability, but if he's planning to attack, for example, with the Fan Rotom, that could be a good pickup. Oh,
he's changed his mind.
Reconsidered.
Yeah, hasn't started shuffling yet, so it's valid.
It's all fair. All fair.
Yep. And Pidgey.
That maybe makes more sense.
Yeah, I think that's fine. After all, I mean, multiple Fan Rotom on the bench can be cumbersome. Might not be the board state that you want. Even if you do end up attacking with multiple, just bench the second one later. You always can.
Right. It's just always Buddy Poffinable or Nest Ball searchable.
Right. We got an Iono, so both players are going to shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck, and draw a card for each of their remaining prize cards. So they're both getting 6.
Yeah, and notably, Sean did search out some of those Noctowl pieces, so those are going to the bottom of his deck.
Right.
So this time, Tiger's the one that's bench locked, although Charizard is a Terra Pokemon once it evolves.
Right.
And I guess more than likely this Duskull is getting knocked out this turn, or something is getting knocked out this turn.
Right.
But if he doesn't, then he actually doesn't have access to the Jewel Seeker himself until he evolves a Charizard.
And that's one of the reasons you got to play the Terapagos in this deck, because you need to have a basic that you can just toss down that can activate your Jewel Seeker ability.
Yeah, one of the nice things about the Flareon deck that is, even though it evolves to activate its Terra, there's like the EVEX, for example, as a way to still have your evolution Pokemon, but also fulfill the Terra requirement.
Right. That is one of my favorite things about playing the EV deck. I love that the EV is a Terra, and I think it's just really neat being able to evolve either the EVEX or your little EVs into the Flareon EX and Sylveon EX. It's just a really cool and kind of fun engine to play.
I like how typically the EV deck plays one EX and then 2 different basic EVs, and
fun.
then you evolve into multiple different evolutions. Just that feels really fun to me.
It is fun. It's the reason I really enjoy that deck. It's kind of got its own goofy thing going on. So we see Shango Jewel Seeker for Nest Ball and Earthen Vessel. Earthen Vessel is going to allow some energy to get grabbed. We've also got Latias EX hitting the bench.
That's a really nice setup for Sean here. It just goes to show how big of a difference it makes to have access to that Jewel Seeker versus not.
Yeah, for sure. We are getting just another kind of odd Sada's Vitality for just 1 energy acceleration, so not ideal. You'd prefer to have a Raging Bolt EX on the board somewhere so that you can... but actually,
maybe not.
Maybe not wanting a Raging Bolt EX on the board somewhere as we see it get vesseled away.
Yeah. Sean saying, I don't need that, and I certainly don't want it until the point I'm using it to take a knockout.
I guess so.
And with this Thunderbolt Storm, could again knock out a Duskull or could target that Pidgey. Same kind of crossroads that Sean was at in this previous game.
Now, I think the Teal Mask Ogerpon are important to get energies on, because then if a Charizard does come up, right?
Yeah, you want at least one.
Exactly. If a Charizard comes up, then you can just promote the Teal Mask Ogerpon and lay waste to it with the Myriad Leaf Shower attack, which does 30 damage plus 30 more damage for each energy attached to both active Pokemon. So makes quick work of Charizard EX, who does have a grass weakness. And, we kind of see that, Sean's saying, all right, well, if your only attacker is going to be Charizard, then I can just load up these Teal Mask Ogerpons and kind of sit here at the ready. Can use my Raging Bolt in the active to...
Is that a pass?
That is a pass, Riley.
Wow.
Tiger's hand is not looking great.
Yeah, Tiger doesn't have a lot going on. That Dusclops isn't really meaningful. You really want the Dusknoir to be able to take an actual trade on Sean's board. So just going to be a pass. Can't really even get it out of the active for something like the Assault Landing on the Rotom.
Right. We got Earthen Vessel. Can get a Fighting and a Grass energy from the deck. And yeah, this is really going to clear the way for Sean to take a substantial lead in this game.
And I think this is exactly the board flow you're looking for as Raging Bolt in this matchup. Start by sniping heavily with your baby Raging Bolt.
Yep.
And then have your Ogerpons at the ready, so that way as soon as a Charizard enters the fray, you can just Myriad Leaf Shower for those big knockouts.
Right. And we do see that there's a Dusknoir, okay, from Tiger, but keep in mind, you got to sack a prize in order to use it, so that's going to put Sean down to 3 prizes remaining. And we'll deal 130 damage. Now our judge is giving the order of promotions, and it looks like it's the opponent first. And then we see Fan Rotom gets promoted. So...
And is that just an Assault Landing? Oh, that doesn't feel good. So, a worthy promote from Sean here in that Noctowl. Very safe into just an Assault Landing from the Fan Rotom. And keeping his board nice and stable as Tiger is unable to make significant progress for several turns in a row here. And this is the weakness of having these really thin deck lines like we're seeing from Tiger. It's harder to put these pieces together in the right order at the right times. Sean going in with another Jewel Seeker. Now the one inconvenient thing for Sean is he doesn't have like the most obvious knockout lined up for this Fan Rotom. Could respond with his own Fan Rotom with something like a Crispin, using it on the Noctowl and retreating into his own Fan Rotom in Assault Landing to go down to 2 prizes. And at this point, if you're Sean and going to 2 prizes, you got to feel good about winning this game. And I imagine Tiger's thinking, when is the time when I should consider scooping here? If I'm Tiger, I might even scoop now.
Oh yeah, this is looking bleak. Yeah, I mean, what's the point? I always think of it like this too, like it's a momentum thing, all right? Don't let your opponent just sit there gloating in the dub for like 15 minutes, right?
Right, yeah. It's like taking the time out when you're getting thrashed. And, you talked about volleyball earlier.
Yes.
You know, if you're getting served on and multiple service aces in a row, you're going to take a time out and slow halt their momentum.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. It's a mental game too, right? Yeah, just go next. You know you can beat this deck. You just did. So, this one's slipping away rapidly. So I don't, to the point where I don't see a viable win condition for Tiger at all.
I don't think there is one.
No. So it's not really like there's no brownie points to be gained by just sticking out a game where you're just getting thrashed. It's not like you're, there's not much to gain. And there's, in my mind, it's like, well, you just kind of, it just feels bad. So you just get out of there.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Preserve your mental.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Tiger says, you're taking all 6 of these.
Yeah, you're taking all 6. No, couldn't be me. Yeah,
definitely not me either.
No, I'm scooping this up and saying go next. We'll see what my next opening. Something so exciting about opening a new hand, right? Yeah, starting a new game. And then you get to choose, I'll go second or whatever. I'll go first. You get to choose who goes first, right? Well, I guess there's Charizard. Yeah, here we go.
I almost don't understand though. Like if you're going to scoop anyway at the finish line, might as well have scooped earlier,
Yeah, but here we are. Okay, so Sean getting a win punched in there. So we have a tied set at 1-1, and now we're getting into game number 3, and with 23 minutes left to play, should be plenty of time on the clock for these two to finish their sets, and the winner of this match will be well on their way to a top 8 appearance. I mean, almost guaranteed.
You have to imagine that they should be pretty much locked up with a tie in the final round to go to 6-1-1.
Right.
So now things can always happen. People can deny IDs. You can be down paired. You never know in the game of Pokemon what kind of situation you'll be dealt. Just like these players now don't know what they'll be dealt off these opening 7 cards to start this game.
All right.
I wonder who's going to go first this game. Usually those Fan Rotom engines do prefer to go first, but Raging Bolt can take quick knockouts if it's allowed to go second.
Right, and Sean's got the Ditto start.
That's always nice to see if you're that Raging Bolt player. Just to immediately have access to whatever basic Pokemon you want. I mean, what better basic opener is there than the wild card opener?
It is as good as it gets. Well, unless you're up against a Fluttermane.
Unless you're specifically up against a Fluttermane start.
Which we did see today.
That's true. I don't want to write it off, but I don't think Tiger has a Fluttermane in his list.
Oh, okay, yeah, there's probably not a Fluttermane. You're right. So we've got Fan Call, and there's Pidgey and the Hoot Hoot. And Sean has got Ditto active, Raging Bolt on the bench. There is, I think it's technically incorrect to bench the Raging Bolt because of Iron Bundle exists, right?
Prime Catcher.
Technically, and there's no way to force your opponent to shuffle their hand, right? So technically speaking, you should not bench that second Pokemon there.
Yeah.
There's no way to, unless you're not playing against a Pecharunt Donk deck. So, that's the one situation in Standard. If you're going in blind, then bench it, sure. You could play against Pecharunt Donk, I guess. But otherwise, there are ways that your opponent could mess with what you're doing.
Yeah.
So you choose not to.
Of course, if you find a Latios, that's all moot either way.
For sure.
And will it be none other than Fan Call to open up Sean's Game 3?
Oh, yeah.
Of course it is. Yeah, that Fan Call, just so consistent, being able to get those Hoot Hoots into play quickly and even add a Noctowl or two to your hand for a future turn. So good. There's a reason that you see the Fan Rotom pretty much always played alongside a Noctowl.
Yeah, I mean, they're nuts. It's the craziest combo, really. There was the Rocket's Watchtower that got printed in Destined Rivals, turns off all colorless Pokemon's abilities, but in standard format, I mean, you're turning off the Noctowl engine, you're turning off things like Blood Moon or Saluna, maybe Squawkabilly if you happen to go first and slam it. But it's a thing though, is that not every deck is playing colorless abilities, and it'd have to be a card that you're playing with a lot of intentionality, like, okay, against this deck I am going to try and Iono and Watchtower them, but then it feels bad because they still have Fez, right? So you're not locking that down.
Yeah, although it is a big difference maker. Or it could make it so you do things like counter catch with a Fez and turn off their Noctowl engine. So, I think there's valid use cases of it. I think another thing to consider is for decks that maybe don't care strongly what their stadium is, but they want a stadium to bump their opponents. Yeah. If they're not using the Noctowl engine themselves, the Watchtower is a really good, I like to call it like a blank stadium. Worst case, it turns off a Noctowl, or worst case, it does nothing for you, but just removes your opponent's stadium. And best case, it turns off the Noctowls.
That's true, Riley. The best blank stadium ever printed was, go ahead, say it.
Chaotic Swell.
That's right, dude.
Yeah, it was Blank Stadium Plus. The blankest stadium.
It was the blankest stadium, yes. It definitely was the ultimate blank stadium.
Yeah.
The stadium denier.
Because I had for years at that point been talking about the concept of the blank stadium, and Pokemon's like, oh yeah, we like that idea.
Yeah, dude. And Rocket's Watchtower, it's true. If you want to play a stadium just to play a stadium, Rockets, you could pick worse. Yeah. Rocket's Watchtower certainly has quite a few uses in standard. But it's one of those stadiums where it's like it's not worth playing as like a 4 of like Path to the Peak was.
No, it's
right?
it's not disruptive enough to warrant that, unless you like completely alter a matchup by doing that.
Yeah, like maybe your deck is so broken that you just like thrash everything in the meta except
so long as Noctowl is turned off.
Yeah, so long as Noctowl is turned off, right. Like that concept could eventually exist.
Or if there's more colorless abilities printed as well.
Right, for sure. Here we go. Raging Bolt with the knockout, taking out the Pidgey on Tiger's board.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and Tiger, no, just tripping at the finish line here.
Had a nice run in this game 1, but has not been able to set up ever since.
And has gone 5-1 in the tournament so far. So it's not like what we're seeing here on stream has not been the story of Tiger's day.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, like I was saying earlier, when you're playing these thin lines, sometimes it's hard to piece together the pieces in the right order or even find them at all. So we'll have to see if he can mount a comeback here, because Sean is almost certainly going to be taking another quick bench knockout with that Thunderburst Storm.
Right. And I mean, we could see Sean get greedy. You go for a 4th energy on that Raging Bolt.
Get the Charmeleon.
You could nab the Charmeleon. I mean, clearly, Tiger is kind of floundering here, right? And the key piece to getting Tiger's board moving could be a Charizard evolve into Noctowl, right?
Yeah.
So it could be worth it for Sean to actually overextend.
I actually think it is worth it because you don't even really have to overextend. You can do that while still having multiple energy on a Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Right.
Ready to knock out like the rare candy Charizard angle. So I actually think that's pretty good and not even overextending at that point. It's just appropriately extending for the best knockout.
Yeah, I think it's correct. Yeah, I would say I think it's the correct play, right? Because all you need to do is Sada. If you could Sada this turn, get an energy on the bench, Bolt too.
And there it is.
Money. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, this
And the
is
active.
monstrous right now.
Draw of 3 off the Sada's Vitality, and then all you need is an energy from hand. And that Thunderburst Storm is going to be spreading 120 damage to the bench. I love this play.
That's scary too. Like over time, it just gets stronger the longer the Raging Bolt is allowed to persist. And here we go. Sean has now 4 energy on that active, sniping, and that's an attached pass from Tiger. That means his next Charmander is going down. This Raging Bolt is just putting in the work this game, showing how strong this bench sniping ability really is.
Yeah, this card has been a card that I definitely underrated when it was printed. It just seemed like, like a 30 snipe is just, not that much. 130 for 3 is not that much. But this thing can just turn into a runaway train. You just keep stacking energy on it. And like I said before, you're just spawn camping your opponent, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're having a tough time setting up, and you're going Thunderburst Storm, boom, knockout on the bench. Yeah, whichever Pokemon I want. This card is not only a beast in Standard, it's also a substantial card in Gym Leader Challenge, which we are going to be streaming tomorrow. And Raging Bolt has been making huge waves in the Dragon type decks in Gym Leader Challenge format. As a lot of setup Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge have 60 hit points, 70 hit points, and Thunderburst Storm can reach to knock those out early on, especially when a card like this has access to double dragon energy, which it does in Gym Leader Challenge format.
So Tiger top decks the Tenacity, but I mean, you're doing 70 damage with this Rotom. I think Sean's okay with that.
Yeah, I do think that Sean's okay with that. And at this point, it looks like the wheels have completely gone off the tracks for Tiger. It was looking solid with a 5-1 run so far at the tournament.
And a game 1 win.
And a game 1 win here. You're licking your chops. You're like, oh yeah, 1 more win and I'm into top 8. And then, bam, back-to-back, just total duds. Where your deck is just not doing anything, and you just literally pass for like 6 turns while your opponent takes every single knockout they need to win.
Yeah, and those games feel so bad mentally too.
Oh my god, they do, dude.
I'm rooting for Tiger to have the mental resilience to bring it through this next round and maybe squeak in at X and 2.
Right. I mean, that would be that would be a feel good story for sure. You're hoping that this isn't just the spiral, right?
Yeah.
Because you could tilt and spiral here.
I would.
Yeah. Boy.
Man.
Oh, yeah. And we see that head shake. Yep. That's not a feel good. No.
Oh, no. When you start flipping the cards.
You're flipping the cards. It's been a BG if you flip the cards. Yeah.
Once you start flipping the cards, you're tilted.
It's been bad game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say GG's, but it wasn't GG's, Riley.
Oh, it was BG's.
It was BG's. It was BG's.
I hate it when it's BG's.
I do hate it when it's BG's. Yes. Oh, boy. All right, dude. Well, we have got Sean now just 1 tie away from potentially punching a ticket to top 8.
Raging Bolt.
With Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is just one of those decks that has been consistently very reliable in this format. You can always expect to see a Raging Bolt floating around in top 8, couple in top 16 at pretty much every major event. It just can one-hit KO everything.
Yeah.
It's just good.
It's popular. It's good.
Yeah.
Like it's no surprise to see it do well tournament after tournament. I will say, one of the reasons I think Raging Bolt has found sustained success, even over the changes in the metagame, is utilizing cards like that single prize Raging Bolt to be able to snipe and take those key targeted knockouts with a single prizer in the active.
Yeah.
That's a complete game changer. Cards like Fan Rotom to swing for 70 and take those key knockouts with a single prize in the active for 1 energy. That's a game changer. Raging Bolt has evolved with the times. You know, it's a deck that sometimes gets flack for being really simple and straightforward, but it has evolved to keep up with the metagame, which I think is cool.
Yeah, it really has. It has not just remained stagnant. It is it's continued to develop. I mean, the baby Raging Bolt, I just like, that's been a really cool development in the deck. The Slither Wing to knock out Pikachu EX, go through that Resolute Heart ability. It's kind of finding all the answers it needs in order to stay relevant. It's funny thinking about Raging, like what are Raging Bolt's like great matchups? You know, like I guess you should probably like slay Dragapult. You know, that should probably be your best one. And then Gardevoir can be close. You're probably slightly unfavored to Gardevoir. You're probably slightly favored to Raging Bolt. Dragapult, yeah. And then you kind of just...
You wipe the floor with the Joltik deck.
Yeah, you probably just slay everything else, right? You just, and that's, so you take in that trade, you're like, yeah, I don't like love to see Guardy, but everything else is kind of chill.
Yeah.
You know? And the deck is dependable for the most part.
Super dependent. Having those basic attackers, I mean, that just implicitly makes your deck a little more dependable than anything that relies on an evolution to attack.
Right.
And the aggressiveness too, right? Being able to attack on the first turn of the game potentially, or your first turn going second, is a big difference maker in just coming out of the gates and making an impact before your opponent has a chance to do anything.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most aggressive decks in standard format. I don't know. Maybe I'm bolt pilled for NAIC, man.
Man.
Yeah, maybe I'm taking a turn to the bolt side. Listen, I am completely undecided. I did not have the best testing day with Flareon. I spent all weekend last weekend testing Flareon, and I wanted to fall in love with the Flareon deck, and I did love a lot of it, but then I played it against Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and even with like Leafeon in the deck, things can get really ugly really fast. You could just get your dudes wiped like almost immediately. I mean, just with Frostlass pings and stuff, if they get like, they could just go heavy Frostlass and start doing things where like your Noctowls are just like melting, you know, you could like one tap a Grimmsnarl, but even if they 2-hit KO a Leafeon while also melting your entire bench, they don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, the Grimmsnarl deck puts on a ton of pressure very quickly onto these Noctowl based decks because of all the damage spread, because of the Frostlass, building up those damage counters passively between turns. There's a lot to be afraid of when it comes to the Grimmsnarl, which is why it's one of the most popular decks today.
I know, right? Yeah, I know. And it's like maybe... So, like, what checks the Grimmsnarl? Toadscroll. Toadscroll. Yeah. Maybe just the Flareon deck becomes a Leafeon deck.
I don't think that sounds very good.
I'll be honest with you, Andrew. That sounds like it sucks.
Yeah. I mean, how does Raging Bolt fare into the Grimmsnarl deck?
This what I'm saying. The Grimmsnarl deck might just be the it factor, right? Because the Raging Bolt deck could even lose to the Grimmsnarl deck because it got all the spread stuff going on. Noctowls are melting. I don't know
though, but you have like the teal masks and you have big one-hit KO potential. You don't have to bench abilities right away. You can just start off with the baby Raging Bolt.
You're a step faster than the Flareon deck for sure. You're more reliable than the Flareon deck. I like the Flareon deck. I could play the Flareon deck. It's definitely the deck that I enjoy playing the most.
Yeah.
It is super fun. It is really cool. You've got all these different things that you can do every turn. I love the Flareon deck. Playing it is a ton of fun. But are there more dependable options? You know, is there something that just makes more sense for the North American International Championships? And that's part of what I'm so stoked to kind of commentate over this event today.
I agree.
Get just a really good look at how the meta is like shaping up.
Gives you a good foundation, right, for what this metagame will look like. And it won't be identical at NAIC, of course. There's going to be developments in the next week and a half, but it's going to be really interesting to see the foundational elements. Like, what are the key contenders that should be on our radars? What are the interesting deck list choices that people make as they get in the top cut, as they get towards the finals?
And if you watched our Journey Together one, you would have seen Gardevoir top 8 it, when nobody was respecting Gardevoir. And now look at it, right? So it's like...
And Ben was playing the blender.
Like, it was old Gardevoir tech. I mean, that was like, this was like primitive Gardevoir technology with the freaking blender in there, dude. That deck has been min-maxed to like the nth degree now, and like the list is super refined. But when you're talking like early formats, the lists aren't always super refined. It's not always the easiest to get a million games in. I mean, you take it just in aggregate of all the different players playing, the decks over and over and over and over again, and like the prevalence of online tournaments and the ability to grind out games on TCG Live and all that, doesn't take very long for decks to get refined.
Definitely not. We see the metagame develop so quickly in this modern era.
But not in like the first week. Right,
No.
Like the first couple weeks of a format. That's always the most exciting time, because the lists haven't been grinded out yet. There's still room for wacky stuff, and you see things that you don't expect, and that feeling of discovery to me is really exciting. So I always love the first 2 weeks of a format are always my favorite.
Yeah.
And then you get jaded. And you're like, it's just, I know exactly how this plays out.
And
We've
then
seen it
new
a million
cards
times.
come out, and the cycle continues.
And the cycle continues, baby. Yes.
And we're fans
does.
of the cycle, clearly, because we've been around for a long time. So
We have, Riley. We have. Yes. The cycle, it keeps providing. Yeah.
That's right.
The cycle keeps providing. But there's other formats too, and that's part of what I love about the Pokemon TCGs, that there's not just one way to play, and that is going to be on full display tomorrow for the Gym Leader Challenge 3K event, the largest cash prize pool ever offered for a Gym Leader Challenge tournament in the world. That's right, the Gym Leader Challenge format, which was recently hosted on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live in a truncated form, featuring cards from Sun and Moon on Gym Leader Challenge format, which you can play at side events at most all regional and national championships, and even the World Championships. We're going to be hosting a $3,000 cash Destined Rivals GLC tournament here tomorrow, much in the same way that we are hosting our standard tournament today. And Riley, I don't know if you heard. I do know that you heard, because I told you. I actually played in our Gym Leader Challenge tournament featuring Destined Rivals cards at Full Grip Games this week instead of streaming.
That's right. And Andrew, it seems like there's some interesting developments in the Destined Rivals formats. If you've been following GLC for a long time, you may be surprised to hear what Andrew succeeded with.
That's right. I took my day off and did not put it to waste. I played in our Gym Leader Challenge tournament, and I was victorious with my fighting deck, featuring the Hitmon combo, which is just a really fun deck to play. You've got Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and Hitmontop, which all have this, like, to be honest, it's the kind of deck that you would be like, Andrew, you crap talk decks like this all the time.
You do. You do.
Like, you badmouth decks like this more than anybody I've ever heard. What do you mean you played a deck like this? I call these kinds of things wombo combos, unserious, spread decks. I constantly crap on them.
You do.
But, it's broken now. And you know why it's broken now?
It's broken now. So.
It's broken now because of something we haven't seen on stream all day today. A Rockets Pokemon, all right?
Yeah.
It's broken because of Rockets Tyranitar, all right? And Rockets Tyranitar is a really cool new Pokemon from the Destined Rivals expansion. You know what, Riley? We got some time between rounds. We're gonna pull her up.
Sure.
Let's talk about the Rockets Tyranitar.
Yeah, so now, if you've been following GLC for a long time, fighting is one of the infamously underpowered types. The Hitmon combo being maybe the premier way to play fighting, but it lacks some of that special sauce. And what better way to get special sauce than a brand new Destined Rivals Team Rocket's Tyranitar. So what this card does, and we'll pop it on screen here in just a second, is with the Sandstream ability, all basic Pokemon on your opponent's side of the board take 2 damage counters between turns. Now, this is only if the Tyranitar is in the active, but here's the thing. The Hitmon Pokemon are very low hit point. So if they get knocked out, you can promote the Tyranitar into the active position and start to crack on those damage counters onto the opponent's side of the board. And if your Pokemon aren't getting knocked out, well, that's good too, because they're not advancing their game state and taking prizes.
Yeah. This card's just not, it's crazy because like this card is so bad in standard. It just doesn't work, right? In standard is just like such
this is a 2006 power card, right? Like that's that kind of ability.
Well, it was like 1 damage counter back then, but like it's 2 now.
But Pokemon are stronger than 2 damage counters worth now.
Yeah.
Compared to 1 back then.
It just doesn't work, right? Like a card like this, and I wish it did. I wish that you could play cards like this in standard, but it's not, you know? Like there's some cards that get printed straight into standard format. You're like, oh, that card's going to be broken in standard. And then there's a lot of cards that get printed straight into the abyss, right? Where they just get printed straight into the bulk pile. Or they get printed straight into Gym Leader Challenge. Thanks to the existence of formats like Gym Leader Challenge, this card does not get printed straight into the bulk bin. It gets printed straight into Gym Leader Challenge. And in Gym Leader Challenge, this is actually the best Tyranitar card ever printed for Gym Leader Challenge. And it's not close because most of the darkness ones you can't play because there's no darkness Pupitar. And then the other fighting one is just not very good. So this is the freaking one, right? This is the one. And its Sandstream ability is incredible. There's so many different things that you could do with this active. You could use Tropical Beach. Fill your hand to 7 cards while Tyranitar is active. You're spreading 2 damage to basic Pokemon between turns. You could use TM Devolution with the Rocket's Tyranitar in the active spot, and you devolve your opponent's Pokemon, and then all the basics underneath, they take 2 damage counters between turns. You can also use Bratty Kick Tyrogue, which is a Pokemon from like the Sun and Moon era, where it's got ability, you can flip a coin. If heads, you place 3 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, and it ends your turn. But who cares? Because you're ending your turn with Tyranitar active and spreading 2 damage counters on all your opponent's bench Pokemon. And that just adds up really quick. Think about like a bench barrier Pokemon like Mew from Unbroken Bonds, right? If Tyranitar is active for more than 1 turn, the Mew's dead.
Right.
And Mew is notoriously, and cards like Mew with bench barrier abilities are some of the hardest cards for these types of decks to deal with because you're playing a spread deck, right? And then the bench barrier stops your spread deck. So it's just really, really tough to negotiate, but Team Rocket's Tyranitar kind of helps you to solve those issues that you had previously. And the way that I have the Rocket's Tyranitar built in my Gym Leader Challenge deck is that you don't ever try to attack with it. He just is there to like retreat.
Yeah.
Which is sick because anytime you get a Pokemon knocked out, you promote Rocket's Tyranitar, spread damage, then retreat it into your next attacker. Pokemon gets knocked out, you promote it, spread damage, retreat into your next attacker. And I'm playing both Floatstone and the big air balloon so that you have multiple options to be able to pivot it out of the active every turn. And it was just, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun this week playing the deck. I'm really excited about it because I wanted so badly to play a Rocket card. I'm serious. I'm serious. Just somewhere, like anywhere. Just let me play a Rocket card and let it be good, right? Like I don't care whose it is. I don't care, which one it is. I just want to play a Rocket card successfully. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, the Rocket's Tyranitar, this was the best one.
Yeah.
And I was able to win with it, which was really exciting for me because last year when I played, we have a league going where we like try to earn badges throughout the season. Anytime you win with a type, you earn a badge, and you try to get all 10. and I earned 7 badges last year. Back when I wasn't streaming League, I earned 7 badges, and I missed Fighting, Fire, and Dragon were the 3 that I didn't get. So now I got Fighting. It's the only time I played this year, so like it's the only badge I got. But I got the Fighting badge. So now it's like, even though it's been over the course of multiple years, it'd be cool if I could get a Fire and a Dragon eventually, and then I know that I had one league with all 10 different types. That would be that would feel good for me.
And Dragon, of course, is one of the types that's people are really enjoying right now. But
It
Fire
is.
is another one of those like infamously underpowered types. Though it does also get some new cards from the Destined Rivals expansion that we could potentially see tomorrow in the Gym Leader Challenge 3K.
Definitely could, Riley. There is the Blaziken, right? Blaziken is a new card from Destined Rivals. And you know what? We got a second, so let's pull it up.
Yeah, so Blaziken being able to do snipe damage is the new name of the game for the fire type Pokemon, with its Inferno Kick Flurry doing 120 damage and then 120 more to the bench. You do have to discard 2 of the 3 energy attached to Blaziken to use this attack, but that's probably okay for that level of sniping. You got the new Enstar Manitan as well from the Journey Together expansion with a pretty similar attack with Darmanic Cannon for 90 and 90. And you can see how the pieces maybe fit together. You're taking big knockouts on the benched Pokemon, targeting down those support engines or energy accelerators, in addition to taking knockouts on the active.
Yeah, this attack is just like one of the most powerful attacks you can launch in Gym Leader Challenge format. 120 damage to the active, 120 damage to the bench. I actually saw a City League list from Japan that was playing this card in standard format with Blaziken EX.
Cool.
To accelerate it. It was cool.
Yeah.
So like, and I think they like won a City League with it. Like it was 6.
Beast mode.
Yeah. So like, this attack effect is so strong that it actually is conceivable that this attack would be played in standard format. Just think, Amazing Raikou, right?
Yeah.
And Amazing Raikou saw a ton of play in those Lugia V-Star decks because Lugia V-Star had the tech to be able to power up its amazing shot attack, which also did 120 to the active and 120 to the bench. Now, the Blaziken's a stage 2. That's the big thing. However, Amazing Raikou is so broken, it's actually banned from Gym Leader Challenge format. It's like one of the 10, 12 cards that's actually banned from Gym Leader Challenge format because its attack is quite ridiculous. In a format without rule box Pokemon, doing 120 damage to 2 things, especially when you got a card like the new Joltik in the format that could just like power it up instantly and then you're going in for 120 to 2. Yeah, it's kind of nasty. But on a stage 2, it's actually a very balanced attack, difficult to pull off. If you get to the stage of the game where you're setting up a stage 2 Pokemon, you better have a broken attack like this to make it worth it, right?
Yeah, totally.
So it's totally fair game in GLC, and this could be a way to construct fire decks that I think players will be really excited with new cards from Destined Rivals. But I think the whisperings that I'm hearing from our local league members is that a lot of players are really excited about Psychic builds right now.
And that doesn't totally surprise me. I mean, Psychic has been one of the premier Gym Leader Challenge archetypes for quite some time. Doesn't necessarily gain a ton from the new expansion, but Colorless, one of the main competitors for the best types in Gym Leader Challenge, lost some valuable pieces in the double colorless energy and the twin energy. So with colorless taking a little bit of a hit, Psychic stands to gain that ground as one of the premier archetypes. Iron Boulder, one of the key components of that, adjusted horn doing 170 damage if you have the same hand size as your opponent. 170 for as low as 1 energy with a Dimension Valley in play on a basic Pokemon with 140 hit points. I mean, that reads good.
Yeah.
Reads good, pretty good to me.
This card, this is kind of like the new breed of big basic Pokemon that TPCI has been printing lately. Every type is getting them. Colorless has like the crazy Snorlax. It does 180 for Thumping Snorlax. Psychic gets Iron Boulder. You've got fighting decks. Get the Ogie Dogie, which is such a key part of their game plan now. there are just so many of these insanely large basic Pokemon. Okie Dokie and Boulder both do 170 for 2. Like that's like their thing, right? And Okie Dokie could have 230 hit points. Like, okay,
Yeah.
sure, But Boulder is just gaining a lot of traction and gaining a lot of hype lately in Gym Leader Challenge format as players kind of realize how easy it is to match hand sizes when you make it your deck's mission to do that, and making it so that you're just doing 170 damage. I mean, you could do it on the first turn of the game if you get lucky enough. You got the, you got Dimension Valley, you go Adjusted Horn, boom, and you're just like knocking things out really easily. It's just such a low maintenance attacker. This is really becoming one of the premier strategies in Gym Leader Challenge format, and I think it's a fun one because of the fact that you have to match hand sizes. So it kind of creates this little mini game within the game, which is pretty fun.
And we've seen these types of strategies in Standard too, with the hand matching. I think of the Yanmega Prime back in the Heart Gold and Soul Silver era, where it could attack for free if you had the same hand size as your opponent.
It's been a while since we've seen this kind of strategy, but yes, Yanmega Prime was like
there
big one I'm
was
thinking of.
When Jesper won in Seniors at Worlds, he also played the Yanmega Break, which had a very similar concept to it as the Yanmega Prime. So these strategies do exist, and I think one thing that players can overlook when cards like this release is, yes, things like Judge or Iono or N help you match hand size, but they're not a requirement either. Right. And you're actually very flexible many turns to match hand sizes with your opponent if you can find the route to do it. So cards like Iron Boulder, yeah, they do have a restriction and you have to play around it, but it is possible to do so.
It is. You've got supporters that help. A lot of these lists are playing Judge, Marnie, Iono, and these are all cards that can get you close, if not exactly dead on, like Judge does. Like Marnie, a lot of times people will Marnie with a Boulder active and say, oh, like, I just got to find one playable off my Marnie hand. Like, that'll do. And it's cool because it also is a limitation. There's a lot of times where you're playing Boulder and it's like, okay, well, I've got these cards I'd like to put into play. And sometimes like the Boulder can aggress at the cost of your board position because there are cards you would like to play to continue setting up your board, but you can't because you have to match a hand size. So it's pretty dope. Like, honestly, it's pretty cool to see. And I think that's going to be, as far as like predictions for Gym Leader Challenge tomorrow, I think that we're going to see a lot of Boulder. And I hope that I can convince somebody to bring my broken Tyranitar deck. God, I want to see it. I just want to see it out there destroying.
Maybe you will. Maybe you will. Maybe this. Hopefully. Maybe this pitch will reach someone's ears who needs to hear it.
I did record. I recorded all of my games when I played in GLC League this week. So I recorded them and I've got face cam footage of all of them. So like I'm going to be producing kind of like a tournament report, YouTube exclusive video in the week or so ahead, which I'm excited about because I haven't created a YouTube exclusive Gym Leader Challenge video in it's been a little while. All right. It's harder to do without Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. I gotta be honest, it's just harder to do. So, but this one I'm really excited about. The games were just content games. They were like, it was almost like the games were so content pilled that you're gonna think it was staged, bro.
But they weren't.
They weren't. It was the real tournaments that I won. Yes, you're gonna think, you're like, no way, Mahone takes the 3 prize turn for win.
He did.
But yeah, it was sick. Anyways, we've got round 8 coming up soon, the final Swiss round of today's standard Destined Rivals legal 3K event, and then we're going to be cutting to top 8 shortly after that. Thank you all so much for tuning in with us today. We're going to be right back with our final Swiss round after this quick break. Hang tight. We'll be right back. All right, folks, we are hopping right in to our 8th and final Swiss round of the day. We've got a returner from our first round, Josh Maylene, on the left with a record of 4-0-3.
And on the right, we have Lion Chen at 5-2. So we got what looks to be a Gardevoir versus Dragapult game here, a classic from the Journey Together format, replayed here in the Destined Rivals tournament. This is our final Swiss round before Top Cut, and at a equivalent X&2 record for both of these players, they're fighting for a spot on the bubble for this top 8.
Yes, they are, and there's just a lot to gain. I mean, you could take home $1,000 if you win the event. So, a lot of cash on the line. I mean, a total of $3,000 divided up amongst the top 8 finishers. So, and the $1,000 grand prize. I don't know about you, Riley. I'd like $1,000.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain.
Yeah, I mean, it would certainly help. I got bills to pay, and a baby to feed. Like $1,000, that'd be a game changer for me this week. So I'm sure these guys are, would also love $1,000.
Really, who wouldn't love $1,000, Andrew?
That's what I'm saying.
And that's why we run these tournaments, because we love giving people that experience of getting $1,000 for winning a tournament.
For playing Pokemon.
That's right.
And how many players can really say that they've won $1,000 playing a trading card game? Not many. Anybody who's top 32 to regional, I guess, can say it now.
The number is growing rapidly with the changes to the prize pools at regionals.
Riley, I hate to say it, but most of my regional top 8s, I won $750 at those.
Yeah, me too, dude. Me too.
Yeah, and even more of my regional top 8s I didn't get diddly for.
Thankfully, I started after the money started coming through, so I never had to deal with that.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's cool to see, but yeah, having the opportunity to win this much cash at a Pokemon tournament is certainly a very fun experience. I know I get hyped when I get to play at local league and I win like $100 store credit.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's just fun to do what you love and get paid for doing it.
Looks like we've got ourselves an Itchy Pollen as
a Pollen War.
Josh gets his Dragapult deck set up, and Lion also has Itchy Pollen. So yeah, we've got the itchy scratchy guys going at it.
Now, one thing that can be pretty impactful in these Itchy Pollen scenarios is if one player is able to activate a Monkey Dory, you can move over those pollens and take a knockout mid-turn on your opponent's Badoo. Gardevoir typically is going to be the deck that more reliably does that under Itchy Pollen, just because they're playing a lot of hard draw cards and a higher count of darkness energies to activate their Monkey Dories. But either player, in theory, could access that Monkey Dory and really turn the tides on the Badoo matchup. And there we go. Itchy Pollen back and forth. Both players under item lock. Lion benching the Lily's Clefairy. And so I think what he's saying is I'm probably going to research again next turn. I don't want to put that Clefairy in the bin. I know it's super critical in this Dragapult matchup for taking those extremely powerful one-hit KOs.
We got Arvin for, I believe, is that a Luxurious Cape? Oh yeah, Luxurious Cape and Ultra Ball there from Josh. And you think we're going to see the Lux Cape go on to a Pokemon, or is it just going to get Ultra Balled away?
Well, you can't Ultra Ball yet, so I hope it doesn't get Ultra Balled away.
There it is.
And the Badoo is a crazy target. I love that.
I'm tickled. He's huge.
He is gigantic. And with no Dracloaks in play, Josh is a ways away from getting any sort of meaningful attack.
But here's an Iono.
Yeah, Iono coming out. If Lion doesn't find the Monkey Dory Darkness Energy combo, which I would say is fairly unlikely off an Iono to 6 with neither piece immediately in hand.
Yeah,
there's the Monkey Dory, but no
items.
There's the Vessel and the Monkey Dory.
And TM Evo, but can't, not the TM Evo, I guess, matters at this point, but...
Oh, but there's the Bravery Charm.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Oh, my gosh. We got some jacked up Badoos going at it with each other. This is crazy.
Goodness. Yep. Well, man.
We got some extremely large Badoos.
And this is exactly why these decks are playing Brock Scouting, Riley.
Exactly. Yeah. Literally the entire reason.
Yeah. Brock Scouting allows you to search your deck for either 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution. And really, Josh needs an evolution in order to keep up in this item lock war going on. I mean, Lion is just really close to being able to, start moving with Gardevoir. I mean, there's 2 Curly on the bench, but Josh didn't have anything going on. Just an army of Dreepy. And even just getting 1 Dracloak is all the difference, because now you're moving with Recon Directive every turn.
It's so much easier to find the following Recon Directives at that point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're seeing 2 extra cards a turn.
Yeah, just makes a huge difference. And so it looks like it maybe still is going to continue down this Badoo war. I will say, I think Gardevoir, generally speaking, doesn't mind this kind of situation, right? You've got the Badoo, you've got a Monkey Dory down, you're just a Darkness Energy away from completely undoing all of this work. And really, you don't even have to, now that there's a Lux Cape on this Badoo, you don't have to put the damage counters on the Badoo. You could move them onto a Dreepy, for example, and start to slowly wear it down using Josh's own damage counters from the Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, the Darkness Energy hit would be huge here off the Iono. Let's see if Lion can find it.
Probably plays at least 2, if not 3.
Do we see a Darkness? 2 Psychic Energies. So still good. I mean, still good to be able to get an energy down.
Yeah, maybe on this Clefairy could be a good place to hold an energy.
Right. I like having 1 energy on the Clefairy here. You know what? Natalie told me something that disturbed me greatly the other day.
Disturbed you greatly?
What was it? Disturbed me greatly. Are you aware of how much each of those energy, the Heart Gold, Soul Silver play promo energy cost?
They're at least $20.
Oh, they're way more than $20, Riley. They're like
50?
They're like in the hundo range.
Oh wow.
I think they're like $50 to $100 depending on the type.
That doesn't surprise me to some extent. I mean, they were already like $30, $50 years ago, and they're far and away the most gorgeous energy. The Heart Gold, Soul Silver energy.
In your opinion?
In my opinion, yeah. I mean, they're just cool. They're cool, right? The fact they have the Pokemon in the background and stuff.
Yeah.
So
they're unique.
Any opportunity to get those energies in like a hollow style.
And that's the thing. The promo, I remember, I mean, I've been playing long enough now that I remember, people used to just toss those the prize packs away, because they were pointless, because the ones that had the play Pokemon stamp on them were seen as the cheap ones.
Yeah. Because
they came in the promo pack, and those were the cheap ones, and then the hard to find ones were the flat hollow, reverse hollow ones. So the flat hollow, reverse hollows pretty much don't exist anymore.
Yeah, they've always been hard to get.
Yeah.
I think they only came out in the 1 set too.
Yeah.
So it's super challenging to get. Interestingly enough, we glossed over this, but Lion did opt to break the Badoo lock to get that double evolution on the Gardevoir.
Right.
How do you feel about that, Andrew?
Yeah, I rock with it. Let's just get those Evos into play. Let's do it.
Yeah, maybe feeling pressure because of the fact that Josh does have an energy and a Dracloak on board. I kind of like still going for the Itchy Pollen, to be honest. I mean, you have a Bravery Charm on the Badoo, not really under any immediate threat.
Yeah, you could say, but look at Lion's hand. I mean, Lion's hand is really bad. I don't know. I think I was okay. I think I was okay with energy on Clefairy and keep Badooing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are they going to do? What's Josh going to do?
Right, you would literally need Dragapult Energy Boss.
I know, right? Yeah. I think that's fine. I think I would have liked one more turn, but the TM Evo was there then, right? So like,
yeah, but I mean, I guess Josh just uses Itchy Pollen again, so kind of back to square one.
and here we are, yeah. And now you could do energy to Clefairy or whatever.
Yeah, having an energy in the discard pile is nice
It is.
as well.
You can put it anywhere.
Okay, well, just I guess we're back to where we were, but now there's 2 Gardevoirs in play.
And the Monkey Dory does have an energy on it now. So, like, that's going to play into Josh's favor. Josh has got the luminous energy on the Monkey Dory, so
Yeah,
can start to toss those damage counters over to Lion's side of the board and also heal his own Badoo, right? I mean, so, like, that's the annoying thing. This damage is not actually adding up now.
yeah, and we were saying how Gardevoir is typically going to be the one that sets this combo up the quickest under lock, but Josh was able to get it out slightly faster because Lion whiffed those darkness energies.
Yeah, Psychic Energy going on to a second Dracloak. I mean, Josh's board is certainly looking stronger than Lion's right now. And I mean, that is, thanks entirely to Dracloak. I mean, the fact that under item lock, the Dracloak are going to help you to actually draw cards. It's like what Guardy used to be pre-rotation, right? When you had Curly of Refinement and you could actually continue chugging through your deck.
And this is a pretty threatening position because there is 70 out of 80 damage on that Badoo.
Oh, yeah.
And if Lion opts to go for his own Itchy Pollen, then there's 10 damage counter, or 10 damage, 1 damage counter, that Monkey Dory can move back over and take a mid-turn knockout.
Or you go accelerate to Clefairy, take 2 prizes on the Badoo. I like that. Go in,
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you can. The Lux Cape does make that a pretty appealing
That's
route.
what I'm saying. Just go in. It
Does put your Clefairy in harm's way.
But you're going for 2.
Yeah, so I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I like that.
I would have really liked to see Lion actually take that knockout with Clefairy. You've got the Psychic Embrace. You got the Psychic Energy in the discard pile. I think this is a huge missed opportunity.
That also denies the damage counter on board, so
Yeah.
you can't take this mid-turn Badoo.
Yep. And then it gives you another turn because, Josh will have to, waste a damage counter, placing the damage counter on Badoo with Dragapult. I mean, so like, yeah, I think that I would really like to see that play. There is a Lux Cape on that Badoo, right? Like,
Yeah, maybe overlooking the fact that it's specifically a Lux Cape. Maybe thinking it's a Bravery Charm instead, or acting like it's a Bravery Charm. Yeah, I agree. I really do like the Clefairy play here.
yeah, because why else the energy on the Clefairy? I get you want to save it for, a Dragapult, but like, what are we here for if not to try and go 2-4-6? Right? Like, you send up Clefairy, Josh sends up Dragapult, you Night Stretcher Clefairy, send up Bagardi.
Yeah,
You're winning.
I feel like now we're in the same spot, but just a turn later. There's another monkey. Still don't have access to items because Itchy Pollen took that knockout. A Darkness Energy would be really nice here, but nope, none to be had.
Finds a supporter. Arvin. God, Arvin is so bad.
Arvin is terrible. Arvin is terrible under a Badoo, especially.
Yes, Arvin is not doing anything here.
Could get a Bravery Charm, though, for this Clefairy, which would be pretty nice, actually.
Yeah, that would be nice. But yeah, kind of exactly what you said. Now, since Lion didn't go for it last turn, now Lion's in like the same exact position, but a turn behind, right? So I do think the Lion should just take this knockout on the Badoo with the Lily's Clefairy.
I think that's happening this turn.
Yeah. But it could have happened last turn, but
Yeah.
it will happen this turn, I suspect. And then Lion will take 2 prizes. But Josh will then have the opportunity to, to pop off with Dragapult, and we'll see if he is able to take any bonus prizes with the extra damage counters placed by Dragapult DX.
Oh,
There's
really?
not really any low-hanging fruit, though.
No, there's not. And because this Clefairy is completely out of range thanks to Bravery Charm, if Lion's able to put together like a Monkey Dory combo next turn of some sort, could still manage to swing this back. Again, I just feel like there was no real reason to wait that one extra turn, though. It just gave Josh more time to develop his board further with the recon directive. It gave more time to attach energy to his Pokemon. Yeah, I think the same play could have been achieved a little bit quicker with no real downside.
Yeah, recon directive as Josh digs through for the Dragapult he needs in order to put damage on the board, and Ultra Ball will guarantee that Dragapult comes down now. I think I also see the unfair stamp in Josh's hand also. Is this a turn you think that we're going to go for unfair stamp? I mean, what do you do as Josh in this position? You're staring down 2 full HP Gardevoir EX and a Lily's Clefairy. Everything that Lion has can one-tap your Dragapult so long as that Lily's Clefairy is there.
Yeah, I think you have to go for... I mean, taking the prizes, I guess, is valuable. Spread the damage onto the Clefairy. The thing is, with just one Monkey Dory, the 6 damage counters can be brought down to 3, and then Clefairy's still out of range.
Yeah, right. I mean, so... and the Lily's Clefairy is going to be able to just go for 2 more.
Yeah,
here
I feel like
turn.
oftentimes in a situation like this, you'd actually prefer the Fez to have no damage on it.
Right.
So that way it would still be inactive.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point there. You almost don't want to take the knockout, right?
Yeah. So I almost would have preferred that 1 damage that's currently on the Fez to either have been preserved on Josh's board or moved somewhere else. Like the Clefairy. Ironically, if that 1 damage was on the Clefairy, it would prevent the Monkey Dory from saving it. Because if it had 7 damage counters on it, you could bring it down to 4. Clefairy's at 240 hit points right now, so the 4 would still be in knockout range.
All right, we got a Jacques from Josh.
Yeah, sure, get another Dragapult ready. And a Dracloak. See if he chooses to evolve or preserve his recon directives.
And then this Dragapult will be able to Phantom Dive to clear this Fez. Yep, just evolving down. Recon directive. And yeah, 6 damage counters. You have to imagine they all go onto Clefairy. Or at least, yeah. At least a few of them. And some are also going on to the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, the thing is, if Lion just has a Darkness Energy here, I think that basically seals it.
Right.
Is that a Darkness Energy off the top?
Of course it will, because he hadn't seen one yet.
Yeah, exactly.
So then you get pushed, I guess it wasn't an Iono. So like, no, it just had it like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Just drew the Darkness Energy. Draw a second one as well. I don't think you give your opponent the Artisan or anything, though. Just no reason to, really. Well,
I don't mind it. Get it out of your deck.
What even are you searching for if you're Josh off the Artisan? Yeah, play that Artisan.
Yeah, play it, or Ultra Ball it away, or Vessel it away, or whatever. You just get some more stuff going on. Now, the Fez is gone. Some Guardy lists play Mew EX. I know they.
I think getting like a second Monkey down would be good. Sure. Yeah,
can
Ultra Ball away some energy.
Yeah, Vessel away the Artisan.
This is fine too, though. You can Ultra Ball away the 2 Psychic Energy and get another Pokemon down.
Right. But at this point, okay, so you're going to go to 2 prizes, and if you don't have Fez or Mew, like, what are we doing? But
that's chill, because the Clefairy, I don't think, can be knocked out.
So you just retreat. Yeah, you just retreat the Clefairy, take the knockout with Guardy, and then you say, what?
Yeah, I was even thinking just attack with Clefairy. It's fine.
No.
Why not?
Why not? It might as well not be in the active, right?
I guess. I mean, if it can't be knocked out, and we see Lion smartly just moving the damage onto the active. Yeah, see? Just attack with Clefairy. It's invincible.
It's invincible. I guess.
I guess the one route to KO the Clefairy would be one of those Blood Moons that we see sometimes in these Dragapult
I'm
lists.
saying, bro, I'm attacked him with Guardy, dude.
Yeah.
This is cap, dude.
It's probably fine, but
Guardy is way safer. You've got 2 for what?
yeah, the Blood Moon is a potential route to KO the Clefairy, but a Dragapult certainly isn't taking the knockout here.
No, Blood Moon is not unheard of. Dragapult decks do play that
Okay,
card.
well, an energy just came down on or no, that was the XP share, I think. We'll see.
We will see.
We'll see.
Yeah. I'm just saying, Iona to 2 Blood Moon, and then Lion is... You're not loving it.
You're not loving it. No. Although you are just like
Darkness away from win. Yes, but...
No, Darkness doesn't get there because 60 plus 190 is 250.
How much HP that thing got? 260?
260, dude.
God, that card is way too big.
It is way too big.
It's way too big.
But I think
dude.
it's better. Like, can we just agree that it wouldn't be fun if Blood Moon just like knocked itself out? So it needs at least 250.
Sure, man. I guess. Yeah, you're right. It would be less fun if it knocked itself out. God. But what does that say?
Is that the Blood Moon right there?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes,
Yeah.
dude. And there is the Blood Moon. It's the
Okay.
first Blood Moon in the stream. And would you look at that?
Well, with the simple Night Stretcher and Counter Catcher,
Yeah, but this could have been avoided.
this could have been avoided for sure. Yeah, a little greedy to preserve the Clefairy in the active position in this
If Lion
spot.
loses this game, dude. If Lion loses this game, then it's because Lion chose not to attack with the Guardy when he could have.
It's true.
When he could have attacked with the Guardy.
It's true. You're spitting fire for sure. I mean, just a Counter Catcher gets there.
Research.
Well, you need the Night Stretcher and the Counter Catcher.
Yeah. Surely off of research, we're getting a piece. There's the Night Stretcher. All right.
But not the counter.
Oh, because, right. Yeah. Because this thing ain't weak to fairy.
Well, wait, though.
All right, weak
You
to
can
psychic.
do... If you get the Clefairy again and move 60 over, the Clefairy can do 200
That's true.
if you fill your bench. So all you need to do is bench that Screamtail
yep.
and the Clefairy. I think Lion sees that, but is just like checking their math. That's what I suspect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stretcher.
Dude, the Clefairy's so good.
The Clefairy's broken.
The Clefairy is completely insane.
And just bench literally anything else. Yep.
Yeah, and there
here
we
we
go.
are. Yep. Broken deck. Guardy's nuts. Lion sees it. Perfect. Boom, boom. Double monkey. Wham, bam.
Dang.
And there
never
it is.
punished, dude.
Never punished, dude. Never punished.
Yep.
GG's. Lion takes the dub.
Here we go. It all came down to that cape on the Badoo.
I know, dude. I know. God, the cape. The cape on the Badoo. I was thinking to myself, like, the luxurious cape on the Badoo, I was like, that just seems like a glutton for punishment, I feel like.
I feel like the cape is traditionally for like protecting a Dreepy or
Yes,
something
right.
on
Yeah.
the bench.
Yes. Right, because then once it evolves into like a Dragapult, it's negated, right? So
Yeah.
like it's to protect it from, spread damage and things like that. You'd much rather that be like a bravery charm on the Badoo. Bravery charm is far superior there.
And that's, I mean, far superior in that specific circumstance.
Yeah. And we see Lion was able to clutch out that dub. And now with a record of 5-2, Lion and Josh essentially have the same record, even though they have different records. I mean, Lion's got a record of 5-2. Josh has a record of 4-0-3. Same amount of match points as they compete for one of those final spots in top 8. Now, a record of 6-2 or 5-0-3 will not be guaranteed, but it does give them a chance at the top 8 if they can have good enough resistance, good enough tiebreakers.
Yeah. And with the tie rate that we saw at this tournament,
Oh,
potentially
yeah.
being high, it may allow there to be more wiggle room for X and 2s to make it into the top 8.
I agree. There should be. There's apparently a lot of ties. No undefeateds in Swiss pretty early on. Let's see what these guys got for game number 2.
And the double Badoo opener is pretty intense.
I think we're going to see a little bit more of this Badoo standoff that we started with in game 1.
Lion looking through his Pokemon lines, checking his prizes. Off the Buddy Buddy pop in here. I'm guessing we're going to see double Ralts like we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I usually like to get 2 Ralts when I'm setting up my Gardevoir deck, Riley.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, there's not that many other targets you can get at the Buddy
No,
pop.
there's really not. You could get Drifloon, I guess. But like that's
for what?
Yeah, that ain't it, dude. It's 2 Ralts every time.
Yeah, definitely 2 Ralts is better than the Drifloon in this situation. So, makes sense. And there is a Darkness Energy in hand. So Lion actually could Ultra Ball right now, get Monkey Dory in play, and be totally ready to go.
Yeah.
That's scary. That's a really scary turn from Lion. Very powerful turn 1 going first. We'll see if Josh has an equally powerful response. Arvin is certainly a good opening piece of that puzzle here. Will likely be able to get a Buddy Buddy Poffin of his own. Maybe hold back on the Luxurious Cape this time.
I'm thinking so, Riley. The Luxurious Cape Gambit did not buff out, but goodness. I mean, Lion's turn 1 board going first with the Darkness on the Monkey Dory. That is exactly what you want early on in this match. That can sometimes be tough to find under item lock, and knowing that item lock is coming, being able to find one of those few Darkness energies, put it on the Monkey Dory, is going to make it so that Lion's Badoo is essentially protected from an opposing Badoo, right? Even though Josh is going to get that first Itchy Pollen of the game, and therefore kind of be in the lead with the Badoo race, right? I do 10, you do 10, I do 10, you do 10.
Yep.
The Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory means that the Lion's Badoo is gonna win the Badoo war, just period.
Interesting.
Right?
Going for the Shaman here. I wonder why. Screamtail Snipe was not a factor in the first game.
No, it was not, Riley. And probably won't be a factor in many games because of the fact that, I mean, you could just one KO the Guardies.
Yeah. I like the preemptive Ultra Ball, though, to get the Dracloak into hand preemptively. So that way, under Itchy Pollen, you still have access to that Recon Directive guaranteed. So long as you don't get Iono'd. And here we go, Itchy Pollen.
And let's see what Lion has.
I think there's a Kirlia in
Do
hand.
see a Kirlia there.
I believe there's a Gardevoir as well. So, no problem getting the evolutions into play for Lion.
No, and if you're thinking like, okay, you know, I'm good to just evolve up, keep using Itchy Pollen. It's fine. My opponent plays Iono. That's cool. If not, I've got Guardy right here. And we get to use Monkey Dory to move one of those damage counters.
Onto the Shaman, I guess.
And another Itchy Pollen. Yeah, I don't really love having the Shaman down on the bench. It's just an 80 hit point Pokemon that will eventually succumb to Monkey Dory damage, right?
It's also just another Pokemon for Clefairy, right? Like, those bench numbers do matter in the late game.
Mm-hmm. As we saw. Brock's training from Josh.
Brock scouting.
Oh, it's Brock scouting?
I think so.
You're so right. That's totally what it is. Yeah. Josh has got the Brock scouting. Yep. Get another evolution, another Dracloak, Recon Directive. And it's got to be feeling decent, especially with that Psychic Energy attachment setting up pretty well under the item lock conditions. With double Dracloak in play, it's about as good as it gets as far as board stability goes.
Yeah, Lion does have that immediate Gardevoir. Could go for a more ambitious
bend, right? Yeah. Like, do you want to?
Well, you could even just accelerate the energy to get counters on the board. And then use Monkey Dory with them. But I think this is fine. Just taking the knockout with Itchy Pollen.
Yeah.
Preserving the item lock. and removing your opponent's access to Badoo. So now if Josh wants to attack this turn, they either have to retreat into a new Badoo somehow under item lock, or they need to find a second energy and a Dragapult. And it doesn't feel good to Phantom Dive for 200 onto this 30 HP goofball.
No, it doesn't, Riley. You want a counter catcher here if you can find it.
But you can't counter catcher, Andrew.
You can't?
You can't.
What? Oh, because of item lock.
Yes.
Golly, dude.
Yes.
This matchup seems atrocious for Dragapult.
Well, we do see the Hawlucha, so that does bring the Ralts down to 60 hit points. If Josh is able to find a Dragapult, which he does,
okay,
then he'll be able to take a double knockout this turn and has the
EXP
EXP
share.
share.
That's huge.
That is huge. Lion, though, is only like a piece away from being able to take this knockout, has an energy in hand. Hit a research. That's pretty nice, too. Yep, Fez and Monkey, pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I like that. Night Stretcher for a Ralts, sure.
And research 2 Psychic.
Yeah, just looking for Clefairy at this point.
You have Clefairy, and that Dragapult is a goner. Do we find it?
There's an Ultra Ball and a Darkness Energy as well.
Oh, yeah. So we've got Clefairy and more. Double Monkey with the Clefairy.
Would have loved to seen a Bravery Charm this turn, but I don't think you're complaining if you're lying about the way this turn is working out for you.
No, I think you're probably fine. Yeah, with how all this is going. Ultra Ball for the Lily's Clefairy with the Fairy Zone ability, making it so that Gardevoir will be able to hit this Dragapult EX for weakness with the Miracle Force attack. And why not flip the script?
Okay, Bravery Charm would be an amazing hit here. If that Clefairy can be kept out of harm's way somehow, unfortunately does not hit it, that would be just so big.
Even so, I mean, Guardy just plays enough Night Stretchers. You should be able to...
Yeah, the thing is, though, if the
find
Clefairy
one.
gets knocked out this turn, then Josh could just go for the prize race.
That's true.
Although, Lion could sneak in an extra prize with those monkeys.
And the Shaman.
Got that Shaman just getting cooked alive.
Yeah, the Shaman's just getting cooked, dude.
Yeah, I think probably 60 more damage onto the Shaman.
Yeah. No need to put it anywhere else.
Yeah, I don't think you need to get too cute.
No, yeah, just do that.
Yeah, seems good. EXP share does preserve an energy for Josh, which is pretty big, honestly. I think Josh would probably be out of this game if not for the EXP share.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's the only thing keeping this thing going.
So Josh's hope is something along the lines of like Counter Catcher and Iono or Unfair Stamp, knock out the Clefairy, and go down to 2 prizes left, spread some damage, maybe put all 6 of those damage counters are going to get removed, aren't they? No matter where they're put.
Yeah. Yup. Yeah, this matchup seems really bad.
It's hard.
Yeah, your guys are just getting mowed down.
It's hard for sure.
Yeah, Lily's Clefairy. Turns out having a weakness makes cards just so much more balanced.
Especially when they have 320 hit points.
Yes, for sure. Another Brock Scouting in hand. Probably not the supporter that you want.
And all of these statements are on the assumption that Josh even has access to the combos to make this work.
Right.
Right? Like, if he whiffs a Dragapult this turn,
Oh, yeah.
that's probably lights.
Yeah. We see the Luminous Energy's in hand, so the energy's there. It's just, is there a Dragapult?
Dragapult and discard. Could Night Stretcher for it. Could Arven for a Night Stretcher, but that doesn't feel very good. Oh, Brox does not feel good.
No, but, I mean, it would get the Dragapult, right?
Oh, man. To what end?
So that it could die. And then your opponent just wins with Monkey Shaman knockout game.
Oh, actually using it to get 2 basics. So you need to fez into like the unfair stamp, basically.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The route's there.
The route's there. You need to fez into unfair stamp and need to hit counter catcher at some point in that process, either off the fez or off the unfair stamp.
Yeah.
That's the route.
We trust.
We trust.
We trust. Here we
Come
go.
on, Fez. Flip the script,
Fez,
dude.
Do it. Nope. Counter catcher, but nothing else.
Come on, Fez.
Scoop it up.
Fez needs to pull its weight, seriously.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking it's a little over, Riley.
I think it's a little over too. That's crazy just how quickly this game got out of control.
Oh, super fast.
Yeah, if that Clefairy is allowed to be unanswered for a turn.
That's a toss the hand on the table, say good luck in top 8 if you make it. Yeah.
If you make it. Oh man. Retreat.
Oh baby.
Yeah, like this isn't winning a game, I don't think.
No. But play to your outs. In game 2, nonetheless, to be this far on the ropes.
Yeah.
Is really tough. Is that the Lux Cape on the on the nearly dead Shaman?
Shaman going the distance here.
All right, a pass from Josh.
I don't think we see an energy in hand.
No, there isn't.
Well, there's a Night Stretcher. So if there's an energy in discard, that would work too. Discard pile slightly out of frame.
Yeah, Arvin.
This seems fine.
Right, just guarantee it.
Earthen Vessel, Bravery Charm.
Yeah, those are cards you certainly want. And just checking the rest of the resources in the deck.
This would actually be a good turn to Screamtail if the Shaman wasn't in play. But Lion's bench locked anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
All right, we got the Vessel and the Charm. Charm to Clefairy.
Love that.
Vessel can get an energy to retreat.
Yeah, probably not counter catching much from here.
Nope.
If I had to wager.
Always feels good to, start ditching your counter stuff. You're like, oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, this isn't relevant.
Yeah, we're winning from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess this following turn, Josh could counter catcher with the Ursaluna and take a knockout. That's a play.
Right.
I don't know if you really have much from there.
Retreating into Ralts. And Ralts is taking the knockout. Beast mode.
Ralts.
Yes, dude. Crazy. All right. And Lion going to go down to just 2 prizes remaining.
Okay, so Josh's opening is to KO that Clefairy with a Blood Moon. Blood Moon is in hand from the Brock Scouting last turn.
That's right.
So, and it attacks for 1 energy. Not quite for free, since Lion does have 2 prizes remaining.
And we're going to exhaust our draw engines here.
Have to imagine looking for the unfair stamp. Or at least an Iono.
Right. One of those pieces. Ultra Ball, Dragapult. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Lion's got knockout on a Dragapult just on board, right? So you can't really... Well...
Attacking with Dragapult doesn't win.
Surely
here.
loses you the game, right?
Yeah, what is the route if you attack with a Dragapult?
Well, you'd have to knock out the Clefairy.
But you can't.
Well, then there is no route.
Oh, okay.
Arvin.
Unfair stamp, probably. I guess if there's not enough psychics, to be honest, I don't really like the Ralts play. I think it was too cute.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Ralts play was too cute because now you have energies that could potentially get trapped.
Oh, yeah.
If Josh, for example, were to gust this Clefairy.
Right.
Just go for 2-hit knockout on the Clefairy and then set. And the
it's unnecessarily risky.
But, oh man, does it even matter? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. With 2 Monkey Dories set up, like that, there's so much damage mitigation.
Okay. Off the 4, we've got another recon directive.
So Luminous and something
finding
else.
what we're looking for. You know, Josh is really trying to see if he can think his way into a way to clutch this game out, but I'm not really seeing the line. No energy on Blood Moon. The Blood Moon cannot attack this turn.
Yeah, and it already attached to the Dragapult as well.
Right.
And now just paying the retreat, I suppose.
And it looks like Josh is going to try and buy yet another turn.
Oh. Well, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, retreat into Dreepy Pass. And we've got a research over on Lion's side, or an Iono.
Do you even burn the supporters at all? I wouldn't hate to see something like a Darkness Energy going down on the Pheasantipity, for example. Just guaranteeing that you have a retreat. And retreat this Ralts, so you have an energy in the discard pile. So you have a retreat option on every single Pokemon in play. And I would also like to see a damage counter moved on to the Blood Moon to guarantee it gets knocked out by a Gardevoir.
Right.
Those are the things I'm looking for.
And why not attack with Gardevoir, right? There, you know, there's nothing in Josh's deck that can KO it.
Right.
Yeah, so I think this is better than trying to attack with something like the Ralts that we saw last turn.
Yeah, the Ralts play was too cute, I think.
Yeah.
It was like unnecessarily cute.
For sure. All right, here we go. One prize separates Lion from a win in this match. The final Swiss round will put Lion to a record of 6-2. Can Josh thread the needle to force this to a game 3?
Okay, Josh committing the attachment yet again to the Dragapult, although this time Blood Moon does attack for free.
Right. And that is who is in the active spot right now.
All Lion needs, though, at this point is like a rescue stretcher, a night stretcher. And that's game. Although going down to 1 card does have Fez, though. And I don't know if Lion's burned a night stretcher yet or not. Honestly, though, like what is the route still? 2 prizes left. Fez is the only 2 prizer in play right now.
And you just retreat double monkey game.
As long as you have 3 energy. Oh, okay. Yep, there's 3.
There we go.
Yep, that maths. So that's it.
And Lion will emerge victorious in the final Swiss round. Josh falling just shy of the first loss he's been dealt on the day with his Dragapult DX deck. Lion winning with Gardevoir 2-0, a convincing win over Josh's Dragapult, and Lion will have a shot at potentially snagging a spot for the top 8 of this tournament. And Riley, that will conclude the Swiss round portion of today's event. We are on to top 8.
That's right, folks. We've made it through all 8 Swiss rounds, which means we're waiting for the dust to settle, but top 8 is on the horizons for us. I'm really excited to see what decks climb to the top in this battle for the $1,000 first place prize and the $3,000 prize pool ahead of us.
Exactly. We got to see some really cool cards so far. We got to see an Ethan's Typhlosion deck where an Ethan's Typhlosion took all 6 prizes in a game. That was pretty sick. We got to see a Marnie's Grimmsnarl mirror match. But that was the only Marnie's Grimmsnarl we saw on stream today so far. So hopefully we can start to see Marnie's Grimmsnarl making top 8 and then facing off against other decks in top 8. That would be really cool. And we got to see, old favorites, Gardevoir, Dragapult, all see a lot of success on stream so far today. And Riley and I are going to get together our top 8 players and decks. We also got word that our Journey Together standard champion, Devin, the senior age player who won our last release weekend standard event, is actually locked for top 8 already.
Yes.
Again.
Yes, with a Dragapult Charizard deck. So
just farming.
Yeah. We'll see if Devin can put on another master class for us. I think it'd be really fun if we could get him for that top 8 round as a returning star in the tournament. But we'll go ahead and collect some data on who's out there in the top 8. Make sure we get that in front of y'all going into our top cut of this 3K tournament.
Now, this is important if you are watching on YouTube or Twitch. We are approaching 9 hours and 15 minutes of stream so far, and apparently I learned last time that YouTube will just truncate your stream if you stream over 10 hours. So we are going to cut the stream momentarily for just about 60 seconds.
We're plugging it, or taking out the plug and plugging it back in.
That's all we're doing, okay? So we're not going anywhere. The stream is not ending. We've got hours of the best content yet to come. However, if you're on YouTube, you may have to go click the new stream, okay? I don't really know how YouTube works. Twitch, it should just pop right back up. Anyways, yeah. So hang tight. Make sure to click on the new stream. We're going to be right back with top 8 in just a moment. Thank you all so much for being here for our Destined Rivals release weekend event so far.